Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had ExVillain Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Eri, would you like me to carry you around? Izuku said, pulling a bit out of the hug to look Eri in the eyes. Sir, you're injured. Mr. Hisao stopped as Izuku shoved his foot into Mr. Hisao's shin. Despite all of his injuries and exhaustion, Mr. Hisao was surprised by the force Izuku was able to generate. Eri shook her head, allowing Izuku to stand up. However, she tightly gripped Izuku's hand. Izuku just smiled as he and Eri held hands. He turned to Mr. Hisao and asked, in a low whisper, any sign? Mr. Hisao shook his head and then answered. Recent activity was spotted 2 cities over, but they seem to be slowing down. Guess they don't want to get too far out of their home turf, so I'll let you two go on your own. Izuku nodded as that would be for the best, as he was the only person Eri was comfortable around, and having someone follow them around would just scare her. Izuku then turned back to Eri. Would you like to go explore? Eri didn't give any answer but stayed by Izuku's side as he began to walk down the hallway. It was slow as Eri stopped at every strange noise, looking around, waiting for someone to jump out and attack them. Their first stop was the nurse's office, where Izuku dropped off Eri's old clothes. The nurse on duty looked up at the bag, and as confusion appeared on his face, Izuku said, do me a favor and burn the bag. Before the nurse could question, Izuku then walked away. The next stop on Izuku and Eri's little trip was the Sky Bridge, as Izuku knew Eri would want to see the outside world even if it was through a window. Unfortunately, it was on the 3rd floor, but luckily when Izuku called the elevator it was empty and directly took them to the 3rd floor. Stepping off the elevator, Izuku saw a sign that read Sky Bridge with an arrow pointing around the corner. Following the direction, they soon arrived at a small hallway that had a glass ceiling and exterior wall, with no rooms above or surrounding it. The glass walls provided a good view of the city line and the park that was directly across from the street. Izuku led Eri over to the glass wall and then sat down with Eri in his lap. She looked around at the world outside the one she was used to. Do you see the sky? Izuku asked. Eri looked up and saw the light gray cloud littering the sky. White little snowflakes were starting to fall to the ground. I remember it being blue, Eri said. It's winter time when the sky gets cold and snow begins to fall, Izuku said, then realized something Maro had mentioned during one of the visits. That Izuku didn't have to worry about school because Christmas break was starting. Izuku laughed a little. He guessed saving Eri was a Christmas miracle for both of them. And that means today was Christmas Eve. So he quietly said to himself, Merry Christmas Eve. Eri barely heard him and asked, what's Christmas? Izuku was able to keep his smile by telling him that Eri would be confused by Christmas even if she had lived a normal life. He looked at Eri and answered, it's a holiday to celebrate and spend time with all members of your family. Would you like to spend Christmas with me and my mother? Izuku asked as Eri stood up and looked out the window. She watched as the small snowflakes magically appeared in the sky and fell to the ground. It was the first time she had seen snow and she took everything in. The small sunlight coming through the clouds, glistening off the small flakes and the windows of the city. The dark shadows of the gray cloud that still held more light than the dark hallway of Shai Hasekia's bunker. Eri continued to look out the window for a while. The whole time Izuku didn't say anything. He allowed Eri to take everything in as he smiled. They stayed on the Sky Bridge, looking up at the sky until Eri's stomach began to growl. Izuku gave a small chuckle as he looked over and spotted a clock further down when the hallway turned back to normal. Using his enchanting eye vision, Izuku zoomed up on the clock and saw that it was nearly noon, meaning it was time for lunch. Izuku got onto his knee and then stood up, stretching his back slowly so as not to irritate his wounds. Eri noticed and looked away from the window and up at Izuku. It's time for lunch. Izuku held out his hand and Eri slipped her fingers to interlock with Izuku's. They walked back to the elevator and headed up to the 2nd floor, which held the cafeteria. After walking out of the elevator and down the short hallway, Izuku held the door to the cafeteria. Luckily, it was mostly empty. Only a few nurses and doctors were in the room. While there were new people, they were spread out enough that Eri didn't feel overwhelmed. Yet the overall size of the room was scaring her too, as she had never seen a room so big. She held on tighter onto Izuku's hand, causing him to look down. It's okay, Izuku said in his best reassuring voice that he could manage without knowing what was causing Eri to become scared. They continued into the cafeteria where Izuku grabbed a sandwich and a bottle of water for himself while grabbing a muffin and an apple for Eri. They walked over to a table, where Izuku had to use several plastic knives to cut the apple into slices and then the muffin into quarters. Once that was done, Izuku handed the food to Eri, who went straight for the apple and was a little hesitant about the muffin until Izuku wolfed down a quarter and smiled. Once they were done eating lunch, Izuku and Eri set about exploring a bit more of the hospital. They came across nurses and doctors who all smiled at Eri and then nodded to Izuku before continuing with their duty. After the 4 nurses, Izuku had begun to speculate that word about them had spread through the hospital. Speculation that was confirmed when a nurse outright thanked Izuku for his service and called him by name. Slightly weirded out by that, Izuku decided it was time to return to the room, where Eri promptly fell back asleep, as she had been tired and Izuku had to carry her through the last stretch. With nothing else to do, Izuku turned on the TV in the room, quickly turning the volume down to mute and then turned on the subtitles. He watched the news until he fell asleep in the chair. The next morning, Izuku woke up to a full bed of snow on the ground outside, as it had snowed heavily throughout the previous day and night. It looked like it was going to be a white Christmas after all. As he drew back from the window, a knock came from the door. Confused about who would be coming to see him early, as noticeable by the sun barely being in the sky, Izuku walked to the door. He looked out in the hallway and saw Inko and a doctor standing outside. "Hello, Mom, Doctor. Merry Christmas," Izuku said, flashing a smile. "Merry Christmas, Izuku," Inko said, hugging her son. Despite how he had acted and portrayed himself to be, Inko could tell that her son was not getting the sleep he needed, having to take care of Eri while recovering from his injuries. It was not going well physically for him. "Doctor is here to do a final checkup," Inko finished by putting a fresh shirt on the bed for Izuku to wear. "Final checkup?" Izuku asked. He had only been in the hospital for a few days, and his bullet wound and broken ribs were going to take weeks to properly heal without any healing quirks. "Dr. Asaz made note of your injuries, and they seem to be healing well. Nurses reported you and the girl were up and walking yesterday. Your injuries might not be fully healed, but they are to the point where you should be good to go home. And it's Christmas. No one should have to celebrate Christmas in the hospital," the doctor said. Izuku figured Dr. Asaz was the doctor he had met when he first arrived at the hospital. "If you would take a seat, I can make sure everything is well on its way to healing." With the promise that he could go home, Izuku happily sat down in his chair. After pulling his shirt off, the doctor undid the wrapping and then checked Izuku's wounds. The skin around Izuku's ribs was tight and stiff, but the bruising started to go down. The same could not be said about Izuku's shoulder. The skin had turned red and black to a deep purple. It was healing, but still a long way from recovering. "I suggest you don't lift anything heavier than 5 kilograms or you could reopen your wounds and take the chance of losing too much blood," the doctor said as he did so. Final review of the bullet wounds. As the doctor did so, Eri woke up and looked at Izuku. Lucky the doctor was standing in such a way that Eri was not able to fully see the wound. Izuku turned his head and looked at Eri. "Good morning, Eri. It seems like we'll be able to go home today." Izuku then saw Eri curly up around her blanket. Izuku cursed himself. To Eri, home meant the Shy Hasekai hideout. "My home, you don't have to worry about going back to that place ever again." Eri seemed to relax a bit while the doctor placed the medical wrap around Izuku's shoulder. While Izuku slipped his shirt back on, Izuku walked over to Eri and asked, "Eri, would you like to try a cute little outfit I picked for you?" Eri looked at Izuku, who gave a gesture for her to decide for herself. Eri looked at Inko and gave a small nod. "Okay." Inko smiled brightly as she led Eri to the bathroom. However, before Eri walked in, she turned and looked at Izuku. Mero had mentioned that Eri would feel safe around Izuku, but the same might not happen for Inko. Izuku gave a small smile and said, "I'll be right here if you need me." "Okay," Eri said in a timid voice after a few seconds, then followed Inko into the bathroom. Once the door was closed, the doctor sighed and said, "The medical staff were informed what you did for that little girl, saving her from the Yakuza." Dr. Asaz didn't give anything specific, but she must have had a horrible life if she didn't want to leave you. Best if most don't know about her past. I wish she could forget about it. It might help her live a normal life," Izuku said as the doctor finished wrapping Izuku's shoulder. Izuku rotated his shoulder and felt only a small flare of pain. In the medical field, doctors and nurses run into a lot of people with traumatic repressed memories. And while it might seem good to wish to forget those kinds of things, it's best to face them and grow. It can turn people into the best version of themselves. That's not to say you should force it. At her age, it would do more harm than good. So be there for her when she needs you the most," the doctor said, as he walked over to the counter and threw away the blood-stained gauze along with his gloves. "Trust me, I already planned to," Izuku said, as he stood up and grabbed his shirt from the bed. He slowly raised his arm and slid the shirt over his head. He then slid his arms through and out through the side and pulled the shirt down the rest of the way. He then walked over to the bathroom and gave a small knock. "Everything going okay in there?" "We'll be out in a few seconds," Inko replied. Satisfied with that, Izuku walked back to his chair, as the doctor excused himself to continue making his rounds. Izuku only had to wait a few more seconds for the bathroom door to open. He walked as Eri walked out holding Inko's hand, which was a sight alone that made Izuku's heart warm up. Eri was trusting Inko enough to hold her hand. Yet what nearly killed Izuku was what he noticed after he got past the hand holding. Eri was wearing a bright red skirt dress that went down to her knee. Underneath her overall straps was a long-sleeved white shirt, something Izuku didn't fail to notice as the dress and sleeve perfectly hid Iri's scars. Izuku smiled and knelt in front of Iri. "You're so cute," Izuku said. "Thanks," Iri said with little to no emotion in her voice. She was able to convey fear and panic, but it seemed she didn't understand how to convey positive emotions. A thought Izuku tried not to let show on his face. "Are you ready to leave?" Inko asked as Iri let go of her hand and grabbed her son. Iri looked up at Inko and gave a small nod. After quickly gathering all of Izuku's belongings and stuffing them into his backpack, the trio walked out of the recovery room, the agents watching them from afar. They walked to the parking garage, where Izuku had to sit in the back and have Iri sit on his lap. Inko made a mental note to herself that the next time she went shopping she needed to get a car seat for. As Inko drove the car out of the parking lot, Izuku looked back and asked, "What about my bike?" "Oh, Katsuki brought it home after he and Mitsuki visited," Inko said, turning onto the main road to head home. The sound of snow being crunched until the tire scared Iri, but then she found it relaxing. "But I still have the keys," Izuku said, reaching backpack then into his utility belt and pulling out his key that had an All Might keychain on it. "You don't think Katsuki doesn't know how to hotwire a car?" Inko said with a straight face as she looked at her son through the rearview mirror. Izuku was about to say that Bakugo would never know how to do that, but in all honesty that sounded like a random skill his best friend would have. Izuku started to think it was the truth, but then Inko began to laugh. He stopped by the house and asked for the spare key. Izuku chuckled at his mother's joke but didn't reveal his thoughts about it. He was seriously debating whether Bakugo had the skill to hotwire a vehicle. It wasn't a simple question Izuku could ask him without some questions being thrown back at him. As they continued away from the hospital, Iri was quiet. She looked out the window the entire time, watching small snowflakes fall to the ground. Then she looked at Izuku and began twirling her hair. Izuku noticed and laughed. "Yeah, your hair is white like the snow, shows how pure you are." "Pure?" Iri asked. "How much of a good person you are," Izuku said as Iri leaned to look out the window again. Iri was a pure and innocent soul, and Izuku would fight anyone that dared to suggest otherwise. "But I'm not a good person. People died because of me," Iri said, a shadow coming over her eyes. She blamed herself for them because of what the man had told her, and when a person hears a lie enough times, they start to believe it. Izuku sighed as he looked at his mother from the rearview mirror. She had a knowing look and gave a small nod. Izuku got the message. "Iri, those people that were," Izuku couldn't bring himself to say killed. "Those people, they weren't your fault. That man," Izuku didn't know if saying Chisaki's name would set Iri, so he decided to refer to him as Iri did. His decision led to that. "You had no part in that, because you're a good person." Izuku wrapped Iri in his arms and gave her a tight hug. Iri looked out the window for a bit more, then turned and looked at Izuku. "What about your hair? What does your hair mean?" Izuku would have laughed at the absurdity of the question, but he managed to stop himself. He quickly thought of an answer and said, "My hair shows I protect people. I can use it to save those around me." "How so?" Iri asked. "I'll show you," Izuku said, as he released Iri from her hug and raised his left hand up behind his ear. He made a show of twirling and weaving his hair until it solidified into the shape of a bullet. After Izuku put the bullet in Iri's hand, she intently looked over it, looking at the patterns made out of the green and purple of Izuku's hair. Later, Izuku would find it weird that Iri didn't ask what the bullet was or how it was used. The rest of the drive back to the Midoriya house was quiet. Once at the house, Iri took in all the Christmas lights that Izuku and Inko had put up at the beginning of the month. As it was still light outside, it was hard to see the lights, so Izuku made plans to bring Iri out once it got dark enough. After opening the garage door, Inko pulled the car into the garage and turned it off. Izuku carried Iri as he got out of the car and walked into the house. It seemed that with all of her free time, Inko had finished decorating the house. Garland was all over the walls and counters, as the Christmas village had been finished being set up on the mantle. A small fire within the fireplace warmed the house up. Izuku decided not to give a lecture on how it was dangerous to leave a fire unattended even if it was within the fireplace. Iri squirmed a bit, so Izuku put her down. She walked over to the Christmas tree that was in the corner. Izuku followed her and noticed that the number of presents had nearly doubled since he left the house 3 days ago. Izuku looked over at Inko as she walked into the house and pointed at the tree. "Oh, gifts from your father arrived yesterday, and some of the Marrow's employees sent a few gifts when they learned you were in the hospital," Inko said, putting her purse on the kitchen counter. "What are you and Iri in the mood for breakfast?" "I'll take some rice, and Iri like apples," Izuku said, walking towards the kitchen. He felt Iri's eyes on him, so he grabbed a chair from the table and sat in a spot where he could easily talk with Inko. But Iri could see him. "Dad sent that many gifts from America. Some of them are for the Bakugos," Inko pointed out as she grabbed an apple and began to cut it up. "By the way, they are going to be arriving after lunch to spend the afternoon and evening with us." "Okay," Izuku said, then heard Iri walking up to him. She was carrying a pillow from the couch, which made Izuku smile as she was hugging it tightly. "Are your friends coming?" Eri asked as she had heard the Bakugos being mentioned. Izuku nodded and said, "Yes, Kaken and his parents are coming over later. Are you excited to see them again?" "Not the one who growled," Eri said, causing Inko to begin laughing. She began to question which one Eri could have referred to but decided it didn't matter as both options were extremely funny. As Inko continued to work on breakfast, Eri sat with Izuku watching Inko. Once breakfast was ready, Izuku helped Eri onto a chair and together the three of them enjoyed breakfast. Once the meal was finished, Izuku and Eri returned to the living room where Eri took a nap using Izuku's chest as a pillow. While Eri slept on Izuku, he powered on his PlayStation and played different games. As this went on, Inko went around making sure the house was clean enough for their guests. Once everything was to her standard, she walked into the living room and sat across from Izuku. She smiled as she looked at Eri. "She does seem to nap a lot. You should have seen how she looked in the hideout. I'm surprised she looks as healthy as she does now," Izuku said, as he paused his game and began to comb Eri's hair. It was still coarse and dry in Izuku's hand, but he didn't mind. The body is a natural healer, but the mind can take the most time. Spending time around you will help her mind recover and overcome the trauma she experienced. She may not be able to smile right now, but one day she'll light the world with it, Inko said. The rest of the morning was quiet, and once the Bakugos arrived, the house got a bit more lively. Throughout the different games played, everyone did their best to keep their voice at a normal level to help keep Eri calm. A few times Izuku had to hold Eri in a tight hug to keep her calm, but he didn't mind at all. After dinner, it was time to open presents. Izuku received mostly t-shirts, but from his father was a limited edition All Might statue that was only released in America, with a note asking for forgiveness as he couldn't be home for Christmas. Bakugo got a good laugh as Izuku intently inspected the gift, memorizing every detail of it. Slowly the evening went by, but eventually, the sun began to go down. Once it was dark enough, Izuku excused himself and Eri. After slipping into his shoes and a heavy jacket, Izuku wrapped Eri in a blanket and carried her outside. "Where are we going?" Eri asked as Izuku opened the front door. "I wanted to show you something. Can you close your eyes for me? It's a surprise," Izuku said. Eri closed her eyes and squeezed them shut. Izuku carefully watched down the snow-covered driveway and out into the street. Then he turned around. "Okay, you can open them," Izuku said. Eri opened her eyes and saw the bright Christmas light that decorated all the surrounding houses. Izuku saw a small smile appear on Eri's face. But it didn't last very long. "Eri, this is the world you get to live in now. You don't have to worry about being hurt ever again. I'll always be there to protect you." Eri turned around and hugged Izuku and in a small voice said, "Thank you." Izuku thought he had imagined Eri's words, but then her hug got tighter. The two of them stayed outside for a bit enjoying the Christmas light. But they had to head, and once Izuku noticed Eri's cheeks began to turn red from the cold. Izuku carried Eri in. She yawned and fell asleep in his arms. Izuku walked into the living room and nodded at everyone as they looked up at him. He walked up the stairs into his room. After skillfully opening the door, Izuku walked over to his bed and laid Eri down on it. There was enough room for Izuku to lay next to Eri, but he opted to walk over to his closest and pulled out a blanket. He walked over to his desk chair and got comfortable in it by laying it back. He could hear his mom talking with Bakugos, but soon his mind drifted off to sleep. Finally home from a stressful mission, but now he had UAS entrance exam to prepare for. The rest of the holiday break went smoothly. The day after Christmas, Izuku and Inko helped Eri open the last of her gifts she hadn't opened, and seeing how she had the largest pile and tired out early on, there was quite a bit to get through. Unsurprising, most of the presents were clothing, while a few were toys. Once all the presents were opened and the trash thrown away, Izuku taught Eri how to play in the snow. Eri used her new snow clothes that Inko purchased in tandem with the little dress she brought. Izuku taught Eri how to form a snowball in her hand and then how to roll it around in the snow to make it bigger. Izuku helped Eri build a snowman, while Inko graciously provided the accessories. Izuku didn't find it so funny when Inko quickly slipped his All Might beanie onto the head of the snowman. To not sound harsh in front of Eri, Izuku seemingly stuck his tongue out at his mother, something that Inko returned and caused both of them to laugh. Through experiences such as that and others, Eri slowly began to open up to Inko. She still much preferred being around Izuku, but now he was able to leave the room to grab something without her worry. However, when school hit, Izuku still had to stay at home as it seemed Eri had a sixth sense for whenever he left the house. The teachers and principal of Aldara questioned it, so Inko had to call in, and a death in the family had happened and it was best that Izuku stayed home. With Izuku being a top student, the school fortunately didn't question it and allowed Bakugo to take more extra homework for Izuku, along with the understanding that Izuku would have to make up any test he missed when he got back. With that handled, Izuku spent the first 2 weeks of the new year allowing his body to heal. The day he could move around without too much pain, he dove back to training, lifting weights at the house and shadow sparring in his room. And when Bakugo was available, they spared to keep themselves from getting too rusty. As the while Eri would be sitting on the pushed-out-of-the-way couch, watching. She watched intently and had a hidden beam in her eyes every time Izuku won and looked like she wanted to punch Bakugo whenever he landed a hit. As though Izuku was still recovering, Bakugo didn't go easy. After 4 weeks of recovery, the day of the UA entrance exam finally arrived. Izuku woke on February 20th fully rested from the previous day. He woke up and slipped into a white t-shirt and a pair of dark green athletic pants with a matching jacket to help against the cold February weather. He quietly opened his door to the hallway, which he tiptoed down, all in an attempt to keep Eri asleep for as long as possible, hopefully long enough for him to leave. He crept down the stairs, dodging the squeaky step, and made it to the bottom floor. He exhaled, hoping that was going to be the most stressful part of his day, but was not willing to bet on it. He turned away from the steps and walked through the living room and into the kitchen, only to find that all of his effort was a waste. Not only were Inko and Eri awake, they were already enjoying breakfast. Izuku sighed in defeat as he quietly walked over to the table and sat down. Inko put a bowl of soup and grilled fish in front of him to eat, and Izuku humbly began to eat. "How long have you two been awake?" Izuku asked as he swooped up some soup and a spoon. "Barely half an hour. Eri said she wanted to help you on your big day," Inko said, using her spoon to point at Eri. "Well, thank you, Eri," Izuku said. Then the rest of breakfast was quiet as Izuku thought of the day ahead of him. Maro had called again last night asking if Izuku and Bakugo were sure they didn't want to take the recommendation test. Bakugo reaffirmed that they knew they could pass the recommendation test with flying colors. Taking the normal exam was more than a test to get in, as Bakugo had made a bet with Izuku. A bet Izuku accepted with a knowing shake to see who could earn the most points. Maro sighed at Bakugo's comment, and Izuku added they wanted to see how well they could do in the normal test. He pointed out that in the end, through the normal entrance exam, they would have a better chance to meet most of their classmates early on. Only 2 would be coming from recommendations for each class, and they want to get a sense of UAS baseline. The call ended after Maro gave another big sigh and called the 2 boys stubborn idiots, an insult that Izuku and Bakugo took with great pride, as they knew that better than anyone else. But now, after years of training and weeks of recovering, it was time to see how prepared they were to become pro heroes. Once Izuku was finished with breakfast, he grabbed his wallet and keys from the kitchen bowl and worked to head out. He was stopped as he put his shoes on. Eri came rushing over and gave Izuku a small hug. "You remember our promise? I'm going to be gone for a while. The first time you'll be without me for the day. Remember, everything is going to be okay and I'll be back for dinner. Are you ready for this?" Izuku asked. This day was just as important to him as it was to see how well Eri was doing. Even now, nearly 2 months later, Izuku could barely leave the house for 20 minutes before Eri called for him. Eri came a small nod while Inko walked over and hugged her son. "We'll be cheering for you. We've been working on showing our support." "Thank you, Eri," Izuku said, tightening the hug. "Good luck," Eri said, in the most confident voice Izuku had ever heard her speak in. It was still weak, but the best she had ever given. And that caused Izuku to start to feel his own heart beating. Now it felt like he could take on All Might and come out unharmed. Izuku wasn't crazy to think unscathed. No, maybe how much support he got from Eri. After a bit, Izuku realized something. He was still in the same spot after 5 minutes and the hug was still happening. So he said, I need to go if I'm going to make it on time." Inko and Eri held onto him for a few more seconds, then let go of him. As they pulled away, Izuku saw tears on the edge of Inko's eyes. "Mom, it's going to be okay. There is no way that I'm going to lose. It's just, I'm so happy to see you acting all grown up," Inko said. Izuku wasn't immature by no means. Inko wished Izuku acted his age a bit more, but ever since he had to start taking care of Eri, Inko just smiled, thinking maybe she didn't have to worry so much about the future and what could happen. Izuku looked Inko in the eyes and smiled. "Okay, you can go on." Izuku nodded as he stood up. He walked to the garage and got onto his bike. After backing it out to the garage and down the driveway, Izuku looked towards the front room window and saw Inko and Eri staring out at him. He waved as he slipped his helmet on. As soon as he had the strap tightened, Bakugo suddenly said, "Thank God. I thought I was going to $C King throw up if I had to watch any more of that." "Hey Kaken, I thought you didn't swear in front of Eri," Izuku said as he allowed his bike to roll into the street. Bakugo pulled up beside him in a similar outfit that was black instead of dark green. "Ha, that little twerp can't hear me right now," Bakugo said, looking over at Izuku. They met eyes and laughed a bit, Izuku doing so as he found it hilarious that Bakugo wouldn't swear in front of Eri, even though he did with his own mother. Bakugo laughed nervously, really hoping Aunt Inko couldn't read his lips through the motorcycle helmet. "So you ready to ace this exam?" Izuku paused for a second, sitting up on his bike. He looked at Eri in the window and winked. 3, 2, 1, go. Izuku suddenly shifted his bike into first gear and shot off down the road. $C King cheat," Bakugo said in Izuku's ear and took off after him. They raced out of the neighborhood and through the streets of Musutafu. From their house, UA High was visible, but they still had to weave their way through the downtown city streets to get the world's #1 hero school. As they raced down the streets, luckily hitting all greens, Bakugo slowly worked his way to catch back to Izuku, but he never had a chance as Izuku had always been a better driver, video game, or on their bikes. To keep his lead in the last stretch, Izuku twisted the throttle hard as he pulled his front wheel up. Now in a wheelie, Izuku began to pull ahead even more. Bakugo began yelling, but he couldn't catch up as Izuku passed in front of UA's gate. Izuku yelled excitedly, but then he heard a scream of panic. He looked forward and right in his path was a girl. Slamming on the brakes, Izuku went from riding on the back tire to balancing on the front tire. The tire squealed as it was forced to come to a sudden stop, and just in enough time. Izuku looked forward and saw that he was only a few inches from the girl. Before the weight of the motorcycle could crush the front axle, Izuku leaned back and the rest of the bike came to the ground. Izuku quickly put his feet on the ground to hold the bike steady and pulled off his helmet. Izuku looked at the girl, noticing she had brown bob-cut hair and pink cheeks, and she looked very angry. She was wearing a brown jacket and had a pink scarf around her neck. Izuku quickly flipped up the mouthguard of the helmet as he gave a small smile and said, "Sorry, got a little excited there. You almost hit me," the girl yelled, pulling her backpack around and hitting Izuku across the face, then using it to repeatedly hit him in the arm. Luckily, only a few people were around, one of whom was Bikago, who was laughing his head off. All right, I said I was sorry," Izuku said, raising his hand to defend from the backpack and the girl using it to attack. "I should have paid better attention to where I was driving." "Yes, you should have," the girl said, attacking Izuku one last time and then slipping her backpack over her shoulder. Izuku watched as the girl walked through the gate, then looked over at Bakugo, who was still laughing his head off. "Come, let's just park our bikes and get in. The ceremony should be starting soon," Izuku said in an embarrassed tone. He slipped off his bike and they walked over to a parking lot that was across from UA. In sync, they dropped their kickstand and slid their helmets over the handles. They turned and walked across the street. As they walked, an announcement that the UA entrance exam ceremony would begin soon. Izuku and Bakugo quickly picked up their pace, got their exam numbers, and managed to get to their seats right as the light turned off. "Can I get a hell yeah?" Present Mike called out as he walked onto the stage. As usual, he wanted to get a resounding response but wasn't expecting the same. However, when two voices yelled out in response, loud enough to sound like a group of 20, Present Mike got a small smile. He scanned the crowd and came across an ash blonde with spiky hair and a purple and green ponytail. The purple and green ponytail even had their hands up to their mouth to make themselves louder. "Thank you to those two listeners. Now welcome to UAS entrance exam. This exam will assist in 2 parts. A written portion where you will have to answer 100 questions within an hour and a half. At the end of the allotted time, you must return the worksheet, and then we will move on to the physical portion of the test. The worksheet will now be handed out." While everyone waited for someone to start handing out worksheets, only Bakugo and Izuku looked down at their armrest to see a worksheet and pencil sliding out. As Izuku and Bakugo grabbed the page, more and more people noticed themselves and grabbed their copy. Once everyone had their worksheet, Present Mike said, "Begin." A large countdown appeared on the screen behind Present Mike and everyone tore into their worksheet. Izuku looked down at the first question and was surprised by the level of education it was. UA was known as a high school, but the question was almost college level in complexity. Yet Izuku only had to read over it twice to fully understand and solve the question. He stole a glance over to Bakugo and saw that he was already on the 3rd question, and with time still counting down, Izuku moved to the next question. As the hour and a half was counted down, Izuku could hear people mumbling under their breath and writing down their answers. Izuku worked not to become distracted as he worked on his own questions. At the hour mark, Present Mike announced that to signal that they were down, the examinees simply had to return the worksheet back to the slit it had first arrived in. With only 3 questions to go and after a quick review of the question he was more uncertain of, Izuku returned his worksheet to the slit. It quickly took the page back like a DVD sliding to a player. Izuku then looked over and saw Bakugo returning his worksheet. Once the countdown reached 0, an air horn was blown and Present Mike announced that anyone who was caught still answering questions would forfeit their enrollment and be asked to leave a public humiliation form that Present Mike had control over. After a few moments, Present Mike received a notification that all worksheets had been returned and he could move on to the physical portion of the exam. Alright, it's time to move on to the physical portion of the entrance exam. For this test, each of you will be given a card with the location of where you will be taking the exam. Once all participants have arrived, the exam will begin, which will consist of you fighting 4 types of robots. As Present Mike spoke, the screen behind him showed the silhouette of 4 robots. Each robot will be worth a different number of points, and with increasing points, so do the challenge of defeating them. You have the 1-point robots. They are fast but the easiest to destroy, a good way to earn points by attacking several all at the same time. The silhouette of the 1-point robot turned on and showed that it had little armor. You can think of these like Goombas from Nintendo. There's a lot, but they're easy to handle. Next, you have the 2-point robots. They are still pretty fast but have much stronger armor. You'll have to be precise with your attack to damage them. The silhouette of the 2-point robot appeared and it showed that while it had a similar build to the 1-pointer, it had more armor over its body. Think of Koopa-like harder, but the same strategies work. Then you have the 3-point robots. These are much slower but are built to withstand your strongest attack. You'll have to be smart when you deal with them. They're the chain chomps of the exams. Now you'll be receiving your location cards. A slot opened on Izuku's armrest and he pulled it out. He was placed in exam area D, which Izuku showed to be Kago. Bakugo laughed as he showed he had exam area. Izuku shook his head as Bakugo had to make the dumbest things a competition. Yet Izuku laughed alongside his best friend. Excuse me, present mic sir. You said there were 4 robots, but you've only mentioned 3. I don't believe a school such as UA would miss such an oversight. An examinee with short blue hair and a stiff posture stood up. On ice, examinee number 1587. We like to leave this robot unknown as a surprise, but I'll explain it to help with the confusion. The last robot is known as the 0-point robots, and there is only one pre-exam area. It not worthy of any points as nigh impossible to destroy as a test within itself, like Thumps. If nothing else, it's a good way to show off your strength, but be warned it built to withstand a level of strength. So if you struggle with any other robot, I do not suggest trying to attack it. Present Mike said. Oh, thank you, sir. Examinee number 1587 said, then said down. Happy to help a little listener. With that, please exit this room and find the bus that had your exam letter on it. Present Mike said, then walked off stage. Izuku walked with the crowd of examinees until he was outside. He quickly spotted a bus with a massive D on the side of it. After saying bye to Bikago, Izuku walked over to the bus and got on. He sat towards the back and closed his eyes, some stress appearing in his mind. So he began to repeat the phrase his mother had taught him. Emotion starts in the heart, the core of a person's soul. It flowed through the lungs and swells with power. Then it flows through veins and moves the body. It goes from a person's feet to the end of the hand. He repeated the phrase in his mind until he felt the bus begin to slow down and then shortly after come to a complete stop. He opened his eyes and saw a lot of examinee rushing to get off the bus into the fake city that was their exam area. As he looked over everyone, he saw a recently familiar hairstyle. It was the girl he had almost run over. Though he had already apologized, he still wanted to say sorry again. Izuku was one of the last few people who filed off the bus. Once off, Izuku scanned the growing crowd for the girl. It took a few passes, but eventually he was about to spot her sitting under a tree. She appeared to be meditating, as she was sitting cross-legged and her arms resting in her lap. At least that's what it looked like, as she did not seem calm at all. Izuku silently walked over and leaned against the tree. You know it's better to sit in the sun when you're meditating. The warmth helps relax your body. That way your body doesn't have to work so hard to keep warm, especially in this kind of weather, Izuku said as he looked up at the semi-clear sky with the sun coming down and warming the midwinter spring air. The girl opened an eye and looked up at Izuku, then she closed her eyes. She must have suddenly recognized Izuku as her eyes shot back open. What are you doing here? I'm taking the entrance exam. As for talking to you, just want to give some words of advice and to say sorry again. Izuku said, shouldn't that have been obvious? Second and third years had the day while and all teachers would be something to watch the exam. Who else would he possibly be? The girl stood up as a confused look appeared on her face. You're taking the entrance exam. But you were riding a motorcycle, don't you at least have to be 16 to have a license, making you a second year? Izuku smiled as he hadn't thought about it like that. Guessed he was just used to having a bike that he had momentarily forgotten it was a special treatment. Oh, yeah, that's understandable. I have a few connections in Kaken and I were able to get our licenses for our 15th birthday, Izuku said, pushing off from the tree and walking around to look straight at the girl. Kaken, the girl said, tilting her head. She had never heard a name like that before. Katsuki Bakugo, he was the guy laughing at me, riding the other motorcycle. Sorry, I never introduced myself, Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said, holding out a hand. Ochako Uraraka. Ochako introduced herself but didn't shake Izuku's hand. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, withdrawing his arm and folding it across his chest. He found it odd that Ochako didn't return the greeting. Maybe she was still mad about him nearly running her over. So who do you know that lets you get a motorcycle license? Ochako asked. That was an innocent question enough. One of my mother's old colleagues, Izuku said, and then the starting gun went off. Without excusing himself, Izuku's instinct kicked in and he took off towards the opening door. As he slipped through the crowd and into the fake city, he heard others yell, "What about a countdown?" That must have been an expected question as the intercom turned on and Present Mike said, "There is no countdown in real life. You better hurry as two of you already have points. Izuku looked around and noticed cameras over the fake city. He looked up and watched as 1-pointer and 2-pointer fell over, a small hole through both of their heads. Izuku allowed his arm to transform back as he looked at his left bicep, staring down at his tattoo. The same tattoo that Bakugo was the first to point out, and after some investigation it had turned out it was an ammo counter, so Izuku could tell when he got low on ammo and needed to make more. The tattoo was made of tiny bullet shapes, each of them color coordinated, and when Izuku hit his max of 300 bullets it would wrap around his upper arm like a tribunal tattoo. As Izuku began running towards a building, he counted 50 bullets in total. He had been to project velocity's range to keep his skills sharp, but was now cursing himself for having taken the time to restock his ammo. Izuku planned that the second he had a chance to breathe he would restock his ammo, but first, he had to get to a vantage point. Izuku ran inside the building and directed himself to the stairs. Not even bothering with the elevator, Izuku began to quickly climb the stairs of the 10-story building. Within 2 minutes Izuku got to the top and shot the lock off the door. Kicking the door open, Izuku rushed out onto the roof. He slowed down to catch his breath as he neared the edge of the building. Looking down, he saw the chaos that was UAS entrance exam. People were running around using their quirks to destroy the robots. Some were easily winning against the 1- and 2-point robots, while some were having to team together. Yet in the chaos, Izuku didn't notice a single person easily handling the 3-point robots. Izuku sighed as he transformed his right arm and took up position, resting his barrel on the rake of the building. Izuku knelt down and then quickly began to pick off robots. Some were nowhere near people, others Izuku got to mere seconds before someone else. He was gaining points quickly and soon lost count, focusing soloing on taking shots. It didn't take long for Izuku to run out of bullets, a clicking sound coming from his arm when that happened. So Izuku quickly raised his left hand into his hair and began weaving bullets. A skill he had gotten so good at that he was able to weave 3 bullets at the same time. The moment they solidified, Izuku slipped them into his right arm and began firing again. Since he was able to weave bullets at such a high amount, even with him taking shots when he was slowly restocking his ammo. Izuku looked over the city, seeing the different examinees fending for their lives, when he came across something that caught his attention. He came across an examinee who was by himself and was struggling to dodge an attack from a group of 6 1-pointers. The purple-haired examinee narrowly dodged an attack but was then knocked to the ground by a different attack. Izuku instantly focused on the 1-pointer that was able to launch a third attack and didn't hesitate to fire a shot. Itoshi Shinsu hates everything about the physical portion of the exam. It clearly catered to the more straightforward and destructive quirks, leaving no room for quirks like his that only worked on living things. Yet he still applied for it, having a backup plan of generals, and after managing to finish the stressful written portion, he was now faced with the robots. Once the exam had begun, Shinsu immediately distanced himself from others to work on his plan. To show that even without extra strength, he could show he was able to handle himself and be noticed. Shinsu's reflex was above par. Teaching him how to prepare body language gave him an unexpected advantage, and he had been able to stay untouched for a bit. Yet it didn't do him much good when it mattered. When the physical exam had begun, Shinsu had gained a quick 2 points using some debris to destroy 2 1-pointers. Yet as more and more people filed into the fake city, he knew if he didn't have to distance himself, others would steal his kills, nor would it help his plan to be noticed. And that's what led him to his current situation. A group of 6 1-pointers had boxed him, and with attacks coming from all sides, was making it hard to stay untouched. So when the first attack managed to hit him, Shinsu fell to the ground. He was ready for more attacks to come, but then he heard the sound of metal being broken. He looked up and saw that one of the 1-pointers had its fist a mere centimeter away from his face. Shinsu followed the arm up to the robot's head and first noticed that its glowing red eye was no longer glowing. It wasn't there anymore. In its place was a bullet hole that went through to the back of its head. The 1-point robot shook a bit before falling face first into the ground. Shin knew to roll to the side so as not to be crushed by the fist. As the other 1-pointer looked at their fallen comrade, analyzing to see what had happened, something hit the ground next to Shinsu's hand. Shinsu looked at it and saw that it was purple and green. Was it bullet-shaped? And was that a speaker on the butt end? "Forgive me for stealing your kill, but it looked like you needed some help." A voice came through the bullet as if it was a walkie-talkie. This made it so Shinsu was no longer the only one looking at the bullet-shaped object, as all the 1-pointers narrowed on it, as if they were trying to figure out what it was and where it had come from. "I don't need any help from you. I can do this on my own," Shinsu said. He had trained and prepared for this, trying not to let any of his old classmates decide his future for him. He was going to become a hero. "Understandable. Then I'll watch as you handle the other 1-pointers," the voice said, calmly, as if the owner of it was going to relax and sit back in a lawn chair. Shinsu waited for a snarky remark or for his helper to go against his word and destroy the 5 1-pointers. Yet nothing happened. "I'm waiting," the voice said as if judging Shinsu's actions. Shinsu didn't say anything and the one-pointers didn't move. Are you not attacking, as perhaps your quirk is not oriented towards combats? The voice said, I've noticed many others struggling in similar situations as their quirks are not suited for situations such as this or they're not strong enough. Usually, it would make sense to do so. They team up with others and work with others. Yet you haven't. Why? Shinsu's pride flared up a bit at that. Is that what a hero was? Or the only kind of people that could be heroes? Ones that could throw stronger punches and cause physical damage? You mean those that aren't suited to be heroes? I didn't say that. A hero can come from any quirks, despite what the media has others to prove. Clearly you believe the same, otherwise you won't be here or to prove everyone wrong. The voice said, as if reading Shinsu's thoughts. Well, there are some quirks that are flashy and more straightforward. Every quirk has its uses. You just have to wait for the time to show them. Shinsu just looked at the bullet, confused as it seemed the person speaking through it was peering into his mind, seeing all those who had called his quirk villainous and never meant to be a hero. However, you won't get the chance to do so if you don't earn some points. The voice pointed out, if Shinsu didn't get in now, it would be an uphill battle, even harder than before to get transferred to the hero course. Yeah, I don't need you help, Shinsu reiterated. Okay, then how about some advice? There's a small switch on the back of all the robots' heads, the voice said in a more casual tone. Shinsu had to suddenly roll as the one-pointers began to attack again. However, instead of fully dodging, Shinsu dodged just enough to give him space to get back on his feet. Shinsu then raced up the robot's arm and jumped over its head. Wait, why was Shinsu believing this random stranger? Was it because he had taken time to already help Shinsu? No, there were other reasons, the main being deep down Shinsu knew this might likely be his best chance of earning points. Shinsu jumped over the head of the one-pointer and flipped onto it back. He looked at the neck and didn't see a switch, just a small hatch. The hatch made sense. If the off switch was out in the upper, everyone would just switch from destroying the robots to turning them off. Hanging on tight, Shinsu grabbed the hatch and pulled it open. Inside was a red switch that Shinsu flicked off. The one-pointer powered down then slumped forward. As Shinsu rode on it back, he couldn't believe it. There was a switch and it actually worked. He might actually be about to earn points to be noticed. Shinsu turned and looked at the remaining one-pointers. Now that he knew their secret, he had a plan for how to win. As the practical portion of the entrance exam was occurring, the staff of UA that oversaw first-year students were all sitting in an observation booth, with monitors all over the walls watching to see the potential of their potential student. It seems we have quite the batch of people this year. In the past, the points have been more spread out, but this year they are more separated, Principal Nezu said as he and the other first-year teacher looked over the different exam areas. Many robots had been destroyed, yet it was nowhere close to the number UA had at its disposal. Yes, only a batch of them are gaining points quickly, Vlad King said as he looked at a red-haired kid taking a hit from a 2-point, only to return the favor and easily destroy the robot. Yes, but each goes about it their own way. Some through brute force, Ms. Midnight said, gesturing to a screen that Vald King was looking at. Some have more finesse to their actions. She gestured to a screen that showed Bakugo skillfully jumping up the arms of the robot before blasting the heads with his quirk, so require only a bit more help. This time the monitor showed Ochako taking away the gravity of several robots before crushing them to the floor. Some only require a new method of action. Shinasu was seen jumping on the back of a 2-pointer and flipped the switch on the back of its head. That purple-haired kid, how did he learn about the switches? They're well hidden and that students aren't informed about beforehand, Powerloader said as he was the one who designed the robots. While he could have left the switch inaccessible, Principal Nezu asked to be accessible for the more observative examinee. Yet in the years since Powerloader became a teacher at UA, no one had ever gone for the switches. Area D, do we have any cameras on the main central building? Eraserhead asked, having only paid attention to a specific monitor for a while. He was seeing a weird sight that he wanted to have a close look at. This confused his fellow teachers as they had never known him to show interest in a particular examinee. Principal Nezu tapped a few keys and the main screen switched to the roof camera. It showed Izuku kneeling at the edge of the building with his arms slowly moving away following different robots. As he looked through his scope, oh hey, that's one of the little listeners that responded to my introduction. Can I give him some bonus points in the form of rescue points? Present Mike said. Mike, your introduction doesn't matter right now. Look at the kid's arm, Eraserhead said as all of the teachers focused on Izuku's arm. He fired off some bullets before leaning back from his scope to look for more robots to handle his arms, it looks like. Lady Nagant, Principal Nezu said, being the first one to say the name of the traitorous hero in 9 years. And with the name being said, it felt like the room fell a few degrees in temperature, as if stating her name, being her presence was enough to do so. All the teachers remembered the day her name flashed across Japan's media and news outlets. A pro-hero turned villain. It took the HPSC and other pro-heroes months to rebuild the trust that Lady Nagant had fractured. Wasn't that hero that was arrested after killing 2 heroes? She was sent to Tartarus, wasn't she? Present Mike said. Not believe that a kid as good as Izuku could be related to Lady Nagin. He had responded to Present Mike's introduction, the first ever, and that had made the loud blonde's day. Yeah, I never knew she had a kid. Snipe said. Examine number 15427. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, arm launcher. Principal Nezu said as Izuku exam information and Quirk file appeared on a side screen. Born to Hisashi and Inko Midoriya. Father was a contract worker for a security company but was then promoted to foreign affairs. Mother is a stay-at-home mom. And there's more, he has a police record. What trouble has he gotten into so far? Eraserhead asked. While a police record wasn't an immediate expulsion, it depended on what was on the record. Principal Nezu tapped a few more keys and a mugshot of Izuku was shown. Not a good start, but then Midnight pointed out, he's smiling. I thought you weren't allowed to smile for your mugshot. Staring back at the teacher was a photo of Izuku Midoriya, who looked like he was having the best time of his life. Unusually for someone to be showing when getting their mugshot. And look, there's no nameplate or ID number, it's just a photo. Cementos pointed out the oddity. As usual, a mugshot had the person's name, their state ID number, and then a code of what they had been arrested for. Let's have a look at the arrests, Snipe said. If Izuku's mugshot was unusual, then perhaps his arrests held the answers. Principal Nezu pulled up the files of arrests. But to the surprise of the teacher, all had been pardoned. Strange, Izuku Midoriya's files had him arrested for assault. Assault with quirk, illegal quirk usage. Look at the illegal quirk usage. There's only one of those and it's early on, Present Mike said, drawing everyone's attention to one of the first few files. Principal Nezu selects the only illegal quirk usage arrest file and all the teachers read over the account. What is a bodyguard license? 13 asked, and it seemed none of the teachers were familiar with it either. It's similar to a hero license. It allows the owner to use their quirk within a dangerous situation to either protect themselves or someone else, usually a political figure or CEOs. All Might said, speaking up for the first time, as he had sent his focus on watching his successor. You are correct, All Might. However, as the test is extremely demanding physically and mentally, most go for a hero license as it allows for free usage of their quirks. However, I had not heard of someone so young having such a license, Principal Nezu said, reading the line of Izuku receiving his license at the age of 13. That doesn't explain why all of the arrests were pardons. Even with jail time or community service, he won't have the time to make up for everything, Present Mike said. As Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo were not the instigators of the fight, and were merely using their quirks and talents to protect others, the motion of pardon is accepted, Eraserhead said, reading the last section of the report. Why kind of police station pardons a pair of teenagers for something like that? Principal Nezu looked up from his tablet where he had read the other arrest reports, a station who has run with said teenagers multiple times. In each of the reports, it states that Midoriya and Bakugo were doing civil duties to protect others. Some go as far to point that the people they assault were assaulting others, and that the two of them only went so far to dissuade the other person from fighting back. Sounds like those two know how to get around the law, Snipe said, as that could be dangerous for heroes in training. If they knew how to get around the law, they could eventually stop disciplining themselves, and one day they could go too far. True. Further, each report is signed by Officer Nico of the Mufasta General Police Department. Someone is keeping an eye out for those two, Principal Nezu said. Are we going to expel them? Midnight asked. They had run into trouble case students before, all with different sorts of problems, ranging from no control over their quirk to horrible personality. Yet Yue had never seen a pair of potential students with a rap sheet like this. Normally just one of these arrests would be grounds to do so, but it seems that each time circumstances were in favor of letting the boys go. If the local police see it fit not to hold anything against them, I don't see why we can't do the same, Principal Nezu said. This is one of your philosophical reasons that you won't explain, Eraserhead said, making it not sound like a question at all. Yes, and it perfectly goes along with a question I have asked all over you, Principal Nezu said, but then his aura went a little dark. Yet I believe it would be best to keep a close eye on Midoriya and Bakugo. Now, Principal Nezu swiped on his tablet and a redacted file appeared on the main monitor. I found this from the Hero Public Safety Commission, and as you can see it's heavily redacted. By who? Midnight asked. One Fumiko Mero. Vlad King, reading the signature on the redacted file. Look at the heading, Project Velocity. Think the kids have had some early training. From his position, he certainly knows how to utilize his quirk. He went for a high vantage point, allowing him to see the entire battlefield and pick up any target he wanted to. Snipe said, as he had done something similar during his entrance exam. Yet he still moved around to keep robots within his range. And the other one, Bakugo. He has excellent control over his quirk, using it to get in close, destroy the robots, and then move on. He is not wasting his quirk on second guessing or wasted movement. He's confident in himself and his skills. Principal Nezu, can we open a comm around Midoriya? Looks like he is talking to someone. He got some kind of earpiece, Eraserhead said, as he noticed something sticking out of Izuku's ear. Principal Nezu nodded as he typed a few keys. As the camera on Izuku reappeared on the main monitor, a small buzz came through and then Izuku's voice came through. Shinso, you've got another group of 4 one-pointers coming on your right in 2 blocks. No one is around. Easy pickings. On it. Shinso's voice came through. Principal Nezu looked up Shinso's examination number and revealed he was the examinee who knew about the off switch. Uraraka, you got a duo of 3-pointers 100 yards south of your position. Got a girl with vines for hair struggling to keep them at bay. Think you can help her out? Izuku asked, as he took a shot and pierced the head of a 3-pointer robot. The head suddenly glowed red and then melted, causing the robot to fall over. I'm now on my way. Which way is south? Ochako asked. You're 9 o'clock, Izuku said. Principal Nezu pulled up Ochako's file and switched a screen to her. The teachers looked between the 3 of them and how Izuku was feeding them information. It seemed like they were moving like a well-oiled machine, as if they had trained together. Yet, I thought friends and classmates were supposed to separate for the exam. Present Mike said, the others nodding in agreement. Principal Nezu scanned the files of the 3 and stated, nothing in their files suggests they met each other before today. Midoriya is local while Shinsu and Uraraka are from out of town. So obviously the Midoriya boy has training if he's able to effectively lead 2 people he's never met before through the exam while keeping points for himself. It seems he's keeping the northwest section of Area D for himself, while giving Shinsu control of the east and while Ochako has the south. Quite the leader, Vlad King pointed out. Impressive indeed, but I would like to come back to young Midoriya's connection to Lady Nagant. She was a top hero and could make the billboard if her public opinion was more friendly in her later years as a hero. All Might said, bringing the conversation back to the point that had caught their interest in the first place. Yes, there is still much that clouds the truth of that day. Principal Nezu said, you read the story, she killed 2 up-and-coming pro-heroes. Gunshots to the head, purple and pink bullets found around the scene. Midnight stated, a story likely created by someone within the media. Eraserhead voiced his opinion. He never held the media highly, so no matter how true or honest the stories seemed, Eraserhead never fully believed them. In fact, the more truthful and honest the story seemed, the less Eraserhead believed it. Then there is this Project Velocity, led by this Fumiko Mero. I for one have never heard of such a program. While it doesn't sound villainous, I am still curious about what part it plays in all this. All Might said, are you suggesting Midoriya might be a villain like Lady Nagant, sent to infiltrate UA? Are you saying we shouldn't allow him to enroll? Snipe suggested, nothing that black and white, but I am suggesting we keep an eye on young Midoriya. A close one at that, while we work to figure out how everything fits in the puzzle. Not to find out if young Midoriya is a villain or what his exact connection to Lady Nagant is, but to better understand where one of the next top heroes is coming from. All Might said, you believe that kid can be the next #1 hero? Eraserhead said. All Might nodded. If he turns out to be an honest kid, then yes. I mean, if you count the points he's given to young Shinso and young Uraraka, he is well on his way to placing a 3rd top score, right behind Endeavor and myself. All the teachers looked at the Izuku score, now at 96, and still increasing, while the points Ochako and Shinso had were a collective 84. Even if Ochako and Shinsu earned some points for themselves, Izuku's collective score could be at least 160. Endeavor's score was 218 while All Might's was 287. They watched Izuku take a few shots, each one increasing Izuku's score. In 9 minutes Izuku had gotten his score up to 125, the whole time giving callouts to Ochako and Shinsu. It didn't seem he was slowing down either. While UA didn't suspect having to use many robots during the entrance exam, there was a nigh unlimited amount of them. And with every robot Izuku shot and killed, another was released in Exam Area D, meaning Izuku wouldn't have to slow down. All Might, how about we test your theory of young Midoriya? Powerloader, I believe it's time to send in the 0-pointers, Principal Nezu said. Powerloader nodded, then leaned forward and pressed a red-lit button. Izuku shot his last bullet and heard a clicking noise as he tried to fire another one. Izuku cursed himself as he had lost count of his bullets. Izuku quickly raised his left hand to his hair and began to weave more bullets. As any support equipment was not allowed in the exam, Izuku didn't have any of his hair dyed, so he was stuck with normal bullets. As Izuku worked to reload, he felt the ground begin to rumble. He inserted the bullet in his arm, then heard Ochako ask, anyone else feeling that? Yeah, is it someone's quirk? Like a last-ditch attempt to get points, Shinsu suggested. No, it's the 0-pointer. I haven't seen any robot that looks like the 0-pointer. It must be like a final gauntlet kind of thing. Present Mike did say it was a good way to show off our quirks, Izuku said. He looked over the city and he could see smoke coming from the south. Uraraka, it looks like it is coming from your part of town. Izuku waited for Ochako to respond, but she didn't. Uraraka, are you there? There was some static. The Ochako's voice came through faintly, as if the bullet from far from her. I'm stuck. A piece of rubble fell and pinned my leg. I can't pull my leg out and I can't reach it with my hand and use my quirk. Izuku jumped up and looked at where the smoke was coming from. Now he could see the zero-pointer with his naked eye, and he could see the wave of examinees running from it. Going down the stairs will be too slow. He won't be able to get to Ochako in enough time. Izuku stood up on the edge and looked down. He was 10 floors up and had no sensible quick way to get down. Though he had one trick, the timing was hard and it took more than just one bullet to achieve. It was the only way he would survive a 10-floor drop, and it was going to hurt. Izuku looked back at the group of examinees running from the zero-pointer. They were in trouble and needed help. "Ah, screw it," Izuku said, and with a deep breath took a step forward. He felt gravity take effect, and his hair was whipped back as he fell. As he fell, Izuku aimed his right arm down, bracing his shoulder with his left hand, and as he passed the 6th floor he released a shot that sounded like a cannon. Again at the 4th floor, then the 2nd, then one last time as he reached the 1st floor. As Izuku hit the ground, he had to roll to keep his legs from getting injured, but he made it down without too much damage. Though his right shoulder was starting to hurt, if he hadn't braced it with his left it would have most likely become dislocated, pushing the pain to the back of his head. Izuku got to his feet and headed towards the natural beacon his calm bullet he had given to Ochako was giving him. As he ran down the street, he had to push through hordes of people, all of them yelling to run in the opposite direction. He could feel himself getting closer to the bullet, so he continued to run until he saw Ochako stuck under some debris. Izuku slid like a baseball player, stopping right next to Ochako. He looked over the piece of rubble. It appeared to be from a wall and had rebars sticking out of it at out angles. She looked at Izuku and grimaced. "My leg, it's pinned. Is it broken?" Izuku asked as he tried to lift the rubble off Ochako's legs, but it was too heavy. If Ochako's leg was broken, then Izuku would have to switch tactics, as trying to lift it would just irritate the break even more. "I can't tell. The feeling from my leg disappeared as soon as it got pinned," Ochako said. She saw Izuku transform his arm and stick it underneath and try to use it as leverage, but the rock barely moved. "Do you have any more special bullets like the one you gave me?" "None that would be useful. I would need hair dye," Izuku said as he shifted to try and push the debris off of Ochako, but that worked even less than his previous attempts. But he wasn't deterred, so he kept on trying to remove the rubble from Ochako's leg, until he felt the sun get blocked from view. Ochako noticed it too and both looked up, only to see the zero-pointed robots looking down at them. Its glowing eye stared as it peered into their soul, judging them. Izuku chuckled nervously while Ochako yelled and began fanatically to get out of the rubble. On instinct, Izuku aimed his right hand up and fired a shot. Yet all he could hear was the bullet bouncing off the outer metal shell of the zero-point robot. There was no way he was penetrating that armor. Even if he did a higher pressurized shot, it would most likely dislocate his shoulder. And there was no guarantee that would stop the robot, and then they would seriously be in trouble. Then again, this was a test. There was no serious way UA would let people get killed, would they? Yet UA as a school was known for their extreme methods, and accidents could be handled at any turn. Izuku looked up at the zero-pointer, its hand beginning to close to grab Izuku and Ochako. As logic and reason left Izuku's mind, he immediately raised his right arm again and felt the pressure begin to build up in his arm. He held it until he couldn't withstand it anymore. With a yell, he released a shot that shattered the nearby glass. Izuku was forced to the ground from the shot, his legs buckling and causing his head to hit the ground. He looked up through fuzzy eyes as his bullet went screaming through the air and knocking the head of the zero-pointer clean off its shoulders. Pressure from the bullet was enough to hit the chin of the zero-pointer and cave in immediately, only to be followed by the entire head nearly being knocked clean off. Izuku clenched his teeth, nearly breaking them, as pain shot through his right shoulder and then down his entire arm. He barely made out the bell going off signaling the end of the exam. Izuku fought through the pain and sat up. He watched as 2 medical droids arrived and lifted the rubble off of Ochako's leg. She crawled over and Izuku helped to sit up. "Nice to see you again. I'm Izuku Midoriya," Izuku said as he held his left hand onto his right shoulder. It wasn't fully dislocated, but ligaments were screaming in pain. He would need to put an ice pack on when he got home. "Ochako Uraraka, thanks for all your help. You directed me perfectly to robot groups I could handle." "Why?" Ochako asked as she leaned against a small piece of debris. She looked up to the sky as she caught her breath. "I lost count of my points, figured I had enough. I wanted to make up for nearly running you over, so I helped you out a bit. Though your points were earned by you, I just told you where you could find them." Izuku said. "About Shinsu. Why help him?" Ochako asked, as she lazily turned her head to look at Izuku. "Don't know." I could see how disappointed he was. It was clear that his quirk wasn't suited for a test like this, but I could see how much he wanted to be a hero. So I told him about the power switches on the back of the robots. Same as you though, he had to work to flip those switches, Izuku said, and he wanted to see what kind of hero Shinsu would become. Well, aren't you two a cute couple? A voice said. Izuku freaked out and began looking around. His eyes fell on Recovery Girl, and he became so excited in meeting her he could completely forget what she had just said. We're not a couple, we just met today, Ochako mumbled. Recovery Girl just smiled as she knelt next to Ochako. She slowly rolled Ochako's tattered pant leg up and looked it over. It was a bright red and was slowly turning purple. Well, it's not broken, just sprained and you got a nasty bruise. One kiss should be good enough, Recovery Girl said as she sent down her cane on the floor. Kiss? Ochako asked, then was suddenly kissed by a large pair of lips. She felt her leg heal but then felt a wave of exhaustion come over her. It felt as if she had just run a marathon and her body was running out of adrenaline. She looked down and saw the bruise on her leg quickly disappeared. Recovery Girl. Her quirk allows her to kiss someone and accelerate their natural healing process, Izuku said as he moved his right shoulder a bit. The smallest movement sent flares of pain through his body. Now for you, dear, I saw how you got down that building. Your arm must be in great pain, Recovery Girl said, as she walked over and moved the remains of Izuku's jacket and shirt out of the way. His arm was raw red and there was a shallow cut that went down the back of his tricep. Blood was slowly moving down the back of his arm. Not the dumbest way I've used my quirk, Izuku said. Recovery Girl gave Izuku a kiss and his body relaxed, though he didn't appear as exhausted as Ochako. Recovery Girl then helped both to their feet and bid them a good afternoon. Ochako took a few steps but was too exhausted to continue walking. Izuku came to the rescue, looped one of her arms over his shoulder and helped her walk. As they walked, Ochako asked the question, so are you from around here? Yeah, I live in Musutafu. What about you? Izuku asked as they walked around a destroyed two-pointer with its chest caved in. Around the Mai prefecture, Ochako answered as they continued to walk. Many other examinees watched them, giving them a wide berth as they had seen how Izuku had destroyed the zero-pointer. Some said it was a dumb move and he wasted time to get more points, while others were amazed by Izuku's quirk and how he handled the zero-pointer seemingly so easily. That's a good day for a train ride away. You must have ridden through the night to get to UA on time, Izuku asked as the entrance gate came into view. Actually, I'm staying at an apartment complex that an old friend of my parents owns. For now, he's letting me use a vacant room. If I get into UA, then we'll have to work out a longer deal. Ochako said that was only partly true, as it wasn't a question of whether she was going to get into UA. Even if she didn't, she had friends in the background who could pull some strings to get her in. What apartment complex? Izuku asked. 50-minute bus right north of UA. Sunrise Apartment, near Takoba Beach, Ochako said as they passed the entrance gate. Benches with refreshments had been set up. Izuku helped Ochako over to it and together they sat down. Oh, Kaken and I live over there. If you want, so you don't have to deal with the bus fare, I can drive you home, Izuku said, as he looked through the different coolers and chose a sports drink. Ochako's face immediately got a little red and she had to turn from Izuku to hide her face. Once she calmed down a bit, she said, that sounds like a kind gesture, but I don't think I like how you drive. Again, sorry about that. Promise that not I typically drive. Guess I was just working myself up for the exam, Izuku said, as he opened his energy drink and downed most of it. Please let me do this, then I won't bring it back up again. Ochako looked away from Izuku, a million thoughts running through her head. The main prominent one is that this could work for being able to get close to him. Ochako looked at Izuku and took everything in. His destroyed jacket and t-shirt showed off his toned right arm, his chiseled chin that he held up with confidence, his dark purple eyes that bore into her soul. Yet he spoke softly and comfortably. Ochako sighed as he dropped her head into her hands, forgetting her mission. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but yes, I will let you drive me home. Thank you. Now drink and eat a sandwich. It will help with exhaustion, Izuku said, sliding a sports drink and sandwich over to Ochako. Ochako accepted them and slowly ate them. As she did, she could feel her body's energy refill and she felt like she could keep her eyes open. The two of them sat at the table for a few minutes to recover, eating the food that had been provided. Once they had enough energy, they caught a bus back to the main campus where Izuku led Ochako over to his motorcycle, where Bakugo was waiting for them. He was leaning against his bike and as soon as he saw Izuku he asked, "What's you count?" "Don't know, lost count. Got the zero-pointer though, what about you?" Izuku said, grabbing his helmet from the handle. He undid the buckle, then tightened the straps a bit. He didn't have an extra helmet so he planned on letting Ochako use his. "Ha, you wasted your time on that big thing. My count is 115. Bakugo said, then noticed Ochako. "What's with pink cheeks?" Ochako became flustered at the nickname but didn't move as Izuku handed her his helmet. "Met her during the exam. She's staying in town for the time being and I offered to give her a ride home. You know that apartment complex that's only a few minutes away from the beach? She's staying there for now. Bakugo looked Ochako over then said, "Wait, isn't this the extra you almost ran over before the exam?" Izuku sighed as he slipped on his bike and said, "Yes, but I promise I won't bring it back up again. And that offering is now including you, so she doesn't have to hear and neither do I." Bakugo scoffed as he got his bike and turned it over. Once the engine kicked in, he slipped his helmet on and said, "Just don't get into any effing funny business." Bakugo backed his bike out and then tore out of the parking lot. Izuku sighed as he watched Bakugo drive away. Bakugo said what he said, but he knew Izuku was the last person to do anything like that. If he did, there would be a list of people that would kill him. And depending on their moods, Inko and Mero switched between first and second. "So that's Bakugo," Ochako said as he was more than she was expecting. After she slipped Izuku's helmet on, he helped her onto the bike. Izuku kept the bike perfectly balanced as Ochako slid on. He instructed Ochako how to hold on around his waist. Then said, "Yep, now hold on." He then turned his motorcycle on and shifted into reverse. Once he was clear, he shifted the bike into first gear and pulled out of the parking lot, keeping the bike 5 kilometers below the speed limit. Izuku worked to make sure Ochako felt safe on the back. As they drove, Ochako gave out directions to the apartment complex she was staying in. Within 20 minutes, Izuku pulled into the parking lot and over to a vacant parking spot. He stopped his motorcycle and put his legs down. He then looked over at the apartments. They all looked like standard apartments, the kind he and his mother lived in before Mero helped them move into their current house. "This is where you live?" Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder at Ochako. Ochako slid the helmet off and said, "Yeah, though my parents are still in my, so I'm on my own." Izuku looked over the apartments again, realizing they were modest apartments, a lot better than Inko and he lived in before Project Velocity. He looked back at Ochako and then said, "Oh, you're living on your own then?" Izuku paused for a moment then added, "You're free to say no, but after today aren't you going to be a little too tired to cook for yourself?" "Not really. My family has always been tight with money, so I typically only have some ramen and some kind of side for dinner. Those aren't hard to make, so I should be good by myself," Ochako said as she slipped off the back of the bike. Then to layer it on she added, "I'm not that tired." "Really, what your family's business?" Izuku said, as he accepted his helmet back. Though he didn't slip on, he just held in his lap. "Construction, but lately we haven't been able to get big projects," Ochako said, looking at Izuku. She tried not to, as it distracted her, but she couldn't help but stare into his eyes. She could feel herself starting to get lost in the purple of his eyes. "Oh, it's just after a day like this, don't you think you deserve a big meal? You did burn a lot of calories during the exam and you're going to feel exhausted after Recovery Girl used her quirk. Ramen and some fruit aren't going to fill you up. You're tight on money, so how would you like to have dinner with my mother and her sister?" Izuku said as he looked Ochako back in her brown eyes. He was trying to not check her out, as Izuku had noticed she had a well-esteemed body, but now he was starting to get lost in Ochako's eyes. "Midoriya, are you asking me out for dinner?" Ochako asked. Izuku froze and went red. After a moment he was able to stutter, No, nothing like that. It's just you worked hard today and you deserve to be able to enjoy yourself. If you like, I'm sure my mother won't mean making extra dinner for you. I mean, she's probably going to be making extra anyways. And she always enjoys having company around the house." Ochako thought about it for a second. She was hot and sweaty. She didn't smell good, but she was hungry and she was not one to turn down free food, especially home-cooked meals. She looked at her apartment then back at Izuku. "Give me 10 minutes and I'll be ready to go." Izuku smiled as turned off his bike and slipped his helmet onto the left handle. "I'll be waiting." With that out of the way, Ochako turned and quickly ran to her apartment. In a fluid motion, Ochako pulled out her keys, unlocked the door and slipped into. Ochako closed the door and had to lean against it as she worked to catch her breath. It could be that easy to get close to Izuku, to become his friend. He was supposed to be skeptical, ruthless, and a sin of pride. At least that was what the file described him as. A file she had memorized and knew by heart. Yet as Ochako fell to the ground, she thought about how Izuku had been acting. He was kind and looking for forgiveness for something that was half Ochako's fault. Ochako began hitting the back of her head against the day, as she realized that today had gone as planned at all. Well, at least not the Madam President of the Hero Public Safety Commission had planned. Ochako wasn't even supposed to fully meet Izuku until the 0-pointer. She was supposed to stay in his eye line, allowing him to memorize her looks so that when the time came, she could pretend to be in trouble and allow him to rescue her. That had been the plan, to pretend to be a damsel in distress and give Izuku something to feel good about, which didn't go as planned as she was exactly in trouble with the 0-pointers. Yet that hadn't been when the problem started. Why didn't Ochako look both ways before crossing the street? After that small interaction, she tried to salvage the plan by standing away from Izuku, but then he just had to make the first move and approach her. And if nothing else but to apologize and give her some advice. Then during the exam, they crossed paths and Izuku had gone even so far to help her and another person in the exam. His reasoning, he was bored and she looked like could use the help. In the moment, Ochako was offended by the mere thought. But about cooling off, she realized it could help in her mission. Yet was Ochako getting in too deep, too quickly? Would Izuku eventually think her willingness to go along with him was suspicious? Ochako had to make a call. Status. A robotic voice said. The day did not go as planned. Contact with the target was made earlier than expected. Further contact was also made on the target's behalf, Ochako said as she dropped her phone to the ground. She dropped her head into her hands in distress. She had been given this mission because she had been trusted to fulfill it. Yet had she failed before she had a chance to see it through? Does the target suspect anything? The voice asked. Ochako paused. If Izuku did, he would be inviting her to dinner. Ochako blushed a bit at that thought. No, he believes that event of days happened by circumstance. So much that he's invited me to have dinner with his mother and sister, Ochako said as she brushed a few hair strands away from her eyes. Repeat that again, Iravati. The target invited you to have dinner with his mother, the voice asked, and his sister, Ochako said. Not missing the fact her handler had excluded that. His file states he's an only child, Ochako's handler asked. Ochako pulled up Izuku's file and within relationships, under the family was Inko Midoriya, mother, and Hisashi Midoriya, father. There was no mention of a younger sister. Then your file must be wrong. I heard him say younger sister. Ochako then realized something. He only mentioned her once, then he would only refer to his mother or just say my family. I'm calling because intact contact went further than expected, and I have a way to get closer. Do I take it? Ochako asked as she picked up her phone and began walking towards the bathroom. Yes, the timetable is moving faster than expected, but it has been done by the target's choices. You must follow his pacing and use every opportunity he presents. Remember, get close and stay ready. If Izuku Tsutsumani makes a room, he must not ready for you to stop him, Ochako's handler said. Okay, then I've got to get ready for a date, Ochako said as she ended the call and put her phone on the bathroom counter. Turning on the shower, Ochako didn't wait for the water to warm up. She stripped her clothes off and hopped in. As the water washed over her body, she pushed her stress into it and let it get washed down the drain. She then set about washing all the sweat off her body. Slowly the water warmed up, filling Ochako's body with energy as it did so. Once Ochako was clean, she turned off the water and hopped out and wrapped a towel around herself. After picking up her dirty clothes, Ochako carried them to the room where she tossed them into the corner. She then walked over to her dresser and pulled out a pair of panties and a bra. After slipping on those, Ochako searched for a pair of jeans that had the least amount of holes she needed to give the impression she was serious about this. Once her legs were through the jeans, Ochako opened the drawer right above her jeans and pulled out a light pink t-shirt. After working her arms through, Ochako slipped her head through the top and then pulled the shirt down the rest of the way. She quickly grabbed a pair of socks and then ran back to the bathroom, where she pulled out a bottle of mouthwash from under the counter. After 2 quick spit takes, Ochako slid the container back under the sink. As she headed back into the kitchen, Ochako worked the socks over her feet. Once she reached the front door, she slipped back into her shoes. She quickly grabbed her keys and wallet from the counter and then walked over to the door. As she grabbed the handle, she froze for a bit. She had been learning about her target for the past year, training to be his equal, in case what Madam President predicted came true. Yet not it suddenly felt real. Ochako had met Izuku. She had seen him in action, but his files did not do his skills justice. Moreover, she was learning what kind of person he was. Then Ochako went back to his dark purple eyes. She had started to get lost in them and now she was getting lost just thinking about them. Ochako felt her cheek warm up and her heart started to race. Was this a mistake? No, she had trained for this. Ochako could hold herself back, keeping herself from getting lost in the mission. Taking a deep breath, Ochako calmed herself. She could do this. Ochako put on a smile as she opened the door and walked back to Izuku. She found him lying on his bike looking up at the blue sky. As she walked up, he sat up and smiled at her. I called my mother and she's good with you coming over. I didn't think I've ever heard her so excited before. Wonderful, Ochako said as Izuku held out his helmet for her to take again. Ochako smiled as she slipped the helmet back and got back onto the bike. As Ochako slid her arms around Izuku's waist, he turned the key and his motorcycle came back to life. He kicked it into reverse and pulled out the parking spot. After shifting into first gear, Izuku directed his bike out onto the main road. Once they got to the main road, it was a short 4-minute drive to Izuku's home. Once there, Izuku opened the garage with his remote and slowly rolled his bike into its bay. Izuku then turned off the engine and dropped the kickstand. He helped Ochako get off. Then she slipped the helmet off and handed it to Izuku. Izuku smiled as he slipped off his bike and rested his helmet on the seat. Izuku led Ochako through the garage and into the living room. He was tackled by a blur of white hair and felt a horn press into his chest. Though Izuku didn't show it, as he was used to being exhausted after intense training, he was still quite tired. And as he wasn't expecting to be tackled, Eri managed to knock him back onto his butt. Izuku hit the ground and felt Eri's horn poke a little more into his chest. But still, he just laughed as he returned the hug. I guess you missed me. I saw Kaken arrive home, but when you didn't come home I began to worry, Eri said, keeping a death grip on Izuku's arm with some worry in her voice. Izuku smiled as he brushed Eri's hair out of her face, then wrapped her up in his right arm. Izuku rotated to his side and stood up, bringing Eri along with him. Sorry, but I had to help a friend out, Izuku said, then turned so Eri could see Ochako. Ochako gave a small smile and waved, but Eri just curled up on herself. Sorry, she's shy to new people. Ochako nodded. She might be here to have dinner, but her true purpose was to learn more about her target, which began with learning about his family. Eri noticed the scar on Izuku's arm and said in a timid voice, We match, did the man get to you too? Izuku looked at the scar on his arm and said, No, the man didn't get to me. You remember you don't have to worry about him anymore. He's not going to hurt you anymore. Okay, Eri said as Izuku lowered her to the ground, though she had kept her hands in his. Ochako smiled at the sight while putting it in the back of her mind to think about later, Izuku being a protective older brother. Yet who was this man Eri brought up? Where's Mom? Izuku asked and Eri pointed to the kitchen. Can you go get her for me? Eri nodded and took off towards the kitchen. Once she was done, Izuku turned and looked at Ochako. Who was she referring to? Hopefully not your dad, Ochako said. There was little in the file about Hisashi, as he wasn't much in the picture, living in America. Yet Izuku seemed like a good person, but if his adopted father was abusive or any kind of the sort, then maybe he had an underlying mental disability. Izuku shook his head and said, No, nothing like it. My father is in America right now. Eri isn't my younger sister either. Izuku thought about the conversation he had with Inko and Mero about how to explain Eri's past. Izuku looked at Ochako and decided she should know the truth, as they might become classmates and she would be around Eri a lot. She was being held by an old Yakuza family that was using her blood to create a new drug to destroy Quirk. Ochako took in a sharp breath and held a hand over her mouth. She looked over Izuku's face, begging God that she would find signs that Izuku was lying. Kept he wasn't, and that made it even worse. Fortunately, I was able to rescue her and the Yakuza were all in prison. That was 3 months ago, and she's only recently opened up to other people, like my mom. That's why she was shy when she first saw you, Izuku said. Ochako's eyes went wide. First, from all that Izuku had just told her, and second, the fact he had just dumped everything on her. Third was the fact that his file stated Izuku had been training since he was 6, but still she was surprised he was good enough to go against a Yakuza family and rescue a kid of them. Ochako debated if it came down to it. Was she truly Izuku's equal, as she didn't think she had that kind of skill? Moreover, how did Madam President not hear about this or know about Eri? 3 months ago, the Shy Hasekai was raided at the beginning of the year. Was that the Yakuza family holding her? Sir Nidai's agency claimed to be the head of the raid, along with the assistants of Fatgum, Lockrock, and Rukyu. When the press asked about how Sir Nidai was about to order a raid, he said he received an anonymous tip from an underground network, a tip that held enough to warrant a warrant. And the man? Ochako asked after she composed herself, allowing the back of her mind to work to decipher all the information Izuku had just given her. Was Izuku the one who had given the tip and done so anonymously to keep himself and Eri out of the media spotlight? Yakuza's leader, a man by the name of Kai Chisaki, was using his quirk violently to rebuild Eri's body after draining her of most of her blood. That's where all her scars are from. So when she saw my scars, she thought Chisaki had found me. He's been in prison for 2 months now, but she still worries about being found, Izuku said as he led Ochako to the kitchen. Oh, that was all Ochako could say. She couldn't imagine the life Eri had to live. Getting rescued by Izuku was most likely the first good thing to happen to her. Now it was time to learn more about her target. Do you know what her quirk is? No, all we know is that it was used by the Shy Hasekai to create their new drugs. I guessed it is linked to the horn on her hairline, but it seems she doesn't know what or how to use her quirk. My mom and I are just waiting for it to reveal itself, as blood work hasn't come back with any results, Izuku said. Ochako gave a small nod at that information as they walked into the kitchen. Inko was standing at the stove working on preparing dinner, while Eri was sitting at the table working on her letters. Inko heard their footsteps and turned around. She smiled at the two and said, You must be Uraraka. My son informed me that you would be coming over. Ochako smiled back and said, Your son helped me a lot in the entrance exam. If not for him, I might not have passed. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and said, I just told you where the robots were. You still had to do the legwork. Inko chuckled, causing both Izuku and Ochako to look at her with confused faces. Oh, don't mind me, Inko said. She worked hard to hold her laughter back. Izuku had innocently brought a cute girl home and just admitted he thought she was strong. I'll just be here working on dinner. You two enjoy yourselves. Izuku and Ochako walked over to the table, where Eri greeted Izuku again. Izuku helped Eri a bit with her homework, then looked at Ochako. Do you want to play a game or something? Dinner won't be ready for another hour. Sure, Ochako said. Izuku hadn't planned anything besides dinner, so he was making things up as he went, which almost made her laugh as this would be a funny first date. Ochako immediately stopped laughing at that thought, hoping Izuku didn't notice. Izuku nodded and led Ochako upstairs, to a side closet that held mostly extra blankets while 2 shelves housed board games. Ochako looked over the closet, scanning the games, then picked out 2 board games. As Izuku pulled them out, she asked, I saw you had a PlayStation downstairs. I thought boys were all into video games. Yeah, but I haven't played much since Eri arrived. My games are a little mature and my mom and I decided it was best not to let her see them. I have a few kid-friendly ones, but even then I've been busy preparing for the entrance exam, Izuku said as he held the board games in his arms. As they passed Izuku's room, he quickly stepped inside and returned a few seconds later with 5 small silver containers. Ochako looked at the containers as they walked down the stairs and as they walked back into the kitchen. Despite already knowing what they were, she asked, What's in the containers? Remember how I mentioned dyeing my hair affects what type of bullet is formed? Izuku asked as he knew he brought it up, but it had been bereft and both were more focused on the 0-pointer. Somewhat, Ochako said, as Izuku put the board games on the table and then slid the container onto the table. Eri looked at the container with focus. Something she had come to like doing was dyeing her hair with Izuku. As the hair dye wasn't meant to last long, just long enough for Izuku to create bullets, Eri could dye her hair any color she wanted while not worrying about it being permanent. Moreover, the dyes easily came out with a quick rinse. Well, if I dye a strand of my hair before weaving it into a bullet, then said bullet can have special properties, Izuku said as he opened the top off of the container with blue hair dye. He tipped his left fingers in and then pulled them out. Izuku made a show of dyeing a few strands of hair, and then weaving them into a bullet. Once the bullet solidified, he put it on the table to show to Ochako. Blue is trank, red is incendiary, orange is flashbangs, yellow is for explosive rounds, and green allows the bullet to ricochet, Izuku said as he weaved a few more blue bullets. What about other colors, like purple, white, and black? Ochako asked. She grabbed one of the bullets. Though it was about the size of a rifle bullet, it was light. Since it was just dyed, she was expecting it to be wet, but it was dry to the touch. Purple doesn't do anything as purple is the main color already. White is a smoke grenade and black is. I can't remember what black does. I don't do white because I have these dyes specially made as they quickly dry and come out of leftover hair with a shower or 2. White is difficult to make and I prefer flashbangs anyway, Izuku said, then felt Eri poke his arm. Izuku already knew what she wanted to do, though she didn't smile while doing it. It was clear she enjoyed dyeing Izuku's hair. So he pushed the yellow container over to her and leaned his hair over the back of the chairs. Eri's eyes became focused as she opened the container and tipped her fingers in. She then stood up on her chair and began to weave Izuku's hair. Ochako smiled at this and asked, Mind if I join? She was an only child, so she never had a younger sister to do her hair with. Sure, just don't braid my hair. It messes with weaving the bullets, Izuku said as he pushed the blue container to Ochako. Ochako smiled as she tipped her finger into the hair dye and then, following Eri's example, began weaving Izuku's hair. What she was not expecting was how soft and gentle Izuku's hair was. It felt like she was weaving white fluffy clouds around with her fingers, the perfect material to fill a fluffy pillow with. Suddenly Izuku said, surprised, Eri loves playing with my hair because of how soft it is. She even fallen asleep using my hair as a pillow. Is that why it's so long? Ochako asked, as the hair in her fingers became stiff and formed into a bullet. She had first noticed how long Izuku's hair was when they began talking before the exam. Partly, you see, my hair grows fast because of my quirk and I got tired of having to get a haircut every 3 weeks, Izuku said, as a small smile appeared on his face and he closed his eyes. As Eri and Ochako worked his hair, it felt like his head was getting a massage. He let out a small sigh as the two continued to weave his hair. As the number of yellow and blue bullets began to increase, Izuku had Eri and Ochako switch to red and orange. As they did this, Izuku transformed his right arm and began to slide the bullet into his rifle. Ochako tried not to show too much interest in the weapon. They never got to the games as the girls seemed to really enjoy playing with Izuku's hair and did so until an hour later and Ko called for dinner. Izuku quickly slid the last few bullets in, then transformed his arm back. He carried the games and dye containers to a side counter, while Ochako helped and Ko set the table. Once all the plates, glasses, and utensils were set, everyone gathered around the table. Once thanks were given, each went about eating. Only mild conversations were held throughout dinner, with Inko asking to hear about how the exam went. Izuku opted not to inform his mother how he chose to quickly descend a building. Once dinner was finished, the group finally got to the board games, and Ochako proved how much she dominated at board games. The night ended as Eri began to become sleepy, and Inko took her upstairs to get ready for bed. While this went on, Izuku grabbed his key and wallet and drove Ochako back home. They rode in silence to Ochako's apartment building. Once in the parking lot, Ochako looked at Izuku, her mind still fighting between what she had seen tonight and the files she had read about. He said, "Were the files wrong, or was it just an act Izuku had put on for her? And if he was, why would he? Was it because he liked her?" Ochako was glad she still had the helmet on and Izuku couldn't see her face. "It's sweet what you and your mom are doing for her." She paused for a second, then added, "I guess I still don't fully understand how you rescued her." Izuku smiled, then said, "You might have noticed I have a little more experience than the other examinees." It was a proud statement, but his voice was more neutral. "I noticed. You were able to lead Shinsu and me around while making sure you didn't fall behind in points," Ochako said as she slipped off the helmet and the bike. "And you remember my mom's old friends that got Bakugo and I bike early?" Izuku asked, and Ochako nodded. "Well, those old friends are in charge of a program that helps young kids with powerful or hard-to-control quirks learn how to control their powers. My family has some dark past that I don't fully understand, but my mom wanted to make sure that I was able to protect myself from a young age." Izuku then went on to explain how Project Velocity trained himself and Bakugo to use their quirks to become heroes. He talked about the different training he went through and how it led to him being the only one skilled enough to take on the mission that led him to rescue her, how he brought her to the hospital, and how he and Inko are helping her recover from the abuse she suffered at the hands of Kai Chisaki. Ochako was frozen as Izuku explained Project Velocity, though he never outright said the name. Most of what Izuku said, Ochako knew from her files, yet there were some of the finer details that were new to her. It was nothing like her training. It was more harsh and gruesome training. She hasn't been able to smile, but we're hoping one day her light will come back to her, that she'll be able to enjoy her life without worrying about her past. Izuku then ended his recap. Ochako thought back to when she and Eri died. Izuku Hari. Eri seemed calm but wasn't really smiling. She was doing something she seemed to enjoy, but still couldn't smile. "Well, it's sweet what you're doing, and I would love to become one of Eri's friends, and I'm only a small drive away if she wants me over again," Ochako said, then pulled out her phone. "Call me if she does." Izuku smiled as he pulled out his phone and they pressed the back of their phones together. Their contact information was shared immediately. Ochako began to walk away but stopped when Izuku said, "Eri really enjoyed your company. She might not show it, but she opened up to you extremely fast. The only other person she opened to that quickly was me. Eri took a bit of time to be comfortable around my mother and she's still scared by Kaken." Ochako looked at Izuku and he had a small comforting smile on his face. "Well, I'm happy to come over whenever Eri wants me to." Izuku laughed and said, "Don't be surprised if she asks for you in the coming days." Izuku winked, then slipped on his helmet. He revved his engine and then tore out of the parking lot. Ochako smiled as she watched Izuku drive away, watching until his tail lights disappeared. She stood there for a few minutes, then headed into her apartment. Since moving in, she had been having trouble falling asleep in her bed. Living by herself seemed to make every noise that much louder. But that night, she was asleep the second her head hit the pillow and she fell into a calm dream. The next 2 weeks were extremely stressful for Izuku. He knew he had passed the written exam. He and Bakugo had often stayed up late into the night study. He had racked up a lot of points in the practical exam. But maybe UA didn't like that he chose to help other students. What if they saw it as cheating and in the end didn't allow Izuku to enroll? And by extension Ochako and Shinsu. Izuku tried to distract himself with schoolwork, but he went through so quickly that it wasn't much of a distraction. He and Bakugo continued to train in their backyards, but Izuku could tell that Bakugo was starting to stress too. He played games with Inko and Eri, but his mind wasn't fully on the games. He even went so far as to stay up late and play his PlayStation to try and get his mind off of it. Yet that only worked for so long. As the 2 weeks began to come to a close, Izuku was checking the mail every day when he got home from school. But eventually, the mark of the 2 weeks came and went and Izuku didn't have a letter. He tried not to act depressed in front of Eri, but he could only do so much. It wasn't until Saturday, 3 days after the letter was supposed to arrive, that Inko came crashing into the living room. She held up a white envelope as she ran towards her son. Tripping before she made it, she threw the envelope in his lap. Izuku picked up the envelope and turned it over, revealing the UA wax seal. It took a few moments for the seal to register in Izuku's mind, but once it did, he quickly stood up, knocking the board games he and Eri were playing from the coffee table. Eri looked at the discarded game for a second, then focused on Izuku as he worked to open the letter. He tore the side of the envelope off and pulled out a letter. As he pulled out the letter, a silver disc fell out and landed on the table. The disc beeped a few times, then a hologram appeared in the air. Izuku noticed who was standing before him and yelled, "All Might." This was a letter from UA. Why was the symbol of peace in it? Wait, did that mean All Might has taken a position as a teacher? At the sudden appearance of the hero and Izuku yelling, Eri scrambled under the table. Izuku's protective instincts kicked in, so he paused the message and dropped down to the floor. He looked under the coffee table and saw tears forming around Eri's eyes. Izuku bit his tongue for a second, then said, I'm sorry, Eri. I didn't mean to yell. I promise that it won't happen again. He slid a hand under the table and Eri slowly reached out and grabbed it. Izuku slowly pulled Eri out from the table and wrapped her in a hug as he sat down on the table. He pointed to the hologram and asked, Do you know who that is? Eri looked at the hologram and softly said, All Might. She had seen Izuku's highly decorative room many times before she had been moved to her own separate room when she got comfortable sleeping by herself. Izuku nodded and said, He's your brother's favorite hero. So I'm sorry if I yelled and scared you. Eri nodded. Izuku always got super excited when All Might was involved anywhere. She pointed to the hologram and said, Does this mean you got in? Izuku smiled at Eri as Inko got off the floor and sat down next to her son. Izuku reached forward and played the message. Hello there, young Midoriya. All Might yelled, causing Eri to hide her face in Izuku's chest. Izuku sighed as he paused the video and worked Eri out of his chest. Once Eri was calm, Izuku resumed the video. It is I, All Might, and I am here not only to announce your results for the exam, but to announce that I have taken a position as a teacher at UA. I will be over the first years. Inko chuckled as Izuku's jaw dropped and hit the floor. Izuku couldn't believe it. All Might was becoming a teacher at UA. He was going to be a teacher for the first years. Izuku was already making plans to get the #1 hero to sign some of his stuff. Eri waved a hand in front of Izuku's unblinking eyes and said, Izuku is broken. Yes, you heard me correctly. I am the newest member of UA's faculty. I'm looking forward to meeting you in class, All Might said. Izuku had to use every ounce of willpower not to pass out from shock. More will be explained in your secondary letter. But now, for your test score. You scored a perfect 100 over 100 on the written portion, a feat only a few have achieved. And as for the practical exam, you better sit down for this. Not only did you receive the top score of 130 villain points, but you also received additional 60 points of rescue points, as you rescued one Hitoshi Shinsu over some 1-pointers. Izuku cocked his head at this. He had only destroyed one 1-pointer and one Ochako Uraraka from the 0-point Roba. That gives you a total of 190 points, the third highest in UA's history. However, there is one last action of yours to consider. Through your guidance and leadership, young Uraraka and Shinsu were able to increase their score as well. So for these actions, UA has given you an additional 30 points, giving you a total of 220 points in the practical exam, the second highest score in point. As All Might spoke, his and Endeavor's scores from their entrance exam appeared on screen. Izuku saw that he had scored 2 more points than Endeavor, the #2 hero in Japan. Izuku had to slap himself hard to stay conscious. He couldn't believe it. Not only had he gotten the top score of the year, but he had gotten the second highest overall score. Welcome to your Hero Academia, All Might said, and then the hologram disappeared. Izuku could only stare blankly at the wall behind the hologram, his mind going crazy from the information he just learned. It wasn't until a banging came from the door that Izuku took a breath. Oi, you damn nerd, how you did get shoulda F432 king high score. Bakugo yelled. Inko quickly covered Eri's ears, but she asked, Is he saying funny words? Izuku could see the murder in his mother's eyes. To save his friend from that disaster, he quickly walked over to the door and opened it. He had to step back from Bakugo's fist coming down to knock again. Hey Kaken, so you got in too? Izuku asked, but already knew the answer. He knew Bakugo would want to brag about it. Of course I got in. They would have been stupid not to let me in. Now tell me how you foo. Bakugo paused and saw the murder in Aunt Inko's eyes. He saw that she was covering Eri's ears. How did you get 220 points? That has to be a record. Technically it is. I beat Endeavor's score by 2 points, Izuku said, causing Bakugo to start growling and setting off explosions in his hands. Alright, my villain score was only 130. I got the additional points through rescues and leadership qualities. Rescues, leadership qualities, Bakugo growled, forcing Izuku to explain how he rescued Ochako from the 0-pointer and how he helped her and Shinsu get some extra points. As Izuku talked, Bakugo's growl got louder and louder until he held up a hand and unleashed an explosion right in Izuku's face. Inko yelled at Bakugo, but Izuku simply held up a hand and waved the smoke from his head. His face was mostly unharmed, but his hair was covered in black smoke. You know how long that takes to clean out, but I deserved that. Are you calm now? Satisfied for now? Bakugo said, shoving his hands in his pockets. Next time they spared, Bakugo was going to make sure Izuku ate dirt. Anything else you would like to say? Izuku asked. Where's Pink Cheeks? She beat my score too with those rescue points, Bakugo said. At her apartment, you can talk to her at school, Izuku said. Bakugo growled, then walked away. Izuku smiled as he closed the door and turned back to Inko and Eri. Inko was still covering Eri's ears. You can let her go. Inko released Eri and she quickly ran over and hugged Izuku, though it didn't seem out of fear. Good job, Izuku. Izuku smiled as Eri looked at him in his eyes. He could see some light returning to her eye. Inko walked over and handed Izuku the letter he had pulled out. You better make sure you got everything ready. Izuku nodded and read the letter. The first thing he read was that he would be a part of Class 1 of UAS Hero Course. As soon as he read that, Izuku finally passed out. In the coming weeks, Izuku finished middle school, top of his school, though that was no surprise. Whenever he wasn't studying or sparring with Bakugo, he spent time with Eri. He mainly drew with her, but there were times he sat her down and had her continue her education. If he wasn't doing any of that, he was texting Ochako in the depths of his room, so as not to be bothered by his mother's incessant need of wanting updates about his so-called love life. As Izuku continued to talk with Ochako, they got to know each other better and were making plans to do stuff when school started back up again. However, that didn't mean they didn't occasionally run into each other. The first time was on a Saturday and Izuku wanted to get out of the house and he knew Eri needed to get out of the house. With Inko out running errands, Izuku helped Eri into her jacket and then slipped his own on. They then set out for the mall. The whole walk, Izuku couldn't help but look around at the community and think that he needed to get out and start doing volunteer work again. Though with having to take care of Eri and starting high school soon, that time was going to disappear quickly. Yet still he could at least try to make some time. Though his thoughts were directed back to Eri as they arrived at the mall. As they walked through the entrance, Izuku lifted Eri onto his shoulder and they began exploring the mall. As Eri had been doing well in her schoolwork, Izuku and Inko thought it would be good to treat her to some kind of reward. They walked between the different kid stores, though Eri never showed outward expression to any of the toys. Izuku was more than happy to take all the time that was needed. When lunch hit, Izuku bought Eri a pretzel, while getting himself a sandwich. After the small lunch break, they ran into Ochako. They had ridden the elevator back to the first floor, and when the door opened, Ochako was found standing on the outside. She was wearing a black long shelf shirt and a pair of jeans that had holes on the knees, with old cement dust all over them. Her hair was done up in a ponytail, in a fashion similar to how Izuku had begun to wear his hair, though Ochako had two small bangs framing her face. Oh, Izuku and Ochako said at the same time. Hi Uraraka, Eri said in a small tender voice. Hi Eri, you're doing so well in this crowd, Ochako said, then moved out of the way to allow Izuku to walk out. What are you two doing here? Eri needs a new toy and I needed an excuse to get out of the house, Izuku said as he carried Eri out of the elevator and just in time as the door closed. I'm surprised you're in Musutafo. Well, I got accepted into UA, so I'll be sticking around. I'm just glad I was able to do my finals online, Ochako said as she and Izuku began walking through the mall. And what brings you to the malls? I thought your family was tight on money, Izuku said. Ochako smiled as Izuku had not called her family poor, something she appreciated, as many of her old friends referred to her and her family like that after they learned of her financial situation. Cabin fever, but I don't plan on doing any shopping. Oh, well maybe you can help me, Izuku said. Find a toy for Eri, Ochako asked, and Izuku and Eri both nodded. Ochako thought for a second then said, I think I've got the thing. Saw it on my way in. Ochako then turned and began to walk away, but not before gesturing for Izuku to follow her. Izuku followed Ochako to a stuffed animal store, which had its walls lined with all different kinds of animals in different colors. Izuku put Eri on the floor, and Izuku saw that Eri's eyes and head were whipping around to look at the different stuffed animals. Izuku chuckled a bit, and so did Ochako, who said, I think we've hit the jackpot. With that, the trio began walking down the aisles and stopped whenever a particular animal caught Eri's attention. Once they walked through the entire store twice, Eri grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him to two particular animals. The first was a purple rabbit with green tuft that had a carrot in its mouth. The second was a pink cat with dark purple spots that was lying on its back, playing with a ball of white yank. Eri carried the stuffed animals to the checkout counter, where Izuku paid for them. The work began putting them into a bag, but then Eri insisted on carrying them out. The worker happily handed the stuffed animals back to Eri and she ran to the front door. By the time Izuku caught up to her, Eri was showing off her animals to Ochako. Ochako gave a small chuckle, confusing Izuku. He looked them over and could not find at all what was funny about the situation. So he turned to Ochako and asked, What's so funny? Ochako stood up as she continued to chuckle. Oh, I'll let you figure that one out. Izuku just shook his head as the trio began to walk through the mall. Eri had her toys, but as they continued to walk around the mall, it became more and more clear that neither Izuku nor Ochako wanted to go back to their place of residence. Hey Uraraka, if you ever get bored at your apartment, you're always welcome to come over, Izuku said. What? Ochako said, whipping her head around that it nearly broke to look at Izuku. I mean, we're going to be going to UA for the next 3 years. That's 3 years in that apartment, Izuku said, then got a thoughtful look on his face. Though Kaken is a little tick you beat him with by rescue points, you might want to dodge him. He's out for blood. Ochako suddenly stopped walking and looked Izuku in the eyes. This caused Izuku to laugh and continue with, he won't kill you, maybe you send you to the hospital, but you won't be put in an early grave. That definitely didn't help. Don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't hurt you, Izuku said, then suddenly turned to the right and headed into a camping store. Ochako raised an eyebrow as she followed Izuku into the store. She watched as he purchased a lighter that he slipped into a bag. A bag Ochako hadn't noticed Izuku was carrying, but at that moment realized she had watched him slip different items into it. Ochako thought about the different items Izuku had purchased. A lighter, a length of fuse, a bottle of nail polish bottle. Then Izuku directed the group to the postal store, where he slipped a small box into the bag. With that, Ochako's curiosity hit its ceiling and she asked, "What are you doing?" "Planning on making a Molotov and lighting a building on fire." Izuku raised the bag and said, "What?" "No, all this is for birthday pranks. A tradition between Kaken and I where we prank each other on our birthday before giving our gift." That just confused Ochako even more. Hold on, how can it be a prank if Bakugo knows it's coming? He would be on the lookout. Half the fun of pulling a prank was the other person didn't see it coming, and seeing their surprised look. Izuku clicked his tongue and then said, "That's half the challenge. Setting up a prank so unforeseen, so complex that Kaken doesn't see it coming. He likes to go with red herrings, while personally, I like to be more subtle and puzzle-like. The thing you least suspect to happen is more than often the thing you should have suspected the most. So what's the prank you're going for this year?" Ochako said it would be good to see what kind of person Izuku is, seeing what he considered fun and how he went about it. Izuku waved a finger, taunting Ochako's sorry trade secret. "Just watch out for April 20th. Ochako brought up her mental schedule. "Hold on, you're going to prank Bakugo's a week after school starts." Izuku just gave a slow nod and an evil grin. Ochako sighed and tried to continue to press the matter, but Izuku stayed tight-lipped and said nothing. When she left them to go back to her apartment, Ochako couldn't get Izuku's evil grin out of her mind. Izuku seemed to be a happy-go-lucky type of person. But that smile, she had to admit, it sent a chill down her spine. Maybe there was some truth in Izuku's file. With the remaining time until high school, Izuku continued to prepare for UA. He got his uniform and sent the design for the hero costume, along with the order for some support equipment. He had the design in his mind since he was a kid, though it had been a crude drawing. When he and Bakugo had been stumped on how to better design their suits, Mitsuki stepped in and used her fashion knowledge from her job to help the two of them design their perfect hero suits. Though Izuku was grateful for Mitsuki's input, he was planning on keeping his stealth suit in reserve. He wasn't planning on getting rid of it, as he would still use it for stealth missions when he became a pro hero. But now, as Izuku gave one last look at the design, he was happy to say that he was proud to have a suit the public would know him by. Aside from the uniforms, Izuku ordered his textbooks and got new notebooks and school supplies. On the Ochako side of things, text turned more into late-night phone calls, many of which devolved into Izuku making sure Ochako didn't panic over the smallest thing. To do this, they talked about Ochako's parents and how their business was doing, while Ochako always asked for updates about Eri. Though it was Izuku calming Ochako down, he won't admit that talking to Ochako helped him calm about the stress of new classes and new teachers. Through all that, there was one bright side. He would finally be about to use all of his skills to help people out. Then finally it came. On the first day of school, Izuku woke up early and took a quick shower. He then got dressed in his fresh uniform, which consisted of a white shirt, a tanner blazer, a red tie, and a pair of dark green breakfasts. He enjoyed a quick breakfast, gave Eri a quick head pat, and then headed to the front door. He raced to get his shoes on, hoping to avoid what he knew was coming. "Izuku, are you sure you have everything?" Izuku sighed as she had just opened the door to the garage. He closed the door and said, "Yes, Mom, I have everything." However, that didn't defer Inko as she began to list the majority of the schooling list Izuku had gotten. And after each object, Izuku gave an annoyed yes. Finally, Inko got to the last item and Izuku was about to escape. He gave one last call out to Eri, promising Eri that he would spend the evening with her. Then before Inko could stall him even further, Izuku made a mad dash into the garage. He jumped onto his freshly cleaned motorcycle, slipped on his helmet and opened the garage door. He walked his bike out of the garage, and after clicking the garage door opener again, Izuku turned his bike and headed out of the neighborhood. At the edge of the neighborhood, Izuku turned out, though not in the direction of UA. Instead of turning right to head south, Izuku turned north and began backtracking the bus lines. He weaved through the morning traffic until he spotted Ochako sitting at the bus stop that was near her apartment complex. He revved his engine to get her attention, then pulled in front of her. Izuku stopped in front of Ochako and pulled up his visor and mouth guard. Ochako gave him a confused gesture, And he said, "What, you thought your first day of Yule was going to start by taking the bus?" Izuku then popped the storage on his bike and pulled out a black helmet with a pink star design on it. Catch. Ochako caught the helmet and looked at it. This is probably just Izuku dealing with his own stress, but Ochako won't say no to a free ride. She slipped on the helmet and then got on the bike behind Izuku. "Well, we don't all have rich and powerful friends," Ochako said as she lopped her arm around his chest to hold on. Izuku laughed as he lowered his visor and mouth guard down. He then twisted the throttle and shot away from the bus station. As soon as he could, Izuku pulled a U-turn and took off towards UA. Izuku made sure to drive as safely as possible, but still edged out the speed limit a bit to make sure they weren't late. As they shot through town, Okako tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku quickly tapped the left side of his helmet and suddenly his voice came through Ochako's helmet, "Need something?" Ochako nearly let go of Izuku, but managed to keep her hold on him. "What?" "Our helmets have a short-range communication system, so we can talk on the road without too much trouble. Something of my own design," Izuku said as he took the last turn, and it was a straight shot to the hill that Yue sat upon. "I wanted to thank you for talking to me for the past few days, but I'm still a little nervous," Ochako said, her voice breaking a bit. Despite all the time they had talked, Ochako was still nervous. In the beginning, it had just been an act for Izuku to open up to her, but as the first day got closer, that worry started to become real. "Hey, it's okay to be nervous, and I'm sure you've worked hard to get to this point. I'm sure that even without my help, you would have passed the entrance exam. You earned your spot at UA, and I'm happy that you did," Izuku said. They hit the hill and started to climb it. Soon the front gate of UA came into view, so Izuku released the throttle and coasted into the parking lot across the street. Izuku quickly found Bakugo's bike and parked next to it. After Ochako slipped off, Izuku swung his leg off and slipped his helmet off. Ochako handed Izuku her helmet and he set them up on the handle, then dropped down the kickstand. They walked in tandem across the street and onto UAS campus. After scanning their student ID at the front desk, Izuku led Ochako through the school with the map he memorized from the letter. They soon arrived at classroom 1 and Izuku had to say, "That's a big door." "Eep," Ochako said as she pulled the door open. Of all the things UA was going to have, why did a big door surprise Izuku? They got students with all kinds of different quirks. They were going to come across students who couldn't fit through a normal door. Ochako and Izuku headed into the classroom and found that 4 students had already arrived and were sitting at their desks. Bakugo was one of them and was getting yelled at by another student. "You are disgracing those who came before you by pulling your feet on the chair," the tall student with blue hair and glasses said, moving his hand as if he were chopping a karate brick. "You must have a stick far up your ass. What school did you come from, extra?" Bakugo asked with no indication he was going to remove his feet from the desk. He just shot a glare up at the other students and looked ready to use his quirk to intimidate him. "Semi-private academy, and my name is Tenya Ilda," the named Ilda said, his arm now moving faster with a vein looking to pop on his forehead. "Make that a silver spoon. I'll enjoy putting you in your place, because I'm the next #1 hero," Bakugo said as his usual level of cockiness was dialed up to 11 as if he was going to put everyone in their place. "All of which was below him," says the one that only got 3rd place in the entrance exam, Izuku said as he excused himself from Ochako and walked over to his desk that was right behind Bakugo's. Izuku made sure to knock Bakugo's feet to the ground as he walked past. Izuku was always happy to be there to see Bakugo get humbled or to be the one doing the humbling. Izuku then swiftly turned and faced Ilda. "Izuku Midoriya, I heard your name was Ilda. Nice to meet you." Izuku held out his hand and Ilda shook it. "Yes, nice to meet you. So you are friends with him?" His attitude is unbecoming of a hero and have to change it if he wishes to become the #1 hero, Ilda said, gesturing to Bakugo. "Unfortunately, and his name is Katsuki Bakugo," Izuku said. Ilda paused as if he had just realized something. "You said your name was Midoriya." Izuku nodded. "Then that would make you the student that earned 220 points, beating Endeavor's record and giving you a run-in for all mites. You will be a great example to look towards in the future." As Ilda spoke, Izuku noticed that the dual-haired student who was previously looking straight forward at the blackboard was now looking in his direction. He dismissed the student and looked back at Ilda. "Yeah, that would be me, though I was unaware of the extra point system at the time." Rescue points, Izuku understood. Leadership points he was still trying to figure out. "Nevertheless, you are clearly at the top of the class and will be an example to follow," Ilda said, almost repeating him. Izuku smiled as he heard a little growling coming from Bakugo, who hated the most for being proven he wasn't the strongest. Izuku excused himself and sat down at his desk. Ilda bowed and left to go to his own desk. Once Ilda sat down, Izuku reached inside his pack and tossed something onto Bakugo's desk. "Got something for you." Bakugo scoffed as he picked up the item, thinking nothing of it. Bakugo brought the small clear container to eye level and shook it around to look at the liquid. He then brought it close and took a small sniff, and the smell of gas hit his nose. So the liquid was flammable, but that didn't explain. Then Bakugo recognized it as a liquid contained from a lighter often used during camping. What the hell is this? Izuku just grinned and said, oh just felt like saying an early happy birthday. Izuku spoke with such a frosty tone that Bakugo froze in his seat. I thought we said no more visits after last year, Bakugo said, looking down at the container. It looked like Izuku was planning on setting him on fire. Oh, you won't be sent to the just the nurse's office, Izuku said with a grin. Bakugo looked back at the container and panicked a little. Though Bakugo was always stubborn and hard-headed and Izuku was kind and gentle, the way they went about pranks was quite the opposite. Bakugo's pranks were always light-hearted while Izuku was almost downright villainous. Izuku had only been sent to the by accident. Though in Bakugo's defense, Izuku woke up a lot earlier than Bakugo was planning on, so happy birthday Kaken. Once Ochako heard that, she looked over and wondered what kind of evil spirit had possessed Izuku. He always acted so kind and comforting, helped take care of Eri and did his best to be saint-like. But that happy birthday sounded as if Izuku had been playing everyone's fools for years and his plan was about to be perfected. Ochako for once was glad her birthday was at the end of the year, so she had time to prepare for what evil prank Izuku began to plan. As the minutes rolled by, the students of Class 1 arrived, everyone having their own conversations. Izuku heard a boy with red hair talking to a boy with yellow hair that a black lightning bolt on his side. He heard them talking about his and Bakugo's motorcycles and how they wanted to find the third years or teachers who owned them. Izuku smirked at this but then felt a presence walking over the class. He tracked it to the corner of the classroom, where a yellow sleeping bag was sitting up. When had they slipped into the classroom and who were they? The yellow sleeping bag rolled a bit and Izuku was met with a pair of extremely tired eyes and the face of a man with long hair scuffed around his jaw. The teacher looked back at Izuku and Izuku got a feeling that he needed to stay quiet. As the last student sat down and the man stood up, he walked to the teacher's desk and stood there for a few seconds until others began to notice him. Once the last bit of conversation disappeared, the man cleared his throat and said, besides one of you, it took all of you nearly a minute to quiet down. In this school, time is precious and cannot be wasted on useless things. That being said, I am Mr. Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Mr. Aizawa introduced himself, then pulled out a gym uniform. For now, put these on and meet on Field Alpha in 5 minutes. Izuku, Bakugo, the dual-color hair kid and a girl with a big ponytail were the first to stand up. Izuku noticed that Mr. Aizawa made a mental note that they were the first 4 to stand up. Izuku and Bakugo were at the door. By the time the rest of the students of 1 began to stand up, they led Class 1 into the changing rooms where the boys and girls separated to change. Izuku was the first in and grabbed a gym uniform for the bench and walked over to a corner. He quickly took his shirt off and before anyone had a chance to see him, he slipped the gym shirt back on. As the other boys of 1 arrived, Izuku was changing out his pants. After slipping his clothes into a locker, he stepped out and began heading towards Field Alpha. Izuku walked through a pair of double doors and found Mr. Aizawa waiting for him. As Izuku approached, Mr. Aizawa looked at him and said, "You did that in less than 3 minutes." It was becoming clear who Izuku was. He had training far beyond the normal first year, but he didn't show off and act prideful. He was a natural-born leader. He had helped 2 of his fellow students rack up enough points to get into the hero course. This made him seem a good person, but Mr. Aizawa was more concerned about who taught Izuku and if they had malicious intent. He had seen too many young people be trained for good intent only to follow their master down a dark path out of nothing more than loyalty. "I'm not one to waste time either," Izuku said as he began stretching as they waited for the rest of Class 1 to arrive. Mr. Aizawa slightly raised an eyebrow at this, as Izuku should have had no idea of what was coming, as it was customary that the first year went to student orientation. But here was 1 heading somewhere new for an unforeseen test. That was sure to throw anyone for a loop. Once all of Class 1 had arrived, Mr. Aizawa stepped forward and said, "Today we will be getting your baseline for your quirk's power and your control over it. This will allow us as teachers to see how you group as an individual. Bakugo, look alive. You scored the second most villain points, so you'll be the demonstration." Mr. Aizawa produced a softball and tossed it to Bakugo. "In middle school, you take a fitness test each year. Bakugo, what was your score from last year?" 86 meters, Bakugo said, after a moment of thinking. "Step forward into the circle and use your quirk this time," Mr. Aizawa said. Both Bakugo and Izuku had been on the form for Project Velocity, and both were under suspicion, though UA staff were more concerned. But Mr. Aizawa knew if they peered into Izuku too much and he was a villain in hiding, then that would make him go on alert. The same could be said about Bakugo, but it was better than going directly to Izuku. This was going to have to be a fine line Mr. Aizawa walked to keep everyone safe. "But sir, what about orientation?" We'll miss it, Ochako said, raising her hand and voicing the thoughts of most of her fellow classmates, and drawing Mr. Aizawa out of his thoughts. UA is a private school, meaning we as teachers have complete control over how we run our classes. If you want to make it to the big leagues, you can't waste your time with pointless ceremonies. Bakugo, step forward and take your throw, Mr. Aizawa said. Bakugo nodded and walked into the white ring. As Bakugo stretched his shoulder, Izuku took a step back and stood next to a girl who had earphone jacks attached to her ears. Your quirk deals with sound, right? Izuku whispered, as he had seen the girl walk into class and with his analytic mind reasoned what her quirk was, along with the side effects, positive and negative. The girl turned and looked Izuku over as she became confused. She then said, "Yeah, how did you guess?" Izuku tapped his earlobe, referring to her external quirk factor, "So I'm guessing you have enhanced hearing." The girl nodded. "Then you might want to cover your ears this turn. Then again for my turn. Our quirks can be loud." The girl looked at Izuku confused, and then Bakugo yelled, "Die," and threw the ball forward. Before the ball escaped his grip, Bakugo unleashed the largest explosion he ever created. The girl with headphone jacks quickly covered her ears, along with everyone else, though Izuku didn't even flinch. Once the ringing stopped, she looked up at Izuku, who nodded and then stepped forward to his original spot. Mr. Aizawa noticed this and added caring and analytical to Izuku's profile. But Mr. Aizawa wasn't the only one who was watching Izuku. He was able to analyze Jiru quirks with only a few looks and figure out what it did. Then he cared enough to give her a warning. Empathy for others, outside of family, something that Madam President said Izuku was incapable of doing. Was it just for show or not? Everyone watched as Bakugo's throw sent the ball flying off into the distance. After a while, Mr. Aizawa produced a device that beeped and he showed the result to the class. The device read 1086 meters. Everyone looked over at Bakugo as he flashed a cocky grin, "Like to see any one of you extras beat that, so we get to use our quirks as much as we want." A student with weird elbows said, "All right, finally a chance to prove ourselves," the student with red hair said as he bumped his fists together, revealing them to turn to a rocky texture. "Sounds like fun," a girl with pink skin said with two big thumbs up. Izuku instantly felt a suffocating aura coming from Mr. Aizawa, meaning this was not going to be good. He didn't have a smile earlier, but now his eyes were red and his hair rose a bit. When he spoke, his voice was filled with venom. "So you think this is all fun and games? You have 3 years to become heroes. Did you think they would be filled with parties and hangouts? Fine, then I'll set the line for the class. The person with the lowest score has no potential and will immediately be expelled from UA. Good luck getting to a different hero school with that on your record." "What? You can't be serious," Ilda complained. "It's the first day of school. You can't do that," Ochako said. They had all worked hard to get into UA's hero course, and now Mr. Aizawa was threatening that someone's hard work was all for nothing. Moreover, it sounded like they wouldn't be able to get into any of the less popular hero schools. As stated, UA is a private school and isn't bound to normal standards, so I can run this class as I see fit. Now that you have been warned, let's move on with the rest of the exam. First up, 50-meter dash, Mr. Aizawa said, as his eyes went back to normal and his hair dropped. As Mr. Aizawa's hair dropped, a glint of yellow caught Izuku's attention. Izuku's focus changed to the bottom of Mr. Aizawa's neck and noticed a pair of yellow goggles around. Izuku ran through the list of heroes and didn't find any, so he switched to underground heroes. With Mr. Aizawa's red eyes and his yellow goggles, Izuku smiled as he figured out he was being taught by Eraserhead, one of the best close-quarters combat heroes out there. A true fighter, as his quirk didn't help in the fight and just forced his opponent down to his level. Izuku wasn't expecting much for the first day of school, yet if this was a warning of the year to come, this might be Izuku's favorite year so far, and he had a feeling things were just warming up. As Class 1 got over their befuddlement, Mr. Aizawa began to list off the pairs of students for the 50-meter dash. Once Mr. Aizawa gave the full list, he called out the first 2 students, Sato, Shiro. Under the fear of being expelled, Shiro and Sato quickly walked over to the testing area and got ready. As Izuku wasn't worried about being expelled, he was about to relax and watched as his classmates did the 50-meter dash, enjoying being able to analyze some new quirks. The first one to catch his eyes was Ilda. Izuku heard a revving sound coming from his legs and with the exhaust pipes coming out of his calves. Izuku had to wonder if Ilda had any relationship to the Ingenium, though the heroes that had held the title of Ingenio, their quirk usually resided within the upper half of their body. Izuku would have to try and bring it up later, as he was a fan of what the Ingenium family had stood up since the dawn of heroes. After Ilda and his impressive 4.03, the next to catch Izuku's eyes was the other dual-haired student now named Todoroki. While his quirk of summoning ice and using it to quickly slide across the testing area make Izuku's eyes go a bit wide, it was the name that caught Izuku's interest. Izuku had to wonder if the white and red-haired student was related to Inji Todoroki, Japan's #2 hero endeavor. And with how small flames were coming out from Todoroki's left side to melt the ice, Izuku would lended towards yes. For the 50-meter dash, no one else really stood out, as they were averaging normal speeds. After Ochako and Kirishima had finished their run, Izuku and Shinsu were the last to be called. Izuku walked up beside Shin's starting line, where Shinsu shifted into a stance that looked nothing like a runner, while Izuku crouched down low and placed his hand against the ground, shifting his weight a bit to get prepared. Izuku thought about using his quirk in a similar way to how Bakugo had used his explosion to push himself forward. Yet Izuku shook his head. Getting the proper angle would force him to rotate his entire upper body and would slow him down. Otherwise, the force just be pushing one side of his body, and physics would make him just spin in a circle. Moreover, to actually increase his speed and with his focus split being those two actions, he would already become the finish line by the time he built up enough force. Nor would he want to tire himself out of this early in the test. For the 50-meter dash, he would just have to rely on his natural strength. Izuku waited, and the moment the starting gun went off, he summoned all his strength within his legs and pushed off of the ground. He rocketed down the 50-meter track, easily outpacing Shinsu and quickly reaching the end mark. Izuku shot across the finish line and slowed down to a stop while the robotic voice stated, 4.89 seconds. Izuku turned around just as Shinu came across the line. 6.32 seconds. Izuku realized that Shinsu had the worst score for the 50-meter dash, and remembering how much he struggled, Izuku liked Shinsu's chances of climbing out last place. But before Izuku could dwell on that for too long, Mr. Aizawa began the grip strength. He passed out the device to all the students and gave them 2 minutes to come up with their best score. Before anyone could give their first attempt, a light came out from one of the girls' shirts. The tall raven-haired girl reached under her shirt and pulled out a vice grip that caught the attention of most of Class 1A. They all watched as the raven-haired girl slipped the vice grip over the dynamometer and began to turn the handle. The raven-haired girl continued to turn the handle until it was as tight as she could make it. The dynamometer beeped and said, Yayurazu, Momo, 350 kilograms. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that, but then another dynamometer beeped and said, Shoji, Mizo, 540 kilogram. Izuku head whipped another and landed the tallest student in Class 1A, the once with 6 arms. It was not all surprise that his extra limbs gave him extra strength, but that the rest of the students of Class 1A began to get their own reading. Kirishima managed to get a 405, earning him second place, though Izuku noticed that Kirishima's plan was starting to bruise. Despite the red-haired student using his hardening quirk, Izuku was one of the last to get a reading, as he rolled the fingers on his right hand before squeezing as hard as he took. It seemed all the years of using his arm right as a gun had paid off, as he scored 325 kilograms. Releasing his right hand, his white knuckles began to get some color back as Izuku slowly opened and closed his hand to get the numbness to go away. The third event from the standing long jump, and many students stood out as they used different ways to clear the pit. Aoyama used his naval laser to boost himself over, while Shoji used his arms to glide across. Bakugo used his explosion to fly over, while Todoroki summoned an ice pillar under his feet to launch himself. Then came Tsuyu. From her appearance, Izuku guessed Tsuyu's quirk was frog, and along with how she easily leaped over the pit, she did act very frog-like. After Tsuyu came Kirishima and then Ochako. Ochako walked up to the edge of the sand bed, and after cupping her fingers together, she long a small hop and easily floated over the sand pit. Once Ochako cancelled her quirk and began walking back to the group, Izuku was called out. He walked up to the sand pit and stood at the edge. It was a good 10 meters across, and he knew he wouldn't be able to easily clear it, but that wasn't going to stop him. Izuku refocused and crouched down and began to swing his arm back and forth. The starting gun went off, and Izuku swung his arm forwards as fast as he could, while jumping as hard as he could. Izuku went flying over the sandpit. Yet by the midpoint, it was clear he wasn't going to clear the distance. Izuku looked down and saw the sandy floor closing in quickly. Izuku refused to be bested. He was one of the most trained first years of UA, and he would clear the sandpit as so many of his fellow classmates had done so easily. Izuku began to shift his weight like a gymnast and rotate in the air while he was upside down. Izuku then yelled and slammed his right fist into the ground. The moment his right fist hit the ground, Izuku flexed his entire arm. Steaming quickly came out his forearm as it transformed. The end of his rifle rammed into the ground and pushed Izuku back into the air. He barely landed on the outer edge of the pit, his momentum forcing him to roll forward. As he rolled, Izuku released his quirk and stood the moment he could. As he stood up, he could hear Class 1A talking. "Wow, I didn't think he would make it," Denki Kaminari said. "Neither did I. Did that steam help him?" Zero questioned. "I must have. Maybe his quirk lets him control steam or smoke," Anjuru said, as Izuku began walking back to the class. He noticed that neither Bakugo nor Ochako gave their 2 cents on the matter. As Izuku reached the class, Shinsu was called forwards to take his try. Once the gunshot went off again, Shinsu leapt as far as he could and managed to get 3/4 of the way through the sand pit, luckily not the lowest score. After the standing long jump was repeated step sides. While no one in particular stood out, Bakugo was at the top as he used his explosion more than his legs to jump back and forth. Izuku got second and managed to get 20 more than third, but the grab between him and Bikago was well over 50. Fifth test returned to the ball throw. Kirishima got an impressive 500 yards, though Izuku noticed that light bruises appeared over his arm. Yet no one was getting close to Bakugo's initial throw, until Momo stood forwards and produced a cannon. After loading the ball, Momo began to pull the rope, but not before Jiru covered her eyes. With an echoing boom, the ball went shooting down the field. After a few seconds, Mr. Aizawa's phone beeped and called out, 1,000 meters. From the Izuku heard Bakugo quietly say, cheater. Izuku chuckled as he elbowed Bakugo and said, remember what Mero said. Different quirk, different advantage. Unknown to Izuku. Mr. Aizawa heard that, and it just added to the information of what training Izuku and Bakugo had. After Momo got over, nearly beating Bakugo, she realized her mistake of creating a cannon. To save on lipids, she hadn't added any wheels. She sheepishly turned to Class 1A and asked for help. It took Sato, Shoji, and Kirishima to carry it to the side. After Kirishima took his turn, Ochako stepped forwards. She simply cancelled the ball's gravity and then chucked it forwards. The class fell silent as they waited, but then Mr. Aizawa began tapping his phone. That went now for a bit, then he forcibly hit and the phone beeped, infinite. Infinite. All of Class 1A repeated and Ochako got a sheepish look. Does that mean it's in outer space? Mr. Aizawa just struggled with his shoulder in response. I am not going to have to pay for a replacement. No, Mr. Aizawa said, and Ochako let out a sigh of relief. Midoriya, you're on. Izuku nodded and stepped forwards. Mr. Aizawa tossed him a new ball, which Izuku caught and walked into the circle. He began spinning the ball within his palm as he thought about what he was going to do. He had managed to not have to use his quirk too heavily, but if he didn't use it, Mr. Aizawa would call him out on it. That also raised the speed of if he could shoot outside the circle. Izuku gripped the ball. He turned to look over his shoulder. What exactly are the rules for this test? Is a part of my quirk allowed to leave the circle? As long as your feet do not leave the circle, your score will count. Mr. Aizawa clarified, having a sense of what was able to happen. Thanks, sir, Izuku said. Now with his question answered, Izuku twirled the ball in hand, then lazily drew back his right arm. No point in waiting any longer, time to show everyone what his quirk was. Summoning all his strength, Izuku rocketed his arm forwards and threw the ball. As Izuku watched the ball go down the field, he quickly got down on one knee. He rested his left elbow on his left knee as he heard some of the students ask if anyone had seen Izuku use his quirk yet. As the ball reached its apex, Izuku tapped his ear with his right index finger, warning everyone, especially Jiru, to cover their ears. Izuku watched the ball fall a bit more than stretched his right arm out, stabilizing it with his left. With a deep breath, Izuku transformed his arm and let loose a gunshot. Bakugo and Jiru quickly covered their ears, seeing that everyone quickly covered their ears. Jiru was doing so because of her enhanced hearing. Bakugo did because he knew what kind of volume can withstand a pressurized shot. As Izuku let loose his first shot, a gunshot went off. The sound was loud and strong enough to cause the nearby windows to crack. Getting over the sound, Class 1A saw a yellow bullet fly out and hit the ball. The moment contact was made, an explosion erupted and sent the ball flying outside the field. However, Izuku wasn't finished. With his enhanced eyesight, he trailed the ball far outside the school grounds. Once the ball was only 6 feet from the ground, Izuku unleashed a second shot, though not so pressurized. A distant explosion could be heard and everyone's eyes fell on Izuku. He was calm as he continued to look at his rifle, where a scope suddenly formed in front of his right eyes. He used the scope to find the ball, and the moment it was back in his sight, Izuku unleashed a third one, then a few seconds later a fourth. Class 1A watched Izuku as he fired each shot, each time hitting the ball dead center and launching it ever further away from the school. On Izuku's 15th shot, he quickly fired a 16th shot. After a minute, Izuku withdrew his head from the scope and said, "And it's out of my range." Izuku then stood up and turned, revealing his transformed arm. Everyone looked towards Mr. Aizawa and waited for him to reveal Izuku's score. However, it was another minute before his device beeped. Mr. Aizawa looked at his device and raised an eyebrow, then showed Izuku's score to Class 1A. Everyone looked at the score, then over at Izuku, many of their jaws dropping. Before Izuku, Ochako's score of infinity not being counted. Bakugo held the record of 1,083 meters. Looking at the device, Class 1A saw how Izuku's score blew that out of the water. What a shot, Kirishima said, as he raised a closed fist to cheer at Izuku. Izuku just smiled as he released his quirk, steam forming over his arm as it transformed back. He crossed his arms across his chest with a nod to show his gratitude. Doesn't the Coriolis effect come into effect around 900 meters? Momo asked, as she looked between Izuku and his score. It was impressive that he was that skilled with his quirk, as her father had an old veteran friend that used to be a snipe. The old friends had told her stories about his time in the military, and when she asked about his furthest shot, he explained it was about 850 meters, as anything beyond was nearly impossible to make. Yeah, why? Izuku said, as he hadn't seen his score. Mero made sure Izuku studied physics growing up, to better understand how to adjust his long-range shot. The way Momo was talking, it sounded like he passed it, yet he didn't remember consciously adjusting for the curvature of the earth. Had he done so automatically? Midoriya, you got nearly 20 times that, Ochako said. Izuku cocked his head a bit, looking over at Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa turned to show Izuku his score of 15,586 meters, nearly 10 miles. Everyone was expecting Izuku's jaw to drop as theirs did, or show extreme shock. But he simply shrugged his shoulders and said, "Cool. Last time I only got 9,531 meters. Bakugo began to laugh at how confused everyone was at how Izuku was acting so calmly. Sure, everyone had been using their quirks, but with Izuku he earned his score through pure skill, as he had time to make each one of these shots. Wait, you're the student that got a score of 220 on the entrance exam. Izuku, Midoriya, Momo said, causing everyone to look at her. Since his name was first called, she was trying to remember where she had heard it before. And from how impressive his ball throw score, it had suddenly clicked. Yeah, that was my score, Izuku said, causing everyone to whip their heads back to Izuku. They had all heard about the student that faced the 0-pointer and won, who had beaten Endeavor's score and had a run at beating All Might's. Yet most of them thought that was just a rumor from other students that didn't do so well on the exam, though some of my points were rescue points. Still 220 points. You have to be the son of a pro hero. Where else could you have gotten the training? Kaminari asked. He wasn't completely sure what Coriolis' effect was, but Momo and Izuku were making it out to be something difficult to get right. Izuku shook his head. Actually, neither of my parents are heroes. My dad's in America and my mother is a stay-at-home mom. Though my mom technically trained to become a pro hero before meeting my father. So your mother trained you? Mr. Aizawa asked. If Izuku had any relationship to Lady Nagant, he would probably reveal it, but he made no mention of her specifically. For now, Mr. Aizawa needed to get more clues to Izuku and Bakugo's training past. Izuku paused for a second. As Mero had always been cautious in telling people about Project Velocity, my mother did train me a bit, but mainly it was a quirk specialist that trained Bakugo and I, as our quirk required a lot of control when we were kids. Everyone looked at Bakugo, who just scoffed and said, "Ask the damn nerd your questions, I ain't answering SHT. This quirk specialist must be efficient if they were able to train two unlike quirk to such a degree. Though I haven't heard of such a trainer," Mr. Aizawa asked, wishing he had a quirk to force Izuku to tell the truth. It makes being able to trust the kid easier. Sorry, sir. They're asked to remain anonymous for the time being, Izuku said, realizing he needed to cover for his own mistake. Mr. Aizawa looked Izuku over. It was clear whoever trained him was a cautious person, but whether they were a hero or villain was still up for debate. Izuku was clearly not going to reveal anymore, so Mr. Aizawa sighed and called Shinsu forwards. After Izuku's turn, Shinsu's mere score of 89 meter wasn't all that impressive. Shinsu dropped his head as he walked back to the group. Then Mr. Aizawa directed everyone back inside to do sit-ups. He had everyone pair and Ochako grabbed Izuku before anyone could, as she was betting they all had questions. And it was clear Izuku was looking to answer any of them anytime soon. Ochako laid down, then Izuku interlocked her legs with his. Mr. Aizawa blew his whistle and half the class began doing sit-ups for the next 5 minutes. As Ochako pulled herself up, she looked at Izuku and asked, "So how has Yuri been doing?" She knew Izuku would enjoy something else to focus on. It's slow progress, she hasn't smiled yet, but the warm spring weather seems to be lifting her spirits. She is still scared of sudden occurrences and birds for some reason, Izuku said, as he counted Ochako's sit-ups in his head. Ochako thought about it for a second, then asked, "Didn't you say that Chisaki wore a doctor's plague mask?" That was one of his more recognizable features. Izuku nodded. Could it be that when she sees a bird, all Eri can see is Chisaki's mask? As old Dr. Plague masks look like bird beaks, Izuku thought for a moment, realization evident on his face. He then dropped his head in slight embarrassment as he said, "That's better than any theory Mother or I could come up with." "Really? What's your theory?" Ochako asked, starting to become slightly winded. Helping her parents on the weekend had increased her stamina a bit, so doing sit-ups was nothing compared to carrying heavy metal bends around all day. "Irrational fear of birds, like I have equinophobia," Izuku said. "Equinophobia?" Ochako asked. "Fear of horses," Izuku said, then grimaced. already knowing the reaction he was going to get. It was the same he had gotten from Bakugo, Mitsuki, Mero, even his own mother had laughed. Ochako chuckled only a little bit, noticing Izuku's grimace, and said, "Really, I don't believe it. The well-trained first year that took on the shy Hasekai is afraid of horses." Izuku clenched his teeth and said, "Never said I was proud of it." "Okay, I'll shut up about it," Ochako said, but continued to chuckle in her mind. She could have so much fun in the future with that information. At the 5-minute mark, Mr. Aizawa called time and went around the group asking for everyone's count. Izuku gave an answer of 157. Then Mr. Aizawa had everyone switch and started the clock again. Ochako held onto Izuku's legs with her hand as he began to quickly sit up, reaching 56 within the first minute. Noticing Izuku's speed, Ochako let out a sigh and said, "Midoriya, you better keep count, because the way you're going, I'm going to lose count." Izuku came up, briefing, pausing to wink at Ochako before dropping back down. As Ochako did her best to keep count, she looked around and saw only Todoroki and Bakugo were able to match Izuku's pace. Around the 3-minute mark, Todoroki was beginning to slow down, leaving only Izuku and Bakugo to leave the rest of their classmates in the dust. At the 5-minute mark, Ochako had a count of 310, which she gave to Mr. Aizawa, who looked at Izuku, who said, "I had 298. Mr. Aizawa sighed and gave Izuku a 298 count. As Ochako had stated herself, she probably skipped a few. As Mr. Aizawa walked away, Izuku dropped down and did a few more sit-ups, then whispered to Ochako, "You were only down by 2. Then why lie?" Ochako asked as she released Izuku's legs. Because 298 sounded more believable. "Not many people can do a single sit-up per second for 5 minutes straight," Izuku said, as crossed his legs and raised his hands high above his head, his back popping slightly. Ochako looked over Izuku's body language. Despite all the exercise they had done, Izuku didn't look all that winded. Ochako guessed that was because of all the training he had done with Project Velocity. After Mr. Aizawa went around and got everyone's score, it was time for seated toe touch. The result varied for the student, with the girls easily beating out the boys. Even Bakugo struggled a bit. Mina Ashido was at the head of the class and the only boy that had a chance of matching her, but even her was a few centimeters from beating Jiru. He jokingly asked if transforming his arm to add another 1.5 feet would count, an idea that Mr. Aizawa immediately vetoed. So Izuku got 5th, while surprising Shinsu got 8th place. Then for the 8th and final, Mr. Aizawa led everyone back up to the field for the endurance test. It was the most simple of the tests, run as many laps as they could around the track. As soon as the start gun went off, Ilda easily pulled ahead of the class. Momo quickly joined him as she had created a bike, something that caused many to look over to Mr. Aizawa for approval. He simply nodded and allowed Momo to use her bike. Aside from those two, Izuku and Bakugo were at the head of the pack, matching each other's pace to keep a steady rhythm. On the 3rd lap, something unexpected happened. Shinso suddenly passed the main group. Now he had his own bike. Everyone looked back and saw that Momo was riding a different bike and had an annoyed look on her face. "Why did she help him?" Kirishima asked. Izuku thought back to how Shinsu's quirk didn't work on non-living objects, meaning it most likely was a mental-based quirk, and Shinsu had used it to trick Momo into giving him her bike. He used his quirk, something we're supposed to be doing. Izuku answered. "Oh yeah, I forgot we were allowed to do that," Mina exclaimed, then slipped out of her shoes. She began producing acid from the bottom of her feet, allowing her to skate instead of run, thus seemingly taking less energy. However, Izuku and Bakugo looked at each other and shook their heads, as that idea won't be that great in the long term. By the 10th lap, some were starting to drop out, Hagakure, Kaminari and Koda being the first to tap out. While Hagakure and Koda sat down, Kaminari just passed out as soon as he reached the waiting area. Others began to slow down in an attempt to conserve energy, but by lap 15 only Izuku, Bakugo, Shinsu, Momo and Ilda were left. Izuku and Bakugo were keeping pace with each other, while Momo had begun to slow down on her bike. By lap 16, Izuku and Bakugo passed Momo, and on lap 17, Momo had to exit the field and slowly walked her bike over to the waiting area, where she sat and hugged her stomach tightly. She had tried to ignore the hungry pain for as long as possible. From after Creatina, a cannon, 2 bikes and everything else, she was starving. On lap 18, Izuku could begin to feel the heat in his legs. His muscles were getting tight, but it was a feeling he was familiar with. He looked over at Bakugo and asked, "And you thought our previous training was hard? At least Mero let us rest between workout. Are you starting to get tired, nerd?" Bakugo asked with deep breaths. Izuku looked ahead at Shinu and Ilda. Ilda had done well in the 50-meter dash and the long jump, while Shinsu had only an impressive score in the toe touch. If Izuku counting was correct, Shinsu was in last place and the most likely to be sent home. It might do him some good to be seen as more determined than Izuku. The person, within a single hour, was seen at the top of the class by everyone. As Izuku and Bakugo rounded the corner, Izuku simply jogged off the track and over to the rest of the class. Everyone watched as Izuku walked up and dropped to the floor, going starfish as he worked to catch his breath. He looked up to the sky and the world began to spin a bit, a clear sign he was extremely dehydrated. And if he had to guess, he wasn't the only one, as Momo was still clutching her stomach tightly. After another 2 laps, Shinsu gave up, shortly followed by Bakugo. Though Bakugo had officially left the track, his legs had buckled and he fell face first onto the ground. Izuku looked over Ochako and nodded his head towards Bakugo. She sighed as she stood and walked out with Izuku. As they walked up to Bakugo, his yells and curses were muffled as he was face down in the dirt. Ochako leaned down and pressed her fingertips to his back. Then Izuku grabbed the back of Bakugo's shirt and pulled him up with no issue. Bakugo looked at Ochako and yelled, "I don't need your damn help extra." Izuku sighed as he cupped a hand over Bakugo's mouth and pulled him up to class. "Just shut up." Izuku didn't let go even after Bakugo began licking and biting his hand. Once they got back to the rest of the class, Ochako cancelled her quirk and Bakugo fell to his hands and knees. He growled at the pain and shot daggers at Ochako, who just turned and looked away. "Alright, I have the result of your tests, as it would take too much time to go through each individual score, so I'll just show the whole list," Mr. Aizawa said. Flipping his device and a hologram list appeared. Izuku smiled as had been placed first, his ridiculous score from the ball distance no doubt helping in that. Then his eyes flew down the list. Todoroki was in second and Bakugo was right behind him. Luckily, Bakugo was too tired to look up at the list. But the big question was who was in last. So Izuku dropped down to the bottom and saw Hitoshi Shinsu. Izuku looked over at Shinsu, who was looking down at the ground with a look of defeat. He was probably thinking that he had only gotten in because of Izuku's help in the entrance exam, and when push came to shove he was always going to fail. Mr. Aizawa suddenly dropped the list and said, "No one is going to get expelled. You all showed promise for being heroes. This was just a rational deception to get each of you to give it your all in each test." "What?" was the voice of most of the students, excluding Izuku, Bakugo, Momo, Todoroki, and Ochako. Mr. Aizawa grinned and said, "But there are some of you who held back, either because you felt comfortable in your placement, or you don't see the value of hard work. So if I see you continue in your actions, you'll be shipped off to general studies before midterms. That's it for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Class dismissed." A collective sigh went throughout the class as Mr. Aizawa walked away. Slowly everyone got up and walked to the changing room and changed in the normal uniform. With the day over, everyone began to head home. Many stopped by the cafeteria to have some food before heading home. After eating lunch, Izuku headed out to the front gate. As he waited for Ochako, he read over the syllabus, which had the typical rule of engagement as all schools do, though that was a large section under the hero class of what was and was not allowed and could get a student expelled. As he finished the bit of the syllabus, Izuku heard footsteps approaching him and looked up expecting Ochako. But instead it was Shinsu walking up to him with his head down. "Hey man," Izuku said in a cheerful tone as Shinsu looked up at him. "Hey," Shinsu said, then stopped in front of Izuku. "So I never got a chance to say thanks for your help. I wouldn't have passed without your help. I can't brainwash a robot with a question. I'm just a little taken back from always getting kicked out. I was happy to help, but I want you to remember all I did was give you some information. You are the one that had to work to use it. You might have placed last in Mr. Aizawa quirk assessment, but take a look at our classmates. Most of them have pretty straightforward quirks. You just require a bit more finesse to work. Doesn't mean you're going to be the worst hero. You'll just be a different kind of hero. My old teacher once said something that I think will help you. Different quirks don't mean different levels. They simply mean different advantages. Your quirk doesn't help you destroy robots, but it can help you defeat a villain in record time. All they have to do is answer a question. There's not that many heroes that can work that quickly or with that little property damage. So take it as this: different quirks, different heroes," Izuku said. Shinsu thought over Izuku's words, then held out a fist. That makes me feel a little better. I guess I have to figure out what kind of hero I want to become. That I can't help with, but I'm excited to be there when you find that out," Izuku said. Hold out a fist for Shinsu to bump. Shinsu sighed and fisted bumped Izuku for walking off Aya's campus and heading down the hill. With nothing else to do, Izuku began reading the syllabus again. He continued to read until he heard Ochako walking up. Izuku looked up from the packet and over at Ochako to find her talking with Ilda. Izuku read their lips and saw they were talking about how well they had done in the quirk assessment tests. Ochako looked over at Izuku, who waved Ochako over, and Ilda followed over. "Hey you two, recover enough from Mr. Aizawa's test?" Both nodded. Then Hilda said, I was quite surprised that you and your friend Bakugo were able to keep up with me so well in the 8th test. Though after you ball throw you mentioned you and he had previous training, still though you two did well. Yeah, Kakin and I's training began when we were 7. And we were mostly taught how to control and use our quirk. By the time we were 10 we began endurance training. Then when we hit middle school we trained in martial arts and started with weights, Izuku said, as he rolled up his syllabus and slipped it into his backpack. You know martial arts. You never mentioned that before, Ochako said, hoping it sounded like a genuine question as she looked at Izuku with a confused look. You two are familiar with each other before UA? Hilda asked, looking back and forth between the two. Uraraka moved into an apartment complex a small drive from my house. We met during the entrance exam, after which she began to hang out with me and my little sister, Izuku said, as they walked through UAS gate and over to the parking lot. Well, it's good to have friends when starting a new school, Hilda said, noticing they were now standing in the parking lot. He looked over at Izuku and watched as he walked over to his motorcycle and grabbed his helmet. Midoriya, what are you doing? Izuku questioned, then looked back at Hilda, then at his motorcycle. A small smile appeared on his face before he said, oh, this is mine and I'm driving Uraraka back to her apartment. You have to be joking. There's no way you own a ZX-25R. A voice called out that Izuku was connected to a bush a few feet around. He looked at and eyebrows rose a bit as Kirishima, Kaminari and Shiro came out from behind the bush. Kaminari continued with, I saw them on the day of the entrance exam and thought it was a teacher's. None of the 2nd or 3rd years were supposed to be at the school. I wanted to know which teachers were making enough to get bikes like that. Unfortunately, the black one was gone before we could get here. But you're saying it's yours? Well, yeah, Izuku said as he pulled his keys from his pocket and tossed it to Kaminari, who greedily caught them and looked them over. The trio saw the keys matched the style of Izuku's motorcycle. After a bit, Izuku gestured to have his keys back and Kaminari heavily sighed as he tossed them back. But Midoriya, in Japan you have to be 16 to have a motorcycle license, Hilda pointed out. I'm friends with someone that had the kind of pull to get Kakin and I's licenses early and we were given these for our 15th birthdays, Izuku said, as he slipped his helmet on, flipping the mouth guard up to speak more clearly. Midoriya, please, I beg of you, someday you have to let us have a chance to drive your bike around, Kirishima said, holding his hand in a begging gesture, Kaminari and Shiro joining him. Izuku looked over and tried his hardest not to laugh, as the trio were failing to look innocent enough that Izuku would consider the deal. A part of his training was not breaking under this kind of pressure, and so far the only one that could break him was Eri. He wasn't about to add more to that list. Funny guys, but no, maybe after you get your driver's license. So about 5 years, maybe 4 if you're lucky, Izuku said, as readjusted the chin strap. That's cold, Shiro said, as the three got off their knees. That's the law and we're training to be heroes. You won't want to do anything outside the law, Izuku said, as he slipped onto his motorcycle and turned the engine on. Ochako skillfully slipped on behind him with her own helmet on. Until tomorrow, boys. Izuku then flipped his helmet down and pulled out his parking spot. He revved the engine a bit and then shifted in first and drove out of the parking lot. The 4 of them walked as Izuku drove down the hill, burning smoke down the whole way, with a muffled scream the whole way. I think I could get through whatever training they did, if it got me a bike and a girl like that, Kaminari said. The other 3 looked at Kaminari, Hilda shaking his head. After dropping Ochako off at her apartment, Izuku went home and enjoyed a relaxing evening with Inko and Eri. After all the exercise that had been done, Izuku was happy for the chance to rest, knowing tomorrow would probably be just as exhausting, though more mental. So after Izuku finally got Eri put down to bed, he was more than happy to turn in for the night himself. The next morning, it was a similar routine of Izuku picking Ochako up on his bike and then driving to UA. In the morning, the main core classes of Japanese, English, and math were held. It was the complete opposite from the previous morning, and some members of Class 1 have found it dull, even though their education has been accelerated. Izuku and Bakugo tried their best to pay attention, yet Izuku often found himself updating his hero analysis journal as he spent the evening with Eri. He had taken the time to write down the quirks of his classmates. He tried his best to make it look like he was taking notes, and he was technically listening to the lessons. Yet Present Mike had caught on and called him out in English. Midoriya, can you find the mistake in the sentence that is on the board? Izuku looked up his journal and began tapping his pencil as he looked up at the board. He looked over the sentence which read, as the sun began its descent behind the mountain and night began, the temperature of the valley began to drop. Izuku only had to read it once and then answered in English. It shouldn't be an apostrophe because it's possessive, and mountain should either be mountains or mountain range, as mountain means single and doesn't work in the context of a valley. Present Mike looked at the board and shook his head a bit. Izuku's answer wasn't technically wrong. Present Mike turned back to Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya, but I was a teenager once. I can tell when any one of you is not paying attention. Taking the hint, Izuku closed his hero journal, slipped it into his backpack and pulled out his actual notebook. The rest of the morning was uneventful, seemingly taking forever as everyone wanted to get to the afternoon. As the afternoon meant hero class, the whole reason the students of Class 1 had decided to come to UA. As soon as the lunch bell rang, many students of 1A quickly packed their items and ran off to the lunchroom. Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki and by proxy Ochako took their time. Ochako stayed behind to walk with Izuku, who as they walked gave a small yawn. Ochako looked over at Izuku and asked, "Are you not excited for hero class after lunch? I went to bed late since Iri refused to go to bed on time and the morning has been pretty slow for me. And besides it's the first hero class, it's not like we're going to actually be training. It will just be more introductions and the teacher getting a baseline the same as Mr. Aizawa did," Izuku said as he shouldered his backpack. Ochako smiled and said, "Did you forget who's going to be teaching our hero class?" No matter how tired Izuku was, talking about All Might always seemed to light a fire under him. Izuku looked at Ochako confused for a few seconds, then connected the dots. A smile appeared on his face and he began to walk a little faster towards the cafeteria. By the time they got to the end of the hallway, Izuku was almost dead on sprint. Ochako struggled to keep up with him as Izuku quickly caught up to the rest of the 1A. Once he did, he slowed down and walked behind everyone. As Ochako caught up, she had to rest an arm on Izuku's back to catch her breath. In the lunchroom, they walked in line to get their food. As Izuku and Ochako walked in front of Lunch Rush, Izuku magically produced his journal and asked Lunch Rush for his autograph. Lunch Rush happily accepted the journal and signed his name, then handed it back to Izuku. The moment the journal was back in Izuku's hand, it disappeared. Even though she had been watching closely, Ochako still couldn't figure out where Izuku had stashed his journal. She tried to think about where it went, but once she had lunch in front of her, she completely forgot about it. After paying, the duo began looking for a table, when Izuku spotted Mina with her hand up, waving them over. As Izuku and Ohako walked over, they found Mina, Momo, Jiru and Kirishima enjoying their lunch together. They sat down next to each other with Ochako being on Izuku's right and Mina on his left. Mina looked over at Izuku and said, "Hey you two, you're acting like a couple. Did you go to the same middle school?" Ochako's face went red and Izuku looked confused. They hadn't been acting like a couple at all. Why would Mina like they were? "No, we only met at the entrance exam. Uraraka moved into an apartment complex a few minutes' drive from my house." Izuku looked so innocent that even Kirishima couldn't help but think of how dense Izuku was. "Oh yes, Kirishima, Kaminari and Siro informed us of Bakugo and your bikes and you driving Uraraka home," Momo said as she took a small bite of her salmon. This caused Izuku to shoot a glance over at the red-haired student, who defensively held up his hand. Though Izuku didn't mind the bit of gossip, everyone would bound out about it eventually, but for Kirishima to talk about it so bluntly. "Yeah, Kaken and I were very excited when we got our license early. Kaken wanted to go for a night ride after we were handed the keys. It wasn't until his mother stepped in that he waited until the next morning," Izuku said. "How did you get your licenses and the bikes? They had to be quite expensive?" Jiru asked as she took a bite of her sandwich. "When you know people," Izuku shrugged. "Speaking of knowing people, what do you think about our first hero class?" "I'm so excited for hero classes. All Might has to be one of the best teachers," Mina said. Izuku noticed that Kirishima didn't seem to agree with Mina's comment, and Izuku had to agree with him. The symbol of peace was the most powerful hero in the world, but he didn't actually seem like a good mentor. He barely did work in his agency, just let those under his employees deal with all that stuff. From there, Izuku was grateful the conversation moved on, as after his slip-up yesterday he would need to be more careful about revealing too much. From the conversation, it seemed that everyone was excited about being taught by the symbol of peace. Izuku made sure to not repeat his earlier comment as he didn't want to place a cloud over everyone's mood. As lunch went on, the conversation progressed to everyone talking about what kind of heroes they wanted to be. Eventually, the bell rang again and all the students began making their way to their next classes. Class 1 filed back to their seats and slowly left silent as they waited to see if the acceptance letters were a hoax or not. It was time to see if All Might was the newest teacher at UA. Everyone kept a close eye on the door until it suddenly flew open, and then in a red, white and blue blur, All Might ran into the classroom while yelling, "Be prepared, student. Why? For I am here." All Might finished with his ionic smile, which led several students of Class 1 to start cheering. "I can't believe it's actually All Might," Kaminari said, clapping as hard as he could. To see a living legend in person, Kaminari felt like he needed a show for All Might to sign. "Yeah, I couldn't believe the letter," Siro said. When All Might suddenly appeared through the hologram, Siro yelled and that caused his entire family to run into his room, and when they saw who was in the letter they all gave their own screams. Ochako looked over, expecting Izuku to have a big smile. What she got was so much funnier. Izuku's face was turning a bright red until he passed out and face planted onto his desk. Through Project Velocity, he had the chance to meet several pro heroes, some of them better high in popularity. But there was a big difference between that and meeting Japan's #1 hero, the symbol of peace, All Might. Shinsu let out a small chuckle as he used his foot to tape Ilda in front of him. Once Ilda looked back, Shinsu pointed over at Izuku. Ilda gave a confused look at the passed-out Izuku, then nodded and then turned back to All Might. Bakugo then turned around to look at Izuku and found him unconscious. Bakugo groaned as he whacked Izuku on the back of the head. Izuku instantly shot back up, and as if nothing had happened, he began clapping his hands with the rest of the class. Achako had to hold a hand up to her mouth to hide her chuckle, but her bouncing in her seat and her face turning red revealed her laughter. He's wearing his Silver Age costume, Suyu pointed out. It's so retro, old school even, Nina said impersonally. It was her favorite of the different costumes All Might had worn throughout his career of being a pro hero. Now, young Ashido. I'm not that old. All Might chuckled and Mina's face went a dark purple. She hadn't expected All Might to hear her comment over all the applause. She thought she had been safe. Now, young students, welcome to the important class of Yua High. Basic Hero Training. Here you will be taught the basics of being a hero, by training and practicing all aspects of hero work, but importantly what it means to fight for good. And I believe the best teacher is experience, so let's not waste any time and get into it. All Might reached into his belt and pulled out a card that read, Battle. Achako looked over at Izuku with a smug look. Izuku looked back and mouthed, Time to go plus ultra. The class cheered as this was bound to be a very exciting first class, but a part of being a hero is looking the part. So without further ado, may I present to you your hero costumes. All Might said, and with a push of a button, a section of the wall began to move out. Shelves with briefcase slowly move out. With the request sent in by you, support company created individual suits to be used by you and only you. Now grab the case with your seat number and meet into observation room beta, and we'll get started. With excitement at an all-time high, everyone quickly jumped up, grabbed their costume and ran into the changing room. Izuku took more time for his pacing and the last one of the room. Before leaving, Izuku put his case on a desk and opened it to see his hero suit. As he looked over the suit, he found everything. The main base of it was a dark green sleeveless shirt that was lined with Kevlar for an extra layer of protection. Going down both sides of the shirt were rows of purple V's, while 2 white strips went over the shoulders. Aside from the shirt, there was a single leather gauntlet that would cover Izuku's entire left forearm. There was only one, as that was all that was sneed, and if Izuku had one of his right arm whenever he used his quirk, the gauntlet would just be torn apart. And while the gauntlet fit the aesthetic of the costume, it housed a familiar wire system to help Izuku climb up building. Next was his utility belt, which had several containers. The 5 ones on the right were small containers that held the specialized hair dye, and when Izuku opened them up, he was happy to see they were all filled. The container on the right and the back housed material needed for first aid. Separating from the set of containers was a long 6-inch military knife that Izuku pulled out and inspected the edge. The buckle was formed to look like a crosshair and was the same purple as the V's. Then came the dark green pants, which were once again lined with Calvar and braces over the knees to help with sliding and close quarters combat. Going down the side of the same were the same 2 white stripes on the shoulders. Along with the pants were black steel-toed boots. The last item in the briefcase was a scouter that was meant to rest over Izuku's left ear, aside from working as an extra set of communication in case he couldn't use his comm bullets. When the green tint glass was in front of Izuku's eye, it acted similar to a rifle scope. It wasn't able to zoom as far as Izuku's scope, but it would allow Izuku to look at things in different modes such as heat, infrared, and night visions. All things he sadly couldn't do with his scope. Happy that everything was in order, Izuku closed his briefcase and headed to the changing room. Once he arrived, Izuku saw the last few of the boys in Class 1 were finishing up their costumes. Knowing he wasn't going to be too far behind, Izuku set about changing, starting with his boots and pants, and finishing with the scouter. Once his scouter was in position, Izuku pulled out a hair tie and pulled his hair into a ponytail. His hair was well on its way to being as long as Momo, at which point Izuku would decide to cut some off. But for now, he was fine tying it back, as it did a good job of keeping it out of the way. Izuku was the last one out of the changing room, as he had been the only one left in the room by the time he was taking his shirt off. This meant he was the last one to get to training ground beta. As he walked into the mock city, he heard All Might. All right, it seemed we've just missing young Midoriya. Apologies, I wanted to make sure everything was in order, and then my scooter was not turning on properly. Someone put the battery in backwards, Izuku said as he walked out of the tunnel and joined the rest of his class. All Might looked over Izuku's costume. There was no clear indication that he was copying Lady Nagant in any way, though if Izuku was smart, he would keep far away from doing that. All Might then cleared his throat and said, "The world says the clothes make the hero, and young ladies and gentlemen, behold you are proof." Izuku looked over at his classmates, each of their suits perfectly fitting them. Ochako came over and smiled. "Wow, Midoriya, you look sharp in your costume." Izuku looked at himself, proud of what he had come up with. The costume was close to his initial design, though Aunt Mitsuki with her fashion career gave her 2 cents. The major look she had changed from switching the purple V's from being on the front to being on the sides. A change Izuku agreed with after seeing it. "Well, my quirk doesn't require much support, so I went more for the look and Kevlar protection. What about you, Uraraka? I noticed your quirk seems to make you nauseous." Ochako chuckled and brought her hands up. "Yeah, my collar and wrist cover and belt add pressure to my nerves point to help with the nausea. My boots are spring-loaded to help with jumping when I use my quirk on myself. Though I could have been a little more specific in my costume design. This costume is kind of skin-tight and not really my style. Then again, all I put with a costume that was space-themed." "I think you look amazing," Izuku said, trying not to look Ochako over too much, because Inko had raised hell to make sure her boy was a gentleman and treated women with respect. Luckily, a distraction came as he saw Bakugo working with his gauntlets, which were shaped like grenades. Izuku had to laugh at Bakugo's design choice, clearly using what he had learned from his parents. But Izuku stopped laughing as Bakugo gained a feral grin when the pin of the grenade popped up and a smaller pin jetted out to the side. Bakugo chuckled a little as he stored the pin away. When the little show Izuku realized what the purpose of the gauntlets was. A support item Bakugo always wanted was a container that could absorb his explosive sweat. Then he would be able to unleash all the stored sweat and ignite it, forming an explosion larger than he could on his own. An idea that Project Velocity always shot down, stating the property damage the explosions would cause as the main reason. It seemed whatever support company UA had sent Bakugo's request didn't think that through as much as members of Project Velocity had. "This is getting me all revved more. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies?" All Might said, causing most class wanted to cheer. All Might led them to the outside the observation room of the mock city and explained what the lesson was about. "Quick question before we begin. Where does most villainous activity take place?" Several hands shot up, though Izuku elected to keep his own down. He was curious about what his classmates thought. All Might looked over the class and pointed at Mina, young ASHIDO. "In dense residential areas, so they can cause the most damage to people and property," Mina said, with a big smile. It is what the media always talked about, and it made sense as it was the biggest blow to society. Despite what the media portrays, that is incorrect, All Might said, causing Mina's smile to disappear. Apparently, many of the other students thought the same idea as they put their hands down. Only Momo still had her hand up. All Might pointed at Momo, who stated, "Assassination attempt." All Might shook his head. "Maybe in the past, but as license for bodyguards and the like have become more available, assassination attempts occur less often and are less successful." "Bodyguards licenses?" Kaminari asked, and it seemed that most of Class 1 were also unfamiliar with the term. "License for people that protect people high in power, like CEOs of big companies or political figures. Their bodyguards can receive license to use their quirk when protecting the person they protect. Their ability to use their quirk is still extremely limited, and since the training is similar to becoming a hero, most do the extra training and become heroes, so their ability to use their quirk is not as limited," Izuku said, then looked at All Might and decided to humor the question. "Smart villains know if they go out in public, heroes will be about to stop them before too much damage occurs. So most villainous activities occur in backroom deals. Blackmailing, rigging votes, that kind of stuff. Harder to be stopped when heroes don't know what's going on." All Might had to pause for a second and remind himself that Izuku and Bakugo had previous training. He cleared his throat and continued with, "Yes, most heroes go for public attacks as that's what the media covers and is a good way to get your names. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with most dangerous villain happen in back rooms, as young Midoriya mentioned. Those are usually handled by more powerful and professional underground and secret heroes, as your teacher Eraserhead." Several of the students became confused at the name of Eraserhead, and Bakugo said, "Our homeroom teacher, you dumb idiots. Mr. Aizawa." "Thank you, young Bakugo. And with that information, we'll be skipping a few lessons ahead to cover this. But this time you won't simply be punching other robots, you'll be fighting in 2-on-2 teams." All Might said, "Sir, will you be deciding who wins?" Momo asked. "How much can we hurt the other team?" Bakugo asked, causing Izuku to sigh and drop his head into his hand. Izuku swore one of these days he was just going to buy Bakugo a punching bag. "Will the losers be expelled like earlier?" Kaminari asked. Everyone looked with unamused faces. "What? It's important to know. Will you be splitting on chance or comparative skill?" Hilda asked. IWASn't finished talking. "But no, nothing recovery girl can't heal, no and no. You'll be placed into teams based on lottery." Now let's set the scene. All Might said, then pulled out flashcards. Izuku and Ochako both had to hide their laughs behind their hands. The situation is as followed. A pair of villains have hidden a nuclear bomb something in their hideout. The heroes must try and foil their plan by either disabling the nuclear bomb or... Kaminari raised his hand and All Might looked at him for a second, said, nuclear bomb is fake and you simply have to place your hand on the bomb to win. You won't get to learn how to disarm bomb until your second year. Either disable the nuclear weapon or capture the villain. Likewise, the villain win if they were able to keep the heroes from recovering the weapon within 15 minutes while staying free, or capture the heroes. Now let the teams be decided by drawing lots. Sir, is there a better way to choose teams? Ilda asked. Yet before All Might could offer an explanation, Izuku spoke and gave one that the number one hero found to be better than his. Think about it, heroes teamed up with each other all the time. Something the heroes have worked before. Other is the first time the heroes have met. Yet they need to work in sync to win. Fighting alongside someone you don't know can help you learn how to adapt and improvise. Ilda looked at Izuku and bowed. Thank you. Excuse my interruption. No problem, now let's begin. All Might said, pulling out a box. Everyone took turns to draw lots. Izuku drew C and was placed with Ochako. Bakugo was placed with Kirishima. Todoroki was placed with Takoyami. Shinsu with Momo, Ilda with Shoichi, Sato with Jiru, Kaminari with Aoyama, and Mina with Kota. Saisu was teamed with Hagakura, and lastly Shiro and Ajaru. Once all teams were decided, All Might produced 2 more boxes and gave each team their assignment as heroes or villain. Izuku and Ochako were drawn as villains and their opponents were Shinsu and Momo, and they were up first. Before each match, teams will have 5 minutes to create plans. Heroes will have that time to memory the layout of the building, but will have to find the weapon and villain on their own. Once those 5 minutes are up, a 15 minutes battle will begin. Now any question? All Might asked, and Izuku raised his hand. Young Midoriya. Instead of asking his question out loud, Izuku surprised Class 1 by walking up to All Might. All Might then leaned over and Izuku whispered his question in All Might's ear. It was so quiet that not even Jiru was able to fully hear what Izuku was saying. All Might's smile faltered for a second. He wasn't expecting such a question from a first year. Yet he had to answer. Such a device will be waiting alongside the explosive device. Izuku nodded and walked back to the class, with everyone's eyes on him, trying to figure out what Izuku had asked their teacher. Izuku stood next to Ochako, who turned to look at him and asked, "What did you ask All Might for?" "I'll tell you the plan once we're inside," Izuku said with a click of his tongue. All Might then dismissed the 4 to prepare for their battle, while he led the rest of Class 1 into the observation room. Izuku led Ochako into the designated building. Yet before they could head in, Shinsu called out, "Midoriya, Uraraka." Izuku and Ochako turned back to see Shinsu walking up to them. Shinsu held out his hand to Izuku and said, "May the best team win." Izuku looked down at Shinsu's hand and sensed a trap. But nevertheless, Izuku reached forward and shook Shinsu's hand. Best to learn what the trap was to be prepared. Yes, may the best team win. Then Izuku led Ochako inside, where they quickly located the bomb in the first main room. Izuku quickly walked to the bomb and Ochako saw him slip a device into his pocket. "What was that?" Ochako asked. "What was what?" Izuku asked as he turned to Ochako with a confused look on his face. "Never mind," Ochako said, then turned to the bomb. "So what's the plan? You told me about Shinsu's quirk. He can brainwash us with a question, right? So as long as we don't answer any of his questions, we should be fine. His voice is pretty unique. I won't be so sure about that. Did you see that metal mask that hung around his shoulder?" Izuku asked and Ochako nodded. "I think it's a voice modifier, not a speaker. Usually vocal quirks don't work through speakers. I think he can turn the plates of metal to make his voice sound like others. I don't know how accurate he can get it, but it would be best if we come up with names so we know if Shinsu is the one talking." Ochako smiled a bit, glad for a chance to already be using codenames. "All right, then just refer to me as 13. Izuku immediately recognized the name and with an arched brow, he asked, 13, as in the space hero?" Ochako got a bit of a sheepish grin and said, "Yeah, she's my favorite hero. Already, just refer to me as Crosshairs." Ochako paused. Within the file there was no mention of what hero names Izuku had been thinking about. Sure, it seemed like useless information, but there had been even more useless information that Madam President insisted Ochako know. "Is that your hero name?" A hero's name was supposed to reflect the kind of person that held the name. So if Izuku was thinking about being called Crosshairs, that could reveal a lot about him. "One of them. I've got a list, but I haven't decided," Izuku said, as he picked up the bomb and began walking to the stairs. "Moving back to our opponents. Yaoyorozu can create any non-organic material or item from her body. I'm guessing fat lipid is the most available resource. We'll have to watch up for her and whatever tricks she plans to use." "So what's our move?" Ochako asked as she followed Izuku up the stairs. "I'm thinking we put the bomb on the 5th floor, then head back down to the 4th floor. The heroes will expect us to stay close to our main weapon, so when they see us on the fourth they'll assume the explosive is on the fourth floor, Izuku said, his voice dropping a bit and getting rough. What if they come from the roof down? Ochako asked, but Izuku shook his head. Neither of them have a very mobile quirk, and won't be able to scale buildings easily. Ieyasu could probably make some gear to do so, but that would just be a waste of her quirk, Izuku said, keeping his rough voice. Ochako laughed, then added some maliciousness to her voice and said, so how should we take them out? One just needs his voice and the other can make items to capture us. Izuku smiled, then switched back to his villain persona. It's not going to be easy. First we need to take out the woman. She has too many possibilities. The earlier she's eliminated, the less time she will have to plan. So she's first. What's our plan of attack? Ochako asked. How's your close quarters skill? Izuku asked, and Ochako gave a so-so gesture. I haven't had any formal tiring. Izuku gave a nod and continued with, first we need to separate the heroes, so we don't have to deal with voice mimicry as we tag team Home Depot. Izuku's nickname for Momo caught Ochako off guard and she let out a small chuckle. Home Depot. That was not the kind of nickname she was expecting from someone who took being a hero as seriously as Izuku. I'm not as good with insulting nicknames as Kaken, Izuku said with a shrug of his shoulders, then continued with, we'll engage both of them, let them think they have the upper hand. As we retreat, I trap Mimic, then we handle Home Depot together. Once she's captured, we'll loop around and handle the other self-righteous hero. 2 minutes remain until the fight begins, All Might announced. Now on the 5th floor, Izuku quickly stored the bomb in the corner of a room, then both of them ran down to the 4th floor and sat in a room that Momo and Shinsu would be able to easily spot them from. A minute later an alarm went off, signaling the start of the fight. Izuku flicked his scouter down and the green light got a small light to it. Izuku tapped the button on the side until he landed on heat signatures. He watched as 2 signatures slowly entered the building. He watched as they skipped the entire 1st floor and moved up to the 2nd. Izuku watched as the duo quickly scouted the 2nd floor and then moved up to the 3rd. Izuku watched them move into the main room, then to a side room. Izuku grinned as he held his right arm towards the hallway and steam formed around his arm. We're supposed to be villains, so let's act like villains. Let's mess with them a bit, Izuku said, then shot a green bullet. It could be heard as it went ricocheting down the stairs and towards his classmates. Izuku watched as the bullet bounced in the room Momo and Shinsu were in until it launched itself in the wall. Before Izuku fired a second one, he noticed that Ochako was looking over at him. What are you doing? Ochako mouthed, playing the part. Izuku mouthed back and fired another bullet. It similarly went down the stairs and into the room of Momo and Shinsu. It bounced around the room for a bit, with Momo even having to push Shinsu out of the war, though it was easy to see that the bullet was going to miss him by a few centimeters. Izuku gave a quiet laugh as he saw them looking around the room trying to figure out where the bullets had come from. Izuku decided to fire off 5 more shots and watched as the 2 of them worked to dodge the bullets. What are you doing? Ochako asked as she looked down the hallway. Izuku pulled out his scouter and handed it to Ochako as he fired off 5 more shots. Ochako watched as the heat signature of the bullet ricocheted down the stairs and towards Shinsu and Momo. They're going to figure out where we are if you keep doing that. Only if they listen to how the bullets ricochet, Izuku said, then saw the look on Ochako's face. Fine, I'll stop. Izuku transformed his arm back and accepted his scouter back. As he slipped it on, he noticed Momo and Shinsu working their way back to the stairs. They must have figured that Izuku was keeping them on that floor because that wasn't where he and Ochako were. 13, you were right, they're coming up, Izuku said as he hurried up to the corner hidden from the entrance to the room. Ochako nodded and quickly got into position. Izuku watched their opponent walk up to the 4th floor and slowly walk towards their position. Momo was the first to enter. Ochako let Momo take a few more steps in. Then she jumped the raven-haired student. Momo managed to keep her feet around and stepped away from Ochako. Ochako began to throw punches, not giving Momo a chance to think. As Momo couldn't find the time, Ochako began to overpower her. Seeing this, Shinsu came rushing into the room to help his teammates. As Shinsu came through the door frame, Izuku popped out and rammed his right hand into Shinsu's gut. Yet before Shinsu could stumble back, Izuku transformed his right arm and set Shinsu's flying. Shinsu hit the ground and rolled to a stop and then began to get his feet back under him. At this point, Izuku transformed his arm back and stepped through the door, closing it behind him and into the narrow hallway. Not planning on giving Shinsu a chance to recover, Izuku ran forward and threw a punch. Yet surprisingly, Shinsu managed to block the attack. Then he jumped back to give himself room to move. But giving Izuku more room was the worst thing to do, as more room gave Izuku enough time to transform his right arm again and shoot an orange bullet. Closing his eyes before the bullet went off, Izuku counted to 3 and then reopened his eyes. He found Shinsu to be stumbling back, rubbing his eyes from the sudden flashbang. Izuku yelled and charged Shinsu, tackling him through the closed door and back into the stairwell. As they landed on the hard cement floor, Shinsu managed to hit Izuku in the side, but Izuku quickly slugged Shinsu across the jaw. As Shinsu's head whipped to the side, Izuku could see Shinsu was using all his willpower to stay conscious. This allowed Izuku to stand up and then kick Shinsu back down the stairs. As Shinsu rolled down the stairs, Izuku held a finger up to his earpiece and said, "Mimic is down," doubling back to assist. Izuku then turned and ran back through the door, across the narrow hallway and back through the first door to help Ochako. By the time he returned, Momo had overpowered Ochako and had her on her stomach. Momo pressed her knee into Ochako's back to keep from escaping. Momo Bow's staff was discarded as Momo reached into her belt and pulled out a roll of capture tape. Momo grabbed Ochako's left wrist and forcibly bent it behind her back. As Momo reached for Ochako's other wrist, she was interrupted by Izuku tackling her off of Ochako. Izuku threw Momo across the room, who rolled as she landed, allowing her to pop back onto her feet. She rubbed her jaw a bit as a bruise slowly began to form. She looked at Izuku and said, "Hey, I thought you were never one to hit a girl. That was the first lesson that was beaten into me, but I still try to be a gentleman when I can," Izuku said, keeping himself between Momo and Ochako to allow Ochako to get back on her feet. "That's so kind of you," Momo said, as she created a new bow staff and held it tight in her arm. She raised it above her head and yelled as she rushed forward, targeting Ochako. She and Shinsu planned to get Izuku away from Ochako long enough for them to deal with her. Then they would be able to double-team Izuku. Ochako was already worn out and only needed to be hit again on the head. Yet that plan wasn't going to work as Izuku already took care of Shinsu. Time for Plan B. Momo could only hope Izuku played into it. And he did. Izuku shot forward and met Momo head-on. He met her halfway and Momo swung her bow staff as hard as she could. Izuku expertly blocked the attack, then kicked his foot up and used it to shove an end of the bow staff into the floor. With Momo's guard down, Izuku drew his right arm and thrust it forward. He would have aimed for her chest, but he was still an awkward teenager and didn't want to deal with that mess. Aiming slightly lower, Izuku thrust his open palm into Momo's gut. The air was forced out of her lungs as she dropped to her hands and knees. Momo shook her head as she gasped for air. This allowed her earpieces to fall out and hit the ground. As Izuku watched it hit the floor, Shinsu's voice suddenly came over it. "Yeah, Yarazu, I'm headed up to the 5th floor. Try and keep them distracted for a bit longer." Momo suddenly grinned and 2 smoke grenades formed out of her legs. As soon as they hit the floor, their clips popped off and the room was quickly filled with room. Ochako looked around the room but couldn't even see her visor. When she suddenly heard Izuku call out, 13, Mimic's headed for the 5th floor. Try to catch up to him. I've got Home Depot. Go. I'm on it. Ochako called out and ran for the hallway. Out in the hallway, she couldn't see through the other open door. He must have already been headed up. Ochako used her quirk on herself and used her spring-loaded boots to launch into the stairwell. As she came into the stairwell, Ochako deactivated her quirk. As she landed, she shifted her hands to reactivate herself to launch up the stairs. "Freeze," came Izuku's voice, and Ochako felt herself lose control of her body as it froze in place. Ochako looked around and saw Shinsu down the stairs. He pulled off his mask and said, "Something I haven't talked about is the timing of my quirk. Usually, I try to activate it the moment someone answers my question, but I can delay my quirk's activation for a few seconds if I don't speak again. Needed to get you out of that room, or my hold over you could have accidentally been broken." Shinsu walked the stairs, pulling out a roll of capture tape as he did so. Once he was in front of Ochako, he said, "Now hold out your hands." Ochako tried to take back control over her body, using her training to do so. However, Shinsu's quirk made quick work of that, as Ochako felt her body obey Shinsu's command and she held out her hands. Once Ochako's hands were tied, Shinsu continued with, "Once Midoriya began shooting us with ricochets, we realized it would be hard to get him away from you. So we changed the plan to get you away from him. Now all we have to do is deal with him. Ochako Uraraka has been captured. 1 villain remains." All Might announced as Shinsu began running towards the room to help Momo. Izuku knew he and Ochako were in trouble once Momo filled the room with smoke, even more so when he heard his own voice. He was going to call out to Ochako that it wasn't him, but Momo recovered and attacked, drawing his full attention. Even with his enhanced eyesight, Izuku was barely able to dodge Momo's attacks. What compound Momo had put in the grenade had filled the room with enough smoke to make it dense. Then worse news came as Ochako was announced to be captured. After that, it didn't take long for Izuku to figure out what their plan was. Smart play. Shinsu recovered quicker than expected and got into position to intercept Uraraka, Izuku said, dodging a sudden attack. He heard metal being picked up and leaned back to avoid a swing from Momo's bow staff. "You knew to defeat me you would have to double-team me, so you used Shinsu's support item to trick Ochako to respond to my voice. Even got the code names. Now you're free to double-team me." Izuku then jumped up and backflipped, springing off of Shinsu. Shinsu would need to work on quieting his footsteps as he ran. Izuku rolled backwards once he landed and jumped back on his feet, so my only play is to keep you from getting to the bomb. With that, Izuku turned and threw the door open and ran down the hallway. He kicked the stairwell door open and ran inside. He paid Ochako no attention as he ran up the stairs. He's going for the bomb, after him, Momo yelled, and Izuku heard hurried footsteps coming after him. Izuku quickly made it to the 5th floor and ran out of the stairwell. As Izuku ran down the hallway, he held a finger up to his ear and pressed his earpieces. Hey All Might, how much time is left on the clock? 2 minutes, young Midoriya, All Might said, confused as to why Izuku needed such information. Perhaps to know how long he needed to keep his opponents away, but that still didn't explain his earlier question before the match started. Thank you, Izuku said as he slid into the room with the bomb. To avoid the beanbag Momo had fired from a gun. As Izuku came to a stop, he moved his legs out of the way and saw Momo and Shinsu running down the hallway. Izuku quickly kicked the door closed and then jumped up. It only took a few seconds before Momo and Shinsu arrived and the doorknob rattled. Izuku stood confidently in front of his weapon as the door began to shake and crack. After a 4th hit, the door came flying off of its hinges and Shinsu and Momo walked in carrying a battering ram. Izuku had to raise an eyebrow at the battering ram, which both were quick to drop. Give it up. You have nowhere to run from the villain. Your ally is in the hands of the police and you'll be joining her soon, Momo said with confidence, though Izuku could tell it was being forced. You think I wish to see the inside of a prison cell? I'd rather spend an eternity in hell, Izuku said, raising his voice in volume and power. Come on, you self-righteous heroes. You think you can protect your beloved world from the darkness humanity can create? The world was once cleansed by water, now it's time to be cleansed by fire. Izuku pulled out the device he had grabbed. He flicked the cap off, revealing a glowing red button. In his hand, Izuku was holding a detonator. He saw Momo freeze, while Shinsu moved forward to try and knock it out of the detonator out of his hands. However, Izuku simply smiled and pressed down on the button. Yet nothing happened. Everyone had enough time to look at the bomb, only for it to explode a second later. Izuku and Shinsu were thrown to the ground, while Momo was pushed against the walls. Bomb has successfully been detonated. Villains win, All Might announced. The 3 in the room were all slow to get back to their feet. As they slowly stood back up, they found the room to be covered in purple slime. Momo screamed as she wiped some slime off her face. She then glared at Izuku and said, I thought the bombs were supposed to be fake. Well, they're not nuclear, but they are slime bombs, Izuku said as he pulled a bit of slime from his ear. He had been prepared for the detonation, as that was what he had asked of All Might earlier if there was any actual explosive in the bombs. Yet he had not been prepared for the amount of slime that came from the bomb. It was going to take forever to get all the slime out of his hair. Thank you. Now would you all please return to the observation room for your assessment, All Might said. A few minutes later the 4 returned to the room. Izuku was still covered in the purple slime. Momo had created a towel to wipe herself and Shinsu off, and Momo had offered a towel to Izuku but he refused. Everyone looked over the 4 as All Might asked, Now would anyone like to elect an MVP? Midoriya, sir, Kirishima said, and most of the class agreed with him. Despite being outgunned at the end, he was still able to handle the situation and find a way to win. But blowing the bomb, if it was real he would have been dead too. Suyu said, some villains are so insane that they're willing to die to kill people. If I wanted to, I could have easily detonated the bomb the moment I got into the room, but I played it being a villain whose mission was to kill heroes, not simply creating disasters. Personally, I nominate Shinsu, Izuku said as he pulled a piece of slime from his ankle and tossed it into a garbage bin. Everyone looked at Izuku confused. Young Midoriya, would you care to explain your reasoning? All Might said, calling out the number 1 student. Izuku raised a finger, signaling he needed a moment. He then reached into the back of his belt and pulled out a small silver disc. This is a comms link, one that Shinsu planted on me after he distracted me with a simple gesture of good sportsmanship, a simple handshake. Wait, if you noticed it then why didn't you throw it away? Shinsu won't have been able to spy on your team, Ilda asked. Because I was able to use it for my own purposes, Izuku said as he flicked the silver disc into the air. Shinsu was trying to figure out our plan, so I let him, to lead him into a false sense of security. Izuku caught the silver disc and then tossed it back to Shinsu with the knowledge that they knew our plan. I led them to spring their trap. Using the codenames Uraraka and I had created, Shinsu was able to capture Uraraka. What do you mean by false sense of security? Kirishima asked. You might have noticed Shinsu was able to trick Uraraka by using her codename. Once she was captured, he and Yaoyorozu were bound to feel prideful. Who wouldn't? They knew they outnumbered their opponent, and Shinsu knew I would have Yaoyorozu outmatched, so he came quickly to assist her. That is when I switched to my secondary plan, Izuku explained further. So I was bait? Ochako asked. She had not gone through all of her training to be used as bait. The only reason she wasn't too angry was that meant Izuku hadn't caught on to her extra skills. She could have easily overpowered Momo, but she wanted to see what Izuku would do. No, even with my enhanced eyesight, the smoke made it very difficult to see Yaoyorozu's attack, and if Shinsu arrived, they would have easily overpowered me. And I couldn't simply knock one of them out because I needed both to follow me into the trap. So I acted afraid of being captured and retreated while setting up to win the fight. Izuku said. All Might chuckled, then said, "Well done, young Midoriya, and you've touched a point that will come up later in your lessons. Every villain is just as different as their quirks. Their goals and how they work to achieve victory will be different, even between fight with the same villain. So before you charge in head first, you need to know what your villain hopes to accomplish and how far they're willing to go to do so. So what about shooting us with your bullets?" Shinsu asked. "I will admit that was just playing the part of a villain, and maybe messing around with you. It actually didn't play out in any plan," Izuku said, causing Momo's shoulder to drop, and Shinsu hung his head. "Still, though, you handled yourselves well. You used the information you had worked to gain the advantage." Izuku paused as a thought crossed his mind. "Shinsu, you had been listening the entire time. You knew the bomb was on the 5th floor. Why not just go for it directly?" "Well, now I know if we had, you would have just blown it up on us. But in the beginning, we figured you would have noticed us going up the stairwell and caught up to us before we got to the bomb. So while we pretended to search for the bomb, we worked on a plan to separate the two of you and make it easier to divide and conquer," Shinsu said. "But then you began shooting at us, and we realized that we wouldn't be able to get you away from your Uraraka, so we switched to get your Uraraka to leave." Momo finished explaining, and Izuku nodded. Everyone gave the four a round of applause while Ochako huffed. "You used me as bait." "I didn't." Ochako huffed again. "Fine, I'll take you out for Machai to make up for it," Izuku whispered in her ear. And Ochako smiled a bit. After the show of the first match, many members of Class 1 didn't think their fights were going to be as impressive. Even more so after the second match, which was called out for Todoroki and Takoyami to be the villains while Shoji and Ilda were chosen as the heroes. The two pairs left to their designated building, and while it was obvious Ilda and Shoji were hard at work coming up with a plan, Todoroki and Takoyami hadn't said a word to each other. The rest of the class talked about how important teamwork and communication were for this exercise. When All Might announced the start of the fight, Ilda and Shoji moved to head inside, only to stop when the sound of ice suddenly cracked through the area, and the next second the entire building was covered in ice. Everyone jumped up in surprise. Todoroki had covered the entire building in ice. All the entrances, doors, and windows were blocked. All Might's sweat dropped a bit and asked, "Young Ilda, young Shoji, are you able to continue?" Not knowing which answer to give, Shoji drew back his fists and punched the ice, while Ilda began kicking it. They continued to hammer away at the ice, yet after 2 minutes they had barely gotten through the door. All Might moved a camera down to look through the open door, as the ice had taken out all the cameras that were inside. Class 1 was met with a frozen nightmare. Spikes covered the floors and walls, with the thinnest being a foot thick. It had taken Ilda and Shoji 2 minutes to get through the first door. How were they possibly going to get through the hallway within the time limit? Ilda turned away from the door and said in a downtrodden tone, "We surrender." All Might nodded and turned away from the monitor. "Hero team has been barred from entering. Villain team win." Let this be a lesson that victory may not always be possible and something you have to step back and let a hero with a more suitable quirk take over. Class 1 nodded. But even with his helmet still on, everyone could see how down Ilda was. After Todoroki thought a way out, he and Takoyami joined Ilda and Shoji in heading back to the observation room. There was no question who the MVP of the round was, and All Might quickly continued to the next round. Kaminari and Aoyama were called the heroes while Mina and Koda were called the villains. And the problems from the last round were evident in this fight as well. Mina tried to form a plan with Koda. However, the Silent Annie voice user only spoke in sign language and gesture languages Mina didn't understand at all. On the flip side, Aoyama was responsive, but it was so sideways that Kaminari had no idea if it pertained to the plan or if Aoyama was complimenting himself on his costume. In a small moment before the fight occurred, Kaminari grabbed one of the whiteboards that were scattered outside the school building. He also managed to find a marker. He then proceeded to write something and then held it up to the camera. Written on the whiteboard was a single word, "help," and an arrow pointing at Aoyama. A crackle went through the observation room as All Might hit the intercom button and said, "Round 3, begin." The resulting fight was strange, to say the least. While Kaminari and Aoyama slowly made their way through the school building, Mina began skating around looking for them. All the while Koda refused to leave the room where they hid the bomb, which consequently was the principal's office. Unlike the previous fight, the heroes and villains did cross paths, and unlike the first round, it wasn't a very prolonged fight. Mina managed to get the drop on the two heroes while they were entering the cafeteria. She started by attacking him and spraying him down with acid. Though her attack barely touched him, it got all over his cape. Aoyama froze as he looked down at his cape. and then he proceeded to let out a scream that was the definition of a textbook middle school girl. After screaming for 15 seconds, he passed out. Moving past that, Kaminari tried to get in close to shock Mina. He managed to shock Mina, but that resulted in her producing a high amount of acid that spread around her. As Mina passed out from the shock and fell to the floor, Kaminari's feet hit the ground, which was now a pile of sludge. The moment Kaminari's feet hit the ground, he lost his balance and slipped. As he fell, he yelled and then hit the side of his head on a chair, knocking himself unconscious. All Might gave a nervous chuckle. In all his years of being a pro hero, he had never seen anything quite like that. On the other hand, Bakugo and Izuku grinned as they had done stupider things when sparring with Takami went too far. All this meant Kota was the only one still conscious, so All Might said, due to unforeseen event, I guess villain teams wins. All Might, sir, permission to get a recording of them. That was F432KNG hilarious. Bakugo requested while Kirishima and Izuku shot him a glare. Yet they along with the rest of the class had to admit that it was pretty funny and would it be amazing to rewatch weeks down the road. While Kota walked back to the observation room, after All Might assured him that no one was going to attack him, medical robots came and took the 3 unconscious students to Recovery Girl's office. Then after 3 bizarre fights, All Might was presented with a fight that he could use to teach a lesson. That was until the end. The fight was between Tsuyu and Hagakura as the heroes versus Sato and Jiru as the villains. Going into the fight, Shiro and Jiru were cautious about Hagakura's invisibility quirk. Sato and Jiru then showed they had a good understanding of their opponent's quirk as they began to put one thing around the room that Hagakura could accidentally knock over. Jiru stacked tin cans just out of arm's reach from the bomb, while Sato set up barricades with wooden platelets he had found in the surrounding room. Students, any thoughts about young Sato and young Jiru plan? All Might asked. Momo raised her hand and said, it is well and sound, but so far they've only planned for one of their opponents, Hagakura. While the barricades will slow the heroes down, they don't have anything specifically against Tsuyu. Moreover, the tin cans Jiru has set up aren't exactly stopping Hagakura. They're just a warning system, and since they're so close to the bomb, when Hagakura knocks one over, Jiru and Sato won't have much time to stop her. A good point, young Yaoyorozu. This goes for heroes as well. When facing a villain group, it's easy to focus on the so-called boss, the one with the powerful quirk or the leader of the group. Yet any quirk can become useful in any given situation. All Might said, and with that, he started the fight. Tsuyu and Hagakura were quick to enter the building. They began at the loading dock of the food bank. Tsuyu quietly lifted the metal door, just enough that Hagakura and her were about to slip under it. Once inside, the duo began to search the rooms until Tsuyu froze. This caused Hagakura to freeze and look over as Tsuyu pointed at a distributed dirt trail on the floor. They're all moving to that room, Tsuyu whispered. All Might switched to a camera view that better showed the dirt trails on the floor. And everyone saw that the trails were going from all the rooms to the one that Jiru and Sato had boarded themselves in. Notice how young Asui and young Hagakura are using their environment to find their goal. Doing so can lead to find hidden doors, traps, among other things. When scooping out a villain's hideout, you won't always know how long they've been there. They could have built their own security system. All Might said. Tsuyu and Hagakura crept over to the door and Tsuyu quietly cracked the door open. She looked around and once she spotted the bomb, she silently closed the door. Tsuyu turned to Hagakura and said, Sato and Jiru are inside with the bomb, but they surrounded it with tin cans. They also set up wooden platelets to block the doors. The tin cans are probably to stop me from running in, Hagakura said. Then began to take her gloves and boots, but it's still our best bet. Tsuyu nodded. The girls had agreed that their best plan was for Tsuyu to distract Sato and Jiru while Hagakura snuck up to the bomb. Yet with the tin cans, if Hagakura accidentally knocked any of them over, Jiru and Sato would know where she was, hopefully by knowing ahead of time. If Hagakura knocked one over, she won't freeze. Hagakura slipped out of her last boot and whispered, all right, I'm ready. Tsuyu nodded and without hesitation, she kicked the door down. With missing a skip, Tsuyu stepped forwards and kicked the wooden platelets surrounding the door. The noise caught the attention of Jiru and Sato, who quickly looked over the frog quirk user. I've got her, Sato said as he pulled a container of sugar from his belt and downed it. Just from seeing that made the girls a bit sick to their stomach. As if any of them had eaten, they won't be able to lose the weight for a year. With fuel for his quirk to use, Sato charged forward and swung a punch. Yet Tsuyu dropped below the punch and then kicked her legs into Sato's knee. Even though her quirk gained her strong leg, when Tsuyu's legs connected with Sato's leg, it felt like she had hit a steel wall. Tsuyu quickly backed off and looked over at Jiru. The purple-haired student hadn't engaged yet, meaning she was on the lookout for Hagakura. Tsuyu didn't find the time to look around for Hagakura as Sato got in close. While Sato continued to throw punches, Jiru began to look around trying to find Hagakura. Jiru spotted Hagakura's discarded boots and gloves. Yet the villain duo had expected that. Jiru quickly plugged an earphone jack into the ground and tried to hear Hagakura's feet, Yet with all the moving around Sato and Tsuyu, it was to hear anything less. Reopening her eyes, Jiru moved to plan B after setting up the tin can and the wooden platelets. Jiru and Sato spread sawdust throughout the room. The layer of sawdust wasn't too thick, but just enough to see where Hagakura was stepping. Jiru looked around but didn't see any noticeable footprints, until she saw some dust move. Without hesitation, Jiru launched herself into the space above the footprints. Jiru felt herself crash into a body and she quickly wrapped her arm around the body. As Jiru hit the ground, she kept her arms wrapped around Hagakura, but then she noticed that the loop her arms were in was too big to be around Hagakura's waist. Jiru blushed as she realized where she had grabbed her opponent and immediately screamed, "I'm sorry." Jiru quickly moved her hands down and wrapped them around Hagakura's waist. Jiru was glad she couldn't tell whether Hagakura was blushing or not. Hagakura began to struggle against Jiru's hold, but each time her elbow hit Jiru, it told the purple-haired student where her opponents were. Hagakura hit Jiru in the side and the earphone jack user quickly grabbed the arm and tied the capture rope around her opponent's wrist. Using Hagakura's panic and confusion, Jiru managed to get on top of Hagakura and grabbed her other arm as it made an impression in the sawdust. As Jiru tied the capture tape around Hagakura's wrist, All Might announced, "Hagakura has been captured." Tsuyu looked over at her captured opponent, wanting to finally get a win for the hero team. Tsuyu moved around Sato and launched herself at the bomb. Jiru noticed, and knowing she would be about to stop her opponent, she plugged one of her earphone jacks into the speaker on her boot and unleashed a sonic burst. The sound wave hit Tsuyu in midair, but due to the angel, instead of sending Tsuyu off to the side, it boosted her towards the bomb. Tsuyu crashed into the side of the bomb, but that wasn't everyone's worry as Jiru's sonic burst had shaken the entire building. All four of them froze as dust fell from the roof and caused Sato to sneeze. The following seconds were filled with anticipation as nothing happened. Then without warning, the roof began to cave in, and all four of them gave out girlish screams. While everyone in the observation room looked panicked as the camera had cut out, All Might held an ear up to his earpiece and said, "Young Sato, young Tsuyu, young Jiru, young Hagakura, can you respond?" All Might didn't hear anything and he began to push buttons on the control panel, yet nothing was happening. All Might could sense that the rest of Class 1A was starting to get worried. "Don't move, we'll come to you." All Might then turned to Class 1A, time for lesson and rescue. Most of Class 1A froze as they weren't ready for something like this. For Izuku and Bakugo, that was all they needed to hear as they began to head for the door. They were the first two out the door, with Ochako and Shinsu behind them. Izuku and Bakugo hurried down the stairs, with Class 1A behind them. A small dust cloud was rising in the distance and gave a direction for everyone to run into. While All Might could have easily run ahead, he figured it would be best if he stayed with the majority of Class 1A. This meant Izuku and Bakugo led the charge to the destroyed food bank. They hurried down the roads, past underturned cars, and destroyed stores, until they arrived. As the building came into view, everyone slowed down and looked down, and Shiro asked, "Where are they?" No one had an answer, so everyone climbed onto the destroyed building and began searching around. While everyone did that, Izuku began walking the perimeter. He was looking for the metal door Tsuyu and Hagakura had gone through. If Izuku was able to find it, then he would be able to retrace Tsuyu's footsteps to the room. Halfway around, Izuku found the broken and mangled metal door. Taking a step inward, Izuku began counting, retracing Tsuyu's footsteps. When Izuku reached 125 steps, he turned to the left and saw the sign of a door frame and wooden platelets past it. Izuku took a few steps forward and then flipped his scooter down. It was still in heat signature mode and Izuku saw heat radiating from under a section. "I found them." "Uraraka," Izuku called out. Everyone looked up and over at Izuku, as Ochako quickly ran over and saw the same sign that Izuku had looked for. She quickly crouched down and pressed her finger into a large slab of roofing. Izuku and Ochako moved the roof slab away as more and more members of Class 1A came over to help. Ochako continued to remove the gravity of debris. While under Izuku's guidance, Class 1A moved around the pieces so nothing shifted too much and threatened to squish their friends. After 2 minutes, Shoji moved the last section of roofing and revealed Sato. He was huddled over Jiru and Hagakura, protecting them from the caved-in roof. The three of them looked over and smiled at their classmates. Izuku slid down into the hole. Izuku put a hand on Sato's shoulder and reached down to his arm, which was still wrapped around the girl's. Izuku made sure Sato was looking him in the eyes. "Hey, good job, big guy." Using his enhanced sight, Izuku quickly overlooked Sato and the two girls. Sato had small cuts over his back and shoulder and he was favoring his right side, while the girls had minor bruising. "They're going to live. Minor cuts and bruises," Izuku called out. Then he noticed Sato's eyes were darting around. He was looking for something. "Tsuyu," Sato began to say, but Izuku stopped him. "She's next. Uraraka, Tsuyu is 15 meters over." Ochako nodded and moved 15 meters further into the floor and began to remove the gravity of the roof. Half of Class 1A went over to help Ochako, while Izuku helped Sato, Jiru, and Hagakura out of the hole and into the open arms of their classmates. Once Sato was pulled out, Izuku climbed out of the hole and saw that the bomb had been undercovered, yet Tsuyu wasn't found. Midoriya, Bakugo called out, "Frog legs ain't here." Izuku looked over. Tsuyu was around the bomb when the roof caved in and she didn't have time to move much. Izuku looked over everyone's heat signature. Bypassing the fact Todoroki's heat signature was split down the middle of his body, Izuku walked over and looked down at the bomb. Slime bomb weren't supposed to have that warm of a heat signature. No, she is. Izuku then hopped down to the hole while pulling out his knife. Izuku knocked his knuckle against the bomb a few times, then rammed his knife through the outer shell and pulled it down. Izuku withdrew his knife and then pulled the hole open to show that Tsuyu was unconscious inside the bomb. All Might looked down and said, "She's a smart girl." She realized the bomb was her best chance of protection. She must have gotten through the hole she made by crashing into it. All Might dropped down into the hole and pulled the bomb in half. He then reached in and pulled Tsuyu out. All Might and Izuku climbed out of the hole. Sato asked, "All Might, who won?" Many of Class 1 thought Sato was so competitive he didn't care about being injured. But Izuku, Ochako, and Bakugo saw the signs of Sato going into shock. His mind was focusing on the exercise to keep himself from having a nervous breakdown. All Might always saw the sign of shock, so he said, "We'll discuss that later. For now, we'll get you to Recovery Girl and have her check you out." All Might carried Tsuyu off the building, while Class 1 followed him. On the edge of the building, medical robots had arrived to take the group to Recovery Girl. As Class 1 walked their classmates to be taken away, Bakugo turned to their teacher and asked, "Are we having the last fight?" All Might turned to the ash-blonde bomber and nodded. "We'll continue with the last fight." The remaining 13 students of Class 1 walked back to the observation room, where Bakugo and Kirishima were called the villains while Shiro and Ajiru were called the heroes. As Bakugo and Kirishima walked to the building, Kirishima tried to make a plan. But Bakugo heard nothing of it. He had been thinking about it ever since Todoroki completely froze the building during his match. The overwhelming power had shaken Bakugo. To be able to win so easily and without any emotion. Bakugo didn't like how seemingly indifferent Todoroki was, as if he didn't appreciate and value his quirk. And that kind of attitude made Todoroki prideful, and that was the downfall of heroes. Bakugo was going to show Todoroki that he wasn't all-powerful. As they walked through the front, Kirishima said, "I've talked with Shiro and he can shoot tape out of his elbow and use it to move objects around. Ajiru has his tail, and during the assessment yesterday it looked like he had some martial arts training. It doesn't matter what the extras' quirks are. I'm going after Tape Dispenser. You can have plain face if you want," Bakugo said as he sat down in front of the bomb. Nerd thought he was clever by using a trap. "I'll show him the best victory is total defeat. They won't even get a chance to enter the building." As the two groups prepared, in the observation room, Izuku leaned over to Ochako and said, 100 yen says Kaken leaves Kirishima behind to protect the bomb, while he goes ahead to fight Shiro and Ajiru alone. I'll do you one better. Both Bakugo and Kirishima leave the bomb behind. 1,000 yen. Ochako said, young Midoriya and young Uraraka. It one's undoing to bet on such a thing. All Might said, in a stern voice that didn't have any power behind it, but it still got the class's attention. Everyone looked to see what Izuku's remark would be, but he just looked All Might in the eyes and said, "Look me in the eyes and tell me that again, but first let me remind you of All Might's supercharged O's cereals June to July 2030. All Might froze as he recalled the incident. He tried to look Izuku in the eyes and repeat himself, but he couldn't. That took everyone by surprise, and Momo asked, "What happened with All Might's supercharged O's cereals?" That was a concern that overcame the class as most grew up eating that brand of cereal. About 5 years ago, All Might decided to endorse a new brand of cereal. However, he did so without testing the cereal himself. Within the first 2 months of the cereal being released, over 50 cases of near insanity were recorded, because someone on the board of the cereal company decided to use their quirk to make the cereal as addictive as cocaine. The company did their best to recall the cereal and cover up their mistake, Izuku said. Then looked All Might in the eyes. "You want to try and tell me that wasn't a bet?" All Might had no comment, so Mina, who had returned during the rescue operation, spoke up. "I'll put 1,500 yen that Kirishima leaves before Bakugo." She had been very confused when she came back to the room only to find it empty. Recovery Girl told her class was still going on. "I say Shiro and Ajiru win. 1,000 yen, Shoji said. Seeing that Class 1 was giving their own bet, Izuku decided to give a serious bet. "I change my bet. 2,000 yen, Kaken and Kirishima will both leave the bomb behind. Kaken will go after Shiro, leaving Kirishima to go after Ajiru. The fight will be over in under 3 minutes, and Kirishima will capture his opponent a few seconds before Kaken does." That was a very specific bet, so Ochako asked, "Anyone want to get more specific than that?" To no surprise, everyone shook their heads. A few seconds later, the 5 minutes were over, and a predicted Bakugo and Kirishima both rushed out of the room they had left the bomb in. Izuku had called it, as Bakugo went after Zero while he left Kirishima to handle Ajaru. The moment the signal for the start of the battle went off, Bakugo jumped back onto his feet and launched himself out of the window. Using his explosion, Bakugo cleared the sidewalk and landed in the middle of the road. He spotted the Zero and Ajaru and yelled, "I'm coming for you, taper dispenser." Both Zero and Ajaru froze once they saw Bakugo come flying out of the building. Ajaru looked at Zero and said, "I think he means you." He was more than grateful that the explosive ash blonde was not going after him. "Kirishima is still in the building, so watch out for him," Zero said, as he shot a strand of tape and took off in a high-speed chase. Zero was quite versed in swinging around using his tape. His family had a forestry backyard that he enjoyed playing in. Yet while Zero was self-taught, Bakugo had formal training. He knew how to optimize his speed. This allowed him to stay right on Zero's heel, and with each explosion the taper user could feel the heat. Zero looked over his shoulder and saw the look in Bakugo's eyes. The ash blonde was solely focused on him, and Zero could use that to his advantage. He would lead Bakugo on a chase, while Ajaru would deal with Kirishima and capture the bomb. That was if Zero could stay ahead of his opponent, and when how close each explosion sounded, Zero began to doubt he would be about to do so. As Zero swung around the mock city, he thought about how he could capture Bakugo in his tape, but that idea was quickly cut short. He had risked a few seconds to try and wrap Bakugo in some tape, though only managed to pin his right arm to his side. However, Bakugo was quick to blast and burn the tape with his other arm. As Bakugo caught himself in the air, he shot a glare at Zero, warning the tape user that wasn't going to work again. So Zero switched back to staying ahead of Bakugo and led him away from the building, hoping Ajaru could handle Kirishima and capture the weapon. But that was easier said than done, as it took Zero's full concentration to stay ahead, to barely stay out of Bakugo's reach. But Bakugo was starting to figure out Zero's timing and began to gain ground. Within a minute and a half, Bakugo caught up to Zero and blasted him in the back. Zero cried out as he was ripped from his line. Thinking fast, Zero shot out a strand of tape, but Bakugo was quicker and grabbed the tape before it could attach to anything. With a small explosion, Bakugo burned the tape, leaving Zero to crash into the ground. Luckily, he was only 2 feet off the ground when Bakugo cut his line, so he didn't have far to fall. When he hit the ground, the air was forced out of his lungs. With a groan, Zero began to try and get back onto his feet. He was seeing double, and his ears were starting to ring from the explosion that had caught his back. Yet Bakugo wasn't finished. He wanted total victory. So with an explosion, Bakugo shot down and rammed an elbow into Zero's back. Zero's body convulsed, then he blacked out. Bakugo quickly recovered and pulled out a roll of capture tape and wrapped it around Zero's arms. Bakugo let go of the capture tape and waited for the announcement, but the one he got didn't make him happy. P style equals color, #0E101A, background, transparent, margin top, 0pt, margin bottom, 0pt, divided by P. True to his word, the moment the starting signal went, Bakugo leapt out the window and went after Zero. Kirishima sighed as he walked away from the window and headed for the stairs, with Bakugo chasing Zero that just left Kirishima to deal with Ajaru. Kirishima took a lazy walk down the stairs to the first floor. As Kirishima reached the bottom step of the stairs, he looked up and saw Ajaru coming in through the front door. As soon as Bakugo leapt out of the window, Kirishima sighed and walked over to the stairs. Ajaru shifted into a martial stance and looked Kirishima over. "I'm guessing I can't get you to surrender." Kirishima brought up his hand and transformed his entire upper body. "Nope." With a yell, Kirishima charged forward. Ajaru held his hands and tail up defensively, but it did nothing against the momentum Kirishima had generated. Ajaru tried to hold his ground. By the moment Kirishima crashed into him, Ajaru quickly lost his footing. Kirishima's tackle sent the two of them through the doorway and back into the streets. As they began to roll, Kirishima let go of Ajaru and rammed an elbow into the ground. This stopped Kirishima, while Ajaru continued to roll away. As Ajaru got to his face, Kirishima jumped up and kicked at Ajaru's midsection. Yet before Kirishima's foot connected, Ajaru's tail came up and blocked the attack. Ajaru then wrapped his tail around Kirishima's foot and threw it across the street. Kirishima quickly activated his quirk over his entire body and crashed into a wall. With a perfect Kirishima-shaped hole, the red-haired students became stuck into the wall. Kirishima blinked his eyes to refocus and saw Ajaru running back inside. Kirishima refused to let Ajaru win, so with a yell, Kirishima pulled himself out of the wall. Hitting the ground and cracking it, Kirishima fell to his hands and knees. Reactivating his quirk, Kirishima closed his hand into a fist, scaring the ground in the process. With a grunt, a barely noticeable glow began to line the cracks throughout Kirishima's hardened body. As his back cracked a bit in pain, Kirishima got to his feet and looked through the open doorway and up the stairs. If he was going to win, he had to stop Ajaru from finding the bomb. With a yell, Kirishima took off running back inside the building. Kirishima found Ajaru on the second floor looking for the bomb. Not worrying about a sneak attack, Kirishima charged forward. With the thundering footsteps, Ajaru was able to turn around and swing his tail at Kirishima. Kirishima tanked the attack, with only being pushed back a bit with his feet craving trenches in the floor. Yet Kirishima wasn't deferred and charged forward again, this time dodging the initial attack, but the second hit. Yet Kirishima still refused to give up. He was going to be a hero. He was going to shoulder the responsibility that meant. And his first step towards that was never backing down again. Kirishima yelled as he rushed forward again, this time changing tactics. Kirishima dropped to the floor to dodge Ajaru's tail and swept Ajaru's feet out from under him. Ajaru hit the ground and Kirishima jumped on top of him, pinning Ajaru's arms to the ground. Ajaru tried to attack with his tail, but Kirishima locked it within his legs. Ajaru tried to escape, trying to pull his tail out, but Kirishima refused to break his hold. To get the capture tape out of his belt, Kirishima pressed an elbow into Ajaru's back and then quickly pulled out his roll of capture tape. Feeling his legs starting to slip off of Ajaru's tape, Kirishima quickly wrapped it around his opponent's wrists. Mashiro Ajaru has been captured, All Might announced, then added a few seconds later, Hantasiro has been captured. Villains teams wins. Return to observation room as soon as possible. Everyone looked at Izuku as he had been the most accurate with his bet. Izuku noticed their stares and waved their concerns away. Keep the money, I like to bet for the fun of it. It tells me how well I know people. How did you know Bakugo would go after Shiro? Takoyami asked. Izuku looked over to Takoyami and said, because Shiro placed higher on Mr. Aizawa quirk assessment. Bakugo takes pride in his quirk, skills and above all else, winning against powerful opponents. By going after Shiro, Bakugo marked him as the more powerful opponent. Bakugo was the only one to return after a minute. Shiro had been taken to Recovery Girl's office, while Kirishima and Ajaru elected to take a few minutes to catch their breath. Both had bruises all over their bodies. But eventually, they returned and Kirishima was named the MVP, something Bakugo wasn't too happy about. Until Izuku pointed out that if the fight had taken place in an actual city, Bakugo could have easily been ambushed by more heroes. Then the bell rang signaling the end of class. All Might smiled and said, please return to your homeroom for the remainder of class. Now let me show you how to escape the media like a hero. All Might posed then quickly disappeared out of the room. After a few seconds it took everyone to process everyone. The class broke into conversation as they headed back to the changing rooms. In the changing room, instead of heading towards his locker, Izuku directed himself over to the shower. As he turned the water on and waited for it to heat up, Izuku began to peel off much slime from his body. As he was in the first round, the slime had dried and stuck to his body and some felt like he was waxing his body. Once he got off as much slime as possible and the water was warm enough, Izuku slipped his hero costume off and stepped into the shower, attacking his hair first, as the slime seemed to cling to his hair with extra strength. It took half a bottle of shampoo to get most of the slime out, and then Izuku used a brush to get the rest out. Once his hair was slime-free, Izuku cleaned the rest of his body off. After turning the shower off, Izuku wrapped himself in a towel and walked out to an empty changing room. Izuku walked over to his locker and pulled out a hair tie. Wringing as much water out of his hair, Izuku pulled his hair back into a ponytail, securing it with the hair tie. Then he pulled out his uniform and changed it. Once he was fully dressed, Izuku stored his hero suit back into its briefcase and headed back to homeroom. As Izuku opened the day, he found everyone was sitting at their desks, even though they had gone to see Recovery Girl. There were still 30 minutes left of school, but neither All Might nor Mr. Aizawa were anywhere to be found. Izuku quickly walked over to the shelves and put his briefcase away. Sensing all the suits had returned, the shelves retracted themselves back. As the shelves retracted, Izuku walked over to his desk and sat down. For the next few minutes, everyone sat in silence, but then it became clear that a teacher wasn't going to show up and conversation began to begin around the room. Izuku kept to himself by pulling out homework and beginning to work on it. However, this time was cut when he heard a chair being slid across the foot and stopping right next to his desk. Izuku looked up and was met with Mina sitting down in her chair. Izuku looked at Mina with a simple, hi, and then went back to his homework. Yet Mina wasn't done, evident by her clearing her throat. Izuku looked up and saw that she was still staring at him. She locked eyes with him and then asked, so Midbro, does your quirk deal with your hair in any way? Izuku was intrigued that Mina wanted to talk about quirks, so he put his pencil down and looked at her. It does, it's where my ammo comes from. I can create a bullet by weaving it. Can I see? Mina asked. Izuku noticed some of the other students were looking over at him, so Izuku nodded and grabbed a small strand of hair from behind his ear. He began to weave it around his index finger. Then once it began to solidify, he rolled it back and forwards between his index and middle finger. Once the bullet was fully formed and disconnected from his hair, Izuku put the bullet on the table. Izuku began to pull his hand away, but then he noticed the bullet looked a little weird. Before Mina could grab it, Izuku scooped the bullet back on and looked it over. Usually, the bullets formed from his hair were smooth as normal bullets were, but this had small bumps all over it. Mina noticed and said, "I'm guessing you haven't had long hair for a while." Izuku shook his head and said, "No, I've only really let it grow out in the last few months, partly because my hair grows fast, partly because my younger sister enjoys playing with it. Well, rule number one of having long hair. The first thing you need to do is dry it, and then brush it. Right, Yaoyorozu?" Mina said. Izuku looked over at Momo in time for her to pull a brush out of her backpack. Then Izuku's attention was drawn back to Mina as she pulled out her brush. "Want some help?" Izuku sighed and hit his head on his desk. Maybe a little harder than he meant to, as a red spot quickly formed on his head and he held a hand up to his forehead. "Oh, yeah, why not?" Izuku said, as he reached back and pulled his hair tie out. Izuku fluffed his hair out and leaned his hair back. Bakugo took that time to turn around and see Mina begin to brush Izuku's hair. "I think I got a new nickname for you, nerd. Rapunzel." Izuku could only sigh as Bakugo found a new way to torture him. But then his attention was drawn to Ochako walking up behind and talking to Shinsu. As she walked up, she began flipping the comb around in her hand as if she were flipping a knife around. Once Ochako was standing next to Shinsu, she asked, "Can I take your seat?" Shinsu looked around and saw that Hagakura and Momo were both walking over. Both also had brushes and combs. Not wanting to be in the middle of all that, he quickly got up and walked over to talk to Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari. Ochako then slipped into Shinsu's chair and began working on a section of Izuku's hair. Soon after Ochako, Momo, Hagakura, and Mina were all brushing Izuku's hair. As Ochako brushed Izuku's hair, she noticed something. It appeared much longer than the last time she brushed it with Eri. Ochako pulled out a strand of hair to full length and found it was almost an arm's length and a half, making her guess it had grown at least 7 inches since the last time she joined Eri in brushing Izuku's hair. "Hey, Midoriya, Bakugo calling you Rapunzel is a little more accurate than you thought. Your hair is starting to get down to your knees." Izuku mumbled, causing Momo to do the same as Ochako. Judging it against her hair and with Izuku being a few inches shorter, Ochako's estimate was close. "She's right, Midoriya. Your hair is nearly a full meter. When was your last haircut?" Momo asked as the girl continued to brush Izuku's hair. Izuku thought about it for a few seconds. 4 months ago, and I got it whack right above my shoulders." Izuku then clenched his teeth as Mina began pulling through a knot. All the girls paused at that, and Hagakura said, "Your hair grew nearly half a meter in 4 months." Hagakura looked at all the hair in front of her. Her hair was long too, but it barely reached her hips. Not that she did much with it, as no one would notice. Then there was how soft Izuku's hair felt. Hagakura didn't think hair could be so soft. "It's a part of his quirk, to help keep him from going bald," Ochako said, and Bakugo chuckled. She finished by a section of hair and moved down further out, as she remembered back to how Izuku described the different issues that arose from his hair being altered by his quirk. The amount of shampoo he went through, how hard it was to get dirt and other stuff out of it, but still, why did you let it get this long? "I don't know. I always thought I would look good with long hair." "What's with all this question? Do none of you have young sisters to do this with?" Izuku asked. He knew Ochako was an only child, but he only met the other girls yesterday, and now they were acting as if they were at a slumber party. Mina chuckled and said, "I have 2 older brothers, so I never got to do anything so girly growing up. I have a younger brother." Hagakura answered, "I have an older sister, but we never did anything like this before," Momo said, as she dropped Izuku's hair and began brushing it again. She had to know what kind of shampoo Izuku used if he was able to keep this much hair healthy and good looking. "Midoriya, as long as you have long hair, you might as well accept reality. You've seen how much Eri enjoys brushing her hair," Ochako said, then leaned in close to Izuku's ear. "Even with everything she's been through, she seems to enjoy doing that." Izuku nodded and decided to relax and enjoy the feeling of having his hair brushed. After half an hour was up and the final bell rang, everyone quickly gathered their material and left home. Izuku and Ochako walked out together and over to Izuku's bike, and Izuku drove her home. Then, after a short stop by a general store, where Izuku bought some matcha, Izuku drove home. As soon as Izuku walked inside the house, he was attacked by Eri in her hugs. Izuku skillfully picked her up and held her against his hip. "Hey Eri, how was your day?" Eri didn't smile but said, "I helped Ms. Midoriya around the house. We cleaned the entire house, then we made candy apples, then we had to clean the kitchen again." Eri then noticed the bag Izuku was carrying. "What do you have in there?" "Some matcha," Izuku said, as he carried Eri to the kitchen and stored the matcha in the freezer. "Doesn't that nice lady like matcha?" Eri said as she closed the freezer door for Izuku. "Yeah, I made her mad during school and I want to apologize," Izuku said, as he walked over to the kitchen table and put his backpack on it. "Want to help me with homework?" Izuku already had most of his homework done, working on it any chance he had in class. Nor would Eri be able to help him, but she enjoyed doing things with him. It didn't matter what it was. She nodded and Izuku pulled out a chair for her, and together they did Izuku's homework until dinner was ready. Once dinner finished, Izuku played a few games with Eri until she got tired. Izuku smiled as he picked her up and carried her to her bed. She fell asleep in Izuku's arms, so Izuku silently laid her in bed. He began to walk away, but Eri tightly gripped his hand. Izuku's smile fainted a bit. Eri seemed calm when she was awake, but Izuku and Inko could tell she still struggled to get past her dark past. She didn't seem bad during the day, but when she went to sleep, it became clear just how hard she was fighting. Memories of her time with Overhaul and what he did to her came back to the surface. Despite how tired he was, Izuku didn't pull away. He sat down on the floor, allowing Eri to hold tightly to his arm. His right hand, something Izuku didn't fail to notice, was the thing that had saved her from a monster and given her a new life. As Izuku watched over Eri, he noticed something hanging around her neck. It was a silver band that Izuku had always seen her wear, but she never let him see what ornament it held. Now Izuku could finally see what Eri held on. The mystery of what she held so precious was no longer a mystery. Izuku gently pulled out the ornament and saw what it was. Even with the low light coming from the night light, Izuku recognized the shape and texture of the object. It was a bullet, more specifically one of his. It was the bullet he had given her as they came home from the hospital. The first thing she had been given in her new life, and she made sure she couldn't lose it. Izuku gained a small smile as the stresses of life and school disappeared from his mind. He was happy to just be lying next to Eri, protecting her. And with his bullet with her at all times, he would always be protecting her. After the chaos that had been hero class yesterday, Izuku was hoping for a steadier, calmer day. Yet he knew the moment he put that into that universe, the day was going to be anything but calm. After waking up in Eri's room, Izuku silently removed her hand from around him and stood up. He snuck out of the room and across the hallway to take a quick shower. Once he was cleaned off, he walked back to his room and changed into a fresh UA uniform. He then headed downstairs to have breakfast. The last thing Izuku made sure to do before leaving was check on the matcha in the freezer. After closing the freezer door, Izuku grabbed all his supplies from the table and headed out to pick up Ochako. Taking the memorized route, Izuku pulled up to the entrance to Ochako's apartment complex. He spotted Ochako sitting on a bench waiting for him. Izuku pulled out and Oko happily slid onto his motorcycle while slipping on her helmet. Once Ochako made herself secure, Izuku pulled away and headed to UA. Izuku was the first to notice, but there were several news vans in front of UA. Across the street were all the corresponding media outlets and news stations, all set up right outside UA's front gate. Izuku pointed them out to Ochako, who nodded. Izuku directed the bike into the parking lot, and as Ochako pulled her helmet off and fixed her hair, she asked, "What are they doing here? I've never heard about the news trying to cover much of UA until the sports festival." "I don't know," Izuku said as he took off his helmet. He thought of all that UA had done since the new year, but nothing garnered this much cover. Though there was one thing: if they had officially publicly announced, the media would become foaming at the mouth to hear. Maybe they heard about All Might taking the position of a first-year teacher. Ochako thought about it for a second, then said, "But UA has released that information. They must have someone on the insides." Izuku laughed as he said, "Yeah, the news can be pretty bloodthirsty for this kind of news, especially when All Might is involved. His name alone is guaranteed to increase viewership. You would be an expert in that, wouldn't you?" Ochako said, elbowing Izuku as they walked across the street. "Haven't you patronized me enough already?" Izuku said. Yet Ochako never got to answer as several microphones were shoved into their faces and the flashing lights of camera went off. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? Is he as charismatic as they say? How has he begun to teach the next generation of heroes? What have you learned from him? What's the symbol in person? Ochako tried to listen to all the questions, while Izuku rubbed his eyes as the flashes bin irritated his sensitive corneas. Once his vision came back into focus, he sighed and shook his head. He then yelled, his voice carrying over the different questions, "We've barely met him yesterday and we've only had one lesson from him, so not much. But yes, he's charismatic and I hope to learn many things from him over the coming year." Izuku smiled as he reached forward and used his helmet to lower a mic that had been shoved in his face. He then looked directly into a reporter's eye as he continued with, "Now we have class to get to and you better not make any student late." Izuku continued to look in the news reporter's eye until they looked away. He then smiled and winked. Not wanting to be in the crowd anymore, Izuku grabbed the back of Ochako's backpack and pushed her through the crowd. Once they were through the gate, they found Mr. Aizawa waiting for them. Izuku looked at Mr. Aizawa, who nodded and simply said, "You handled that well. Give them answers to use on air. Then signal your real thoughts by lowering the microphone. Want any help with clearing them out?" Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder at the crowd of reporters. He knew how much disdain Mr. Aizawa, as a pro hero, had for the news, using any chance to escape the news and all of its reporters. No, All Might isn't even on campus today. He'll pop up somewhere else and they'll follow his trail, Mr. Aizawa said, then began walking up to the news group. Izuku walked as Mr. Aizawa told them off, then began walking back. Yet one of the reports, they much of to separate, began walking forward, demanding an answer to all their questions, stating how UA couldn't simply have All Might as a teacher and not explain their reasonings behind it. Yet they were cut off when a wall of metal jetted out of the ground, blocking the entrance. How does All Might even deal with them every day? They stop heroes from doing their job. Each has their own way. Yours is one I look up to, Izuku said, maybe because he grew up hearing how bad the media was from Mero and his mother. But Izuku had grown to distrust the media. Though as he got older, Izuku found himself still agreeing with Mero and Inko in that regard. Then hearing what some reporters did to get quotes for their stations, Izuku was surprised Darwinism hadn't kicked in. Case in point, UAS security system was well known to be top of the line. Not anyone could get in. You're going to be late to class if you stand around any longer, Mr. Aizawa said, looking at Izuku with an unamused face. Izuku bowed, then walked with Ochako to their lockers. They quickly stored their backpacks and helmets and then headed to their first period. As they walked in, they heard their classmates talking about the media out front. As Izuku and Ochako sat down at their desks, Mr. Aizawa arrived and stood at the front. Once everyone quieted down, Mr. Aizawa cleared his throat and said, I've reviewed the footage of your hero classes from yesterday. Midoriya, in a real-life situation it is best that your teammates have the same amount of information as you. Do not allow them to go in blind. Kaminari, Ashido, you acted rationally and it led to a predictable outcome. You must learn to consider the effects on yourself and others around you before you act. Aoyama, Mr. Aizawa just sighed and then moved on. Ilda, Shoji, you became too focused on getting through that single door, you didn't look to see if there was another option. I understand that there was a time crunch, but it's important to look for other avenues. Jiru, similar lesson to Kaminari and Ashido, but be aware of your environment. You dropped a building on yourself and on your teammates. Bakugo, learn when it's best to keep our advantage and not risk it for selfish reasons. Everyone, Mr. Aizawa called out, nodded and said, understood, sir. Now that's over, let's get to the first order of business. This task will decide your future, so it's important that you think about it, Mr. Aizawa said. Everyone flinched as they waited for Mr. Aizawa to expel someone. But he calmly continued with, it's time for you all to pick a class president and vice president. A small sigh went throughout the class as it was just normal school stuff that had to be done. It was quiet for a bit, but then Kaminari jumped up, raising his hand and yelled, pick me, I'll make sure the class fund raises money for awesome trips. Jiru scoffed as raised her hand and said, yeah, you're going to need me. The person with the most style is destined for such a role. We shall be the flashiest class with me at the helm, Aoyama said with style. I'm totally the right pick. You can't go wrong with me, Mina said, jumping out of her chair and waving her arms around. Izuku smiled as he figured most of the people nominating themselves probably didn't understand how important becoming a representative of a hero class was. In a normal class, it would just be extra work, but whoever was elected would have a referral on their transcript, a referral that would get them noticed by the hero agency and help them be offered work studies in the future. As everyone called out their names, Ilda walked up to the front of the room and said, quiet, everyone. The duty of a class representative is to lead their class and should be filled by the one that can be that the best. The class representative must have the trust of all the students in the class, and the best way to find that out is democratically. Therefore, I propose that we hold an election. We have everyone write down a name of the person they believe has the best ability to fulfill the role of a class president. Everyone calmed down then, Tsuyu said. Most of us have only known each for a few days. How can we know who to trust? Kirishima then chimed in with, yeah, won't everyone just vote for themselves? The vote would just come out equally. True, we've only known each for a few days, so whoever is voted in has made the most impact in a short amount of time. Right, sir, Ilda said, then turned to Mr. Aizawa. Yet Mr. Aizawa had already zipped up his sleeping bag and fell asleep on the floor. Izuku noticed Ilda seemed a little distraught from this, so he stood up and pulled out a piece of paper from his notebook. As Izuku walked up to the front, he folded the paper and then ripped it into roughly equally sized pieces and said, Ilda, right, the best way to know who is trusted the most is by election, and whoever has made the biggest impact is surely to continue to do so. So write a name out on the pieces handed out and we'll tally the votes. The most will be class president and the second will be vice president. Different from Ilda, everyone listened to Izuku as he walked around and handed out the pieces of paper. After a minute no one had written, but then many quickly wrote down names and walked their vote up to Izuku. Some took a bit longer to think over who they wanted to choose to be class president. Once Izuku had all the names, he shuffled them to add more anonymity, then handed them over to Ilda. Ilda began tallying the names on the board, writing new names whenever one appeared. Izuku kept his back to the board as Ilda tallied the names. Once all the votes were tallied, Bakugo stood up and said, "I demand for a revote and someone check that damn nerd's pocket. He must switch the names with pre-made ones." Now confused, Izuku turned around and looked over the board. Bakugo had 2 votes, Momo had 3, Ilda 0, Kaminari and Mina each had 1, while Izuku had 12 votes. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this, as he had personally voted for Momo. He didn't believe himself to be in the best role, as his previous connections with school were just the lessons. Nor had he ever done any kind of extracurricular activities. Ilda shook his head and said, "Except each name was written in a different handwriting and some were in color. Nor do I think he could have done a sleight of hand with all of us watching him. Still, I want his pocket to turn inside out," Bakugo said, walking up to Izuku and patting him out. Izuku just waited through the process, knowing Bakugo wouldn't find any. Once Bakugo was satisfied, he huffed as he walked back to his seat and sat down in silence. "So it seems that Midoriya is class president with Yaoyorozu as vice president," Hilda said before walking back to his chair and sitting down, trying not to act defeated. Momo stood up and stood next to Izuku as he said, Well, thanks for all your support. I don't know why you would vote for me, but thanks. I'm proud to be voted for this position and I hope I am about to fulfill your wish for me," Momo said, causing Izuku to feel self-conscious about how unprepared he was for this. Momo must have been in this kind of position before. With her intelligence and mature personality, Kirishima folded his arms and said, "Well, Midoriya, you did well in Mr. Aizawa Quirk assessment and in the training yesterday. And you were quick to analyze others' fights and point out their strengths and weaknesses. So you said. And Yaoyorozu was quick with our test results. I guess I can get behind this," Kaminari said, and that seemed to be the general census of the class. Mr. Aizawa woke up and looked at the board. Izuku Midoriya as class representative and Momo Yaoyorozu as vice representative. I'll pass that information to Nezu. Class dismissed, just in time for the bell to ring. Past those few moments in the homeroom, the rest of the morning went on as normal. Everyone paid attention in class and soon the bell for lunch rang. Everyone headed to the cafeteria for lunch. In the line, Izuku got himself some fish and a vegetable soup. After paying for his lunch, Izuku found an empty table and sat down. As giving thanks and took a bite of the fish, he was joined by Ochako, Ilda and Momo. "This place is always so crowded," Ochako said as she took a small bite of white rice. "That's because the students of the support, business and general classes share a cafeteria with the hero classes. And with all 3 years having lunch at the same time, this central hub is always bound to be filled with talented people," Ilda said as he cracked open his can of juice. Momo swallowed her piece of sushi and then brought up something that had been on her mind since homeroom. She turned to the newly elected Class 1 president and said, "So Midoriya, you didn't seem that enthused about being elected as class president." Izuku chuckled a bit and said, "Well, I've never really had what you could call a normal school life. I mean, yeah, I went to public school, but I never really did any extracurricular activities. Sports, band, joining a club, anything like that. Our moms tried to get us into other hobbies, but they never really lasted that long. Most of our time out of school and homework was training. I don't exactly have the experience of being a class president, so I don't think I'm qualified." "What kind of hobbies did you try?" Ochako asked. "I think the longest for Bakugo was he played the drums for 3 years, while I only played the guitar for 2. Izuku said as he twirled his chopstick before going back in for another piece of fish. "I think you'll be great. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will make you a perfect leader. You were the one that managed to find Sato, Asui, Jiru and Hagakure after their building collapsed. And you have far more training than most in our class. I hope to learn from your example of hard work and dedication," Ilda said, then began eating his soup. "Yeah, you took out the shy Hasekai, so why are you so afraid of being class president?" Ochako innocently said after a moment of thinking. Ilda and Momo choked on their food as they looked at Ochako and then over to Izuku, just in time to see him slap his forehead with his palm. Ilda's attention jumped back and forth between Ochako and Izuku before landing on Izuku. Ilda cleared his throat before saying, "I heard about that from my brother. He said word on the street was a team broke into a Yakuza's hideout and then later pro heroes were knocking down all their doors. People believed it was a rival Yakuza family and they simply handed over some incriminating evidence over to the police and heroes. I think the first location that was hit was in Wasukako Prefecture. The other bases soon fell after that. Are you saying you were a part of that?" Izuku nodded, prompting Momo to ask, "I thought only Bakugo trained with you and neither of you mentioned being a part of a hero team." Izuku shot a quick glare at Ochako. He had trusted her. It was a slip of the tongue, but still, why did she have to slip up on that? Ochako gave a quick, "Sorry." Izuku sighed. "No, we weren't a part of the hero teams that raided the hideouts. We don't have our hero license." We only have bodyguard licenses to protect ourselves and family members. Second, it wasn't a team that found the evidence. Izuku caught himself and then slapped himself again on the forehead. Now it was his slip of the tongue. And why did he have to be so prideful? Did he want recognition that he had a key part in taking down the Shy Hasekai? He shouldn't. But my brother's contact said it was a team that broke in and stole the evidence that was handed over to the police. It was enough to put the old Yakuza family out of business and sentence them to life sentences, Ilda said, and Izuku shook his head. You understand that all of this sounds crazy, right? I must say I have to side with Ilda. Midoriya, how would you have even gotten involved in the first place? Momo said, I understand that you don't believe me, but my trainer is friends with local heroes and he called me for a favor. I was supposed to sneak into one of their hideouts and find information about one of their new plans, which I did, and my trainer handed that information over to the police. Izuku said, still it's all crazy. You would have since been a middle schooler. How could you have had any possible connection to the raid? Ilda asked. Izuku looked over at Ilda, and Izuku shouldn't, but he had risked his life to secure evidence to justify a raid on the Shy Hasekai. From an outsider's perspective, it would sound crazy that Izuku had had the work of what people thought would have taken a team. The question was how to convince the most level-headed person in the class. Izuku thought about everything that had been published and found a detail that most likely only the police and pro-heroes would know. Ilda, your brother, did he mention that the pro-heroes had to go through a secret entrance to get into the underground bunker of the Wasukako Prefecture? Yes, but that never gets put in. Ilda paused. Izuku could see that Ilda was beginning to believe him. What was the statue that had to be moved out of the way to access the panels for the entrance? Raven, and I can give you the pattern that had to be entered, Izuku said, but Ilda nodded. Momo's eyes went a bit wide as she asked, but why you? You're a teenager. No sane person would put a teenager in danger. It's a stealth mission. No harm was supposed to come to me and none did. Izuku said that despite all the gunfights that occurred, it had originally started as a stealth mission. And Izuku didn't feel like mentioning the fact his shoulder had been torn with a bullet or that he had gotten broken ribs from fighting a member of the Yakuza. Then perhaps you can explain a rumor going around in the underground. Some are saying that more than just evidence was stolen. Some say a rescue was made. Ilda said. Ilda's words echoed through Izuku's ears. When they finally registered, Izuku gripped his chopsticks, nearly breaking them in two. He looked at Ilda with purpose in his eyes. Eri was supposed to be kept a secret. Her name, her location, her existence was erased. The only people who knew about Eri were Izuku and Inko, along with the Bakugos, Mero, Henkido, and Ochako. The only reason Eri would be thrown into the criminal case was if her abuse needed to be added to the charges. But luckily enough was found to be the Shy Hasekai out of business for good and the higher-ups in jail for several life sentences. If someone knew that Eri was rescued, Izuku needed to know who they were and how much they knew about Eri, specifically if they knew where she was staying. Who was saying a rescue happened? How did your brother hear about this? Izuku said. However, before Ilda could answer, an alarm went off. Emergency level 3. Security breach. Emergency level 3. The alarm yelled. Everyone froze for a second, and then chaos broke. Everyone jumped up to their feet and began running out of the cafeteria. Many were swept off their feet and dragged through the hallways. As soon as the alarm had gone off, Izuku was quick to the feet and kept a hand on Ochako's shoulders. Izuku held on tightly, so as not to lose Ochako as they worked their way through the crowd and into the hallways. He heard a third-year call out that a level 3 meant someone was breaking into the school, and that caused everyone to panic even more. Izuku and Ochako began to be pushed and shoved, resulting in them getting pushed up against the glass wall. Working to protect Ochako, Izuku used his body to keep anyone from getting close to Ochako, providing a sort of air pocket. As Izuku strained against the crowd, he looked over the window and saw the cause of the alarm. The first thing he saw was the destroyed UA gate. It looked as if it had eaten from the inside out. The second was the meteor running across the front lawn, only to be met by the teachers. The media has somehow gotten in and that caused the alarm to be tripped. Izuku growled a bit and said, it's just the media. Their greed to get a story caused them to trip the alarm. And no one is the wiser. With his attention being split, Izuku was suddenly pushed against, causing his head to ram against the glass window. Izuku could feel a cut form on his forehead and blood begin to trickle down his nose. Alright, that's it. Uraraka, I need to use your quirk on me. Why? Ochako asked. If she took away his gravity, then he would easily get swept away in the crowd. And without him in the way, she was bound to easily get swept away and she rather not be trampled. Please, I don't have time to explain, Izuku said. Ochako looked Izuku in the eyes and saw how serious he was. Hearing about how people knew Eri had been rescued must have caught him seriously off guard. And the only reason he wasn't integrating Ilda was because he was having to deal with the panic. Ochako nodded and pressed all 5 fingers on Izuku's chest. Izuku took a deep breath and then jumped up to the ceiling and rammed his left fist into the tidal ceiling. Izuku then transformed his right arm and let loose a loud gunshot. Immediately everyone ducked down, as if in an attempt to dodge the shot. Listen up everyone, everything's fine. It's just the media. They somehow got in and tripped the alarm. Even if it was a villain, that doesn't give any of you the excuse to run any like chickens with their head cut off. You're training to become better people, so start acting like it. Izuku yelled as he fired out a second shot and then transformed his arm back. He's right, the media got past the gate, Ilda called out as he pointed off the window. The students pressed up against the window, all looked out and confirmed their stories. Many began looking out the window as the panic died out. With that over, everyone began to slowly make their ways to their next classes. Once the hallway was clear enough, Izuku signaled Ochako to release her quirk. Once she did, Izuku immediately felt gravity return and he felt. His legs hit the ground first and he rolled to save himself from injuring his knees. As he stood up, he sensed Ochako, Ilda and Momo walking up to him. You handled the situation quite well, Momo commented as she stood to the side of Izuku. The students that were still in the hallways were giving Izuku a large berth, not wanting to get close to him as his cold demeanor was radiating from him. Crowd control 101. Do something that gets the attention of everyone. A gunshot during a break-in was not going to be missed. Izuku huffed as he began to wipe the blood from his nose. You've been injured, Midoriya, Ochako said, holding a hand up to Izuku's forehead. It's fine, Izuku said as he finished wiping the blood from his head. But then pain shot up from his left arm. He looked down and saw a long deep gash had formed going down his forearm. He must have cut his arm on the ceiling tile as he fell. Momo noticed the injury and then quickly looked at Ochako and Ilda. I'll head back to class and inform Mr. Aizawa of Midoriya's injuries. You two can take him to Recovery Girl to be healed. After Ochako and Ilda nodded, Momo disappeared into the end of the crowd to head to classroom 1A. Knowing that he should get patched up, Izuku began walking to Recovery Girl's office and he noted Ilda and Ochako was walking on either side of him. Once they got to Recovery Girl's office, they found a few students were also waiting outside. Ochako suggested trying to get to the front as it seemed none of the student had major injuries like Izuku, yet he stated he was fine to wait his turn. After a few minutes, Izuku was the last one to be checked out, so along with Ilda and Ochako, Izuku walked into Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl was a little horrified at Izuku's arm and said he should have come in immediately to be healed. However, Izuku stated again that he was fine to wait. Recovery Girl berated his stubbornness as she cleaned the wound of Izuku's arm, pulling out bits of titling, then planted a kiss on his neck. The cut on his forehead quickly disappeared, while the gash on his forearm scarred over and Recovery Girl quickly wrapped it in gauze. She gave Izuku a few gummies, who quickly popped them into his mouth. Recovery Girl then stated, if you're lucky that your forearm shouldn't scar, you're dismissed. You too. Recovery Girl pointed to Ochako and Ilda make sure he gets back to class. He'll be tired. However, Izuku insisted he was well and walked on his own, Ochako and Ilda beside him. I feel the need to restate Yaoyorozu's comment from earlier. You did well to handle the situation, Midoriya. Your grit and leadership are what made me vote for you to be class president, Ilda said as he trailed behind the one class president. You voted for me. I thought you voted for yourself, Izuku said as he rubbed the raw skin on his forearm. The gauze was a little tight, but not the worst wrap job Izuku had experienced. Yuri probably wouldn't be too happy about him having another scar. Hopefully, she won't still think it came from overhaul. I did not, so I too am curious as to where my vote came from, Ilda said as he moved his arm up and down in a chopping moment. The election was your idea, so why didn't you vote for yourself? Ochako asked, looking over Ilda. The way he sweet-talked everything. It was clear that he was trying to make it seem he was the best option. If Izuku wasn't in class, Ochako would have voted for Ilda. Yes, I had planned to vote for myself, but as I thought about it I realized that Midoriya would be best suited for it. Want and ability are not the same thing. Midoriya has been nothing if not humble since the beginning of school. He does not brag about his entrance exam score, nor does he simply act as his friend Bakugo does. They both have had training, but Midoriya acts with enthusiasm of wanting to learn and improve. He does not simply relax and wait. He continuously works hard to achieve his goal, a mindset I hope others can learn from him, Ilda said, the chopping motion of his arm increasing. Well, thank you, Ilda, Izuku said, and Ilda bowed. Now I'm hoping you can answer my previous question. You said your brother was the one that told you about the fall of the Shy Hasekai. I'm wondering who was his contact and how did they learn about the rescue? Yes, I mentioned my brother earlier, but they're just rumors, Ilda said, his voice showing concern about Izuku talking about his brother in such a way. Ilda, I know your brother is ingenium. Now I need information about his contact, Izuku said, then took a deep breath. Whenever he seemed to be in danger, Izuku could always feel himself become worked up. Your brother is ingenium, Ochako said. She couldn't see it before, but now she could. Their quirks looked similar and their demeanor was the same. Yes, a fact that I was hoping to keep secret. Perhaps I thought you would view me differently if you knew I came from a hero family. So the rumors about someone being rescued are true? Ilda asked. Yes, a little girl and I rescued her, so I'm very protective of her. You need to understand I need to know who knows about her and if she's in danger. So I need to know who told your brother about the rescue. Izuku explained. He might be out late for the next few days figuring out who started the rumor and if they're looking for. It was one of my brother's underground contacts. One of his psychics passed the information up to him. He said he got it from a member of a different Yakuza. I can ask my brother for the contact's information. Is the little girl in danger? Ilda asked in his voice, taking on a bit of concern at the end. That's what I need to find out, Izuku said, and Ilda nodded. The trio quickly returned to class. As Izuku sat down in his chair, Mr. Aizawa appeared and said, Midoriya, well done for handling the situation. However, shooting your quirk into an already panicked crowd can cause the situation to become even worse. You got lucky. Past that, Principal Nezu would like to see you in his office. Izuku nodded and stood up. Yes, sir, I understand, sir. Izuku quickly walked out of the room and headed to Principal Nezu's office, where he knocked and a small voice said, Come in. Izuku opened the door and found Principal Nezu, Midnight, 13, and Snipe waiting for him. Izuku nodded at each teacher in turn, then looked back at Principal Nezu. Good after, Mr. Midoriya. I wanted to praise you for how well you handled the situation. You recognized the situation as it was, the media breaking in, and you worked quickly to calm down your fellow students. You are in your debt, Principal Nezu said as he and the other teacher bowed. Izuku returned the bow then said, Sir, I did recognize the situation for what it was. The media broke in, yes, but they weren't the one that destroyed the front gate. I believe reporters to be greedy, but they're not dumb enough to break into a hero high school such as UA. That would lead to many lawsuits against their news station and them being fired from their position. The teachers looked at Principal Nezu. From the security footage, they saw Izuku had barely looked out the window for a few seconds. They were hoping he had assumed the media was behind everything. Principal Nezu, however, kept a calm attitude and said, It is only because of what I know of your past and the training you have that I ask this question. But what insight do you have? From the brief sight I got of the gate, it looked as though it had been eaten from the inside out. But there weren't any broken pieces on the ground. It looked as if part of the gate had simply turned to dust and disappeared. That mixed with my earlier statement about reports. I believe this to be the work of a villain, Izuku said. But what would a villain gain from attacking this school? All it achieved was a mild panic and a headache for the staff. Most won't do anything like that if it could be tied back to them and have them placed in prison, Midnight said. I believe this was something more like a statement piece, a call to arms and a warning to what is to come. Organized crime hasn't been an issue in Japan since All Might arrived, so I believe this is a calling card. Something to say, gone but not forgotten, Izuku said, then noticed Principal Nezu's neutral face falter a bit, but then as quickly as it happened, Principal Nezu's expression returned to neutral, or something like that. I thank you for your insight, Mr. Midoriya, and ask that you return to class and think nothing of this. If this was a villain attack, then we as heroes will act swiftly to bring this person to justice and stop any plans they may have. Swiftly return to your class as the next period will begin soon, Principal Nezu said. Izuku nodded then walked out of the office. As the door slowly closed, he heard Principal Nezu say, a discussion that will need to be had with All Might. With that sentence ringing in his ears, Izuku took off back to room 1A. Izuku thought about what he had heard Principal Nezu say. What kind of conversation would need to be had specifically with All Might? Izuku thought about this as he walked back to classroom 1A. Opening the door, Izuku pushed the train of thought and switched to force on heroic classes. As Izuku walked over his desk, Mr. Aizawa looked up and said, Good, you've returned. We can begin class properly. With All Might absent, Mr. Aizawa led the class through the beginning of basic training, such as how to use their quirk to subdue an opponent and force them to surrender. Through the afternoon, the students of Wana practiced what Mr. Aizawa had taught them, sparring against each other and seeing how long they could fight. When the final bell rang, everyone picked themselves up and headed to the changing room to wash up and change back into their normal school uniform. As Izuku took longer to get into the shower, he wasn't surprised that as he walked out to the front gate he found Akako already waiting for him. Achako didn't say anything but joined him walking across the street and to his bike. She stayed quiet during the drive to her apartment, where Izuku pulled into an empty parking spot. Izuku parked his bird and then waited for Achako to get off, yet when she didn't, Izuku looked over his shoulder and asked, Is everything okay? Achako must have been deep in thought as she said, What? Oh, yeah, I'm just thinking about lunch. Achako then paused, and it was a few breaths before she continued with, When the alarm went off, the panic that encased the room. I won't lie, I felt myself starting to panic too. I thought some villain had broken and I just froze. I had no idea what to do, how to help, but there you were, calm and in control. You switched so fast from our conversation and you knew what to do and you were able to focus on it. Without you I would have gotten swept away in the crowd. But you got me out of the lunchroom and then you prioritized protecting me. It made me feel vulnerable. And then I realized we don't have any training with our quirks, and until we do, and being reminded of what happened to Eri, it made me realize how underprepared I would be if I was in that kind of situation. If something happened, there would be nothing I could do, because I don't have the skills or knowledge that you do. So you feel useless, Izuku said. He became glad he still had his helmet on, as Ochako slapped the back of his head. Despite all the training he had, he still didn't know how to talk to girls. One of the few failures, and Ko was still trying to correct. I didn't say anything like that. But I guess in a way, yes. Yesterday, I was out of the fight within minutes, and then during lunch, the only help I was because of what you told me to do. And all it was getting you above the crowd, Ochako said, making the last part a quiet mumble. Hey, we're all at different levels of skill. Look at Ajaru. He's been training in martial arts for life, so that would put him above, say, Kirishima. But Kirishima obviously has some training, so that would put him above you, Izuku said, then quickly covered with combat training, that is. We all come in at different levels, and if we try to compare ourselves to others, our faults and downfalls just become more apparent compared to. But that doesn't mean one is more important than the other. But it could take forever for me to catch up, Ochako said in a desperate tone of voice. She wished she could see Izuku's eyes so she could tell what he was thinking. She was tired of not being able to use all her skills, but if Izuku trained her, then it wouldn't be too suspicious for her to have said skills. You said you know the basics, right? You said you had a small stint of training, Izuku suddenly asked. Yeah, Ochako said, and had to recall how she had said she knew the basics so Izuku wouldn't be too suspicious when she slipped up. But it's been a while since I've practiced then. What discipline did you practice? Izuku asked as he began to tap his fingers against the handles of his motorcycle, thinking about what form of martial arts would be best for Ochako to learn. Karate, Ochako said. Izuku hummed as he thought over the different forms of karate. It was an expansive fighting style, but for Ochako and her quirk, she would want something that was more based on grapples. While karate is a good base to have, I think your quirk and its 5-finger contact requirement, judo with its strike and grapple, would be the best for you to learn. Would you be willing to teach me? To help me to catch up on the rest of our class? Ochako asked in a begging tone. Izuku paused for a second. I can do that. In fact, my mom and I have been thinking about training Eri at home. The basic form and how to throw her fist so she can protect herself. You'll be a good test dummy to see how well I can teach. Ochako slapped Izuku's helmet again, but this time it was more playful. First I was a decoy and now I'm a test dummy. All right, I'm sorry, Izuku said, but couldn't help but chuckle. All right, why don't you head inside and get a pair of training clothes? UAS uniform isn't going to be doing you any good. Ochako nodded as she jumped off the bike. She ran up the stairs and into her apartment. Not even taking the time to take off her helmet or her backpack, she hurried over to her bedroom. Going over to her dresser, Ochako pulled open the bottom dresser and pulled out a set of workout clothes. Ochako then quickly pulled out her phone and sent a text to her handler. Have a chance to get closer to the target. I'm taking it. Ochako felt that was all she needed to share, nor did she feel like she needed to ask if this was a good option. Madam President had been against Ochako being able to use her training. She always claimed that if Ochako came in as a trained student that was potentially just as trained as Izuku would notice and begin to find out how Ochako was so well trained. With not many avenues that gave the same amount of training as Project Velocity, Izuku would eventually come to the correct conclusion. Yet Ochako was tired of having to hold herself back. She had trained, she should be able to use them. And if this was how she would be able to, she was willing to pretend she had never been taught before. Closing her phone, Ochako stuffed her workout clothes into her backpack. She picked herself up and sped and walked out of her apartment. After making sure to lock the front door, Ochako hurried down the steps. Getting back to Izuku, Ochako slipped onto the back of the bike. You said it would be best if I learned judo. Ochako asked for clarification. Yes, with your ability to take away your opponent's gravity with your hands, it would be advantageous to learn how to grapple your opponent. This can help disable your opponent and provide more opportunity to use your quirk, Izuku said, as he shifted his motorcycle back into gear and pulled out of the parking lot. As they pulled out onto the road, Ochako brought up a comment Izuku had said in passing. Earlier you talked about everyone's combat level. You mentioned Adria would be above Kirishima, who in turn is above me. Who would you say is at the top and at the bottom? I haven't made a full ranking of our classmates. You have to take into account everyone's quirks, as some lend themselves to more combat, how they use their quirks. Though for combat skill and strength I would say Bakugo and I are at the top, while I would say Hagakure is at the bottom as her quirk would lend itself to stealth. Though that is not to say Hagakure couldn't take someone out if she managed to get the drop on them, Izuku said as he coasted up to a red light. You and Bakugo, what about Todoroki? Ochako said, as it was important to find who Izuku saw as a threat. If Izuku did turn out to be a villain, it was important to whom he would be hesitant to try and fight his way out of against. His quirk is strong, he is the son of Endeavor, but he seems to just be spamming his quirk rather than being tactile with it. He is going for overall strength rather than technique. And have you noticed he only uses half his quirk? Izuku said. Yeah, he must have Endeavor's fire since he's able to melt his ice, Ochako said, then caught herself and hoped Izuku wouldn't catch on. She had to quickly change the subject. What about intelligence? Oh, Yaoyorozu, no doubt. The way she explained her quirk, she would need to be pretty smart to be able to use it. I also have a feeling that using creation requires a sharp mind. As for the bottom, Ashido and Kaminari, Izuku said, causing Ochako to laugh. They laughed at the expense of their classmates as they drove to Izuku's house. Arriving at Izuku's home, Izuku pulled into the garage and parked his motorcycle off to the side of the family car. As Izuku clicked the button to close the garage door, Ochako got off and began heading inside, and after putting down the kickstand and turning the engine off, Izuku quickly joined her. Walking through the door, they were both attacked by Eri. Eri tackled Izuku but also reached out for Ochako, but she managed to take a quick step out of Eri's reach. Izuku caught Eri and wrapped her in a big hug. He looked down at her and asked, "Hey Eri, how was your day?" "Good," Eri said, then noticed the wrapping on Izuku's forearm that had been revealed as Izuku's sleeve had been pulled up. "Did you get hurt again?" "I did, and guess what? It happened while I helped protect others. But don't worry, my school has a nurse who has a quirk that can heal people," Izuku said as he threw Eri into the air. As Izuku caught Eri, she reached out for Ochako. Ochako laughed and smiled as she pulled Eri from Izuku's arms and then carried her as they walked into the dining room. At the table, Ochako sat Eri down in her chair. Then Izuku and Ochako pulled out their homework to work on it together. Ochako got the feeling that Izuku already knew the material and was simply going over it again for her sake. Nor did it help that she noticed Izuku would write the answer on his worksheet until after she had. With everything they had to go through and with Izuku working with Ochako, it took them nearly an hour to get it all done. After slipping the packet back into their backpack, Izuku grabbed Eri and then signaled to the living room. As Izuku headed to the living room, Ochako grabbed her workout clothes, which consisted of a pink tank top that was thin enough to reveal the black sports bra underneath, and light gray sweatpants, from her backpack and disappeared into the bathroom and quickly changed. After putting her hair up into a ponytail, Ochako walked back to the living room. She immediately noticed that Izuku had changed into a pair of dark green shorts and a white t-shirt, and had his own hair into a ponytail. Ochako tried to distract herself from seeing how the white t-shirt hugged Izuku's upper frame. Ochako managed to find a distraction by noticing that the layout of the living room had changed. The coffee table had disappeared, with the couch and lazy body had been pushed up against the wall, and two large dark blue practice mats had taken their place in the middle of the living room. Izuku pushed them together as Ochako walked in and said, "Seems like you've done this before." This caught Izuku's attention, causing him to turn and look up at Ochako. He took her thin pink tank top and the black sports bra behind it. He took in how the combination showed her flat yet somewhat muscular midsection, how the gray sweatpants hugged her legs and the two front bangs left out of her ponytail framed her face. Her hero costume was even more fitting, but this time Izuku had pulled some leg hair to stop himself from commenting. Izuku froze a bit and Ochako had to ask, "Is something wrong?" Izuku's mind managed to use the pain from pulling the hair to restart his brain and come up with a response. "No, you look like you're ready to start." Her thighs looked so nice in the sweatpants that made Izuku immediately mentally slapped himself to make himself focus. Ochako looked over the practice mats again and then asked, "I thought we were just going over the basics. What's with the mats?" Izuku spoke as if he wouldn't be teaching her anything grappling or takedowns for some time. "In case you pick things up quickly," Izuku said, as he redid his hair tie, then stepped onto the practice mats and gestured with 2 fingers for Ochako to join him. As Ochako walked up to him, he continued, "For starters, let's see how hard you can punch. I believe your grip strength was 125 kilograms during Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment and you didn't use your natural strength for the ball throw. So I need to get a gauge of how strong you are." Ochako was surprised Izuku remembered her score for a random test. But then again, Izuku had a ranking of who was the strongest in class. Maybe he had used more than just the heroic class lesson to judge people. That meant he was more perspective than the files had stated, meaning Ochako would have to be even more careful so Izuku didn't catch on to her mission. Ochako was pulled from her thoughts as Izuku took a step back and held his right arm. With his hand up and his palm facing her, "I want you to punch it, full strength." Ochako looked quizzically at Izuku's hand and then at Izuku. Izuku nodded to his hand and wiggled his fingers, signaling she had heard him correctly. Yet she was still confused. "You want me to punch your hand?" "Yes, so I can get a feeling of how strong you are," Izuku said, waving his hand back and forth a bit. Judo and karate are more than just grapples. Kicking and striking play a part in it too. So hit me. Ochako looked at Izuku and smirked. It took a few moments for Izuku to figure out why. Once he did, he said, "My hand," as he nodded down to his hand that was still stretched out in front of him. Still not understanding the point, Ochako sighed as she drew back her fist, then swung it forward and hit Izuku's open palm. Izuku barely felt an impact. "I said full strength. Don't worry, you're not going to break anything." Ochako nodded and drew back her left fist again. Then with a breath, Ochako stepped into the punch and pelted Izuku's hand. Izuku's hand barely moved back, but his palm was starting to turn red, along with Ochako's knuckles. She waited for an answer, perhaps even a facial expression. Yet Izuku didn't say anything. He didn't raise an eyebrow as he lowered his right and then shifted around his body and held up his left hand. He locked eyes with Ochako and said, "All right, time for your right arm." Without the previous hesitation, Ochako drew back her right fist and similarly took a step forward, then rocketed her fist into Izuku's open palm. Their hands connected and Izuku's hand moved back a bit from the impact. Time seemed to freeze. And then after a second, Izuku slowly looked down at his hand. He then fell to his knees and began to scream in pain. Not noticing that Eri didn't look concerned, Ochako quickly dropped down to help Izuku, but she found him laughing to himself. Ochako couldn't believe it. He had made her think that she had broken his hand. "You jerk," Ochako said, then went to slap Izuku. Izuku let Ochako hit him, but as she drew back her hand, Izuku's hand reached out and grabbed Ochako's wrist. The next moment, Izuku rotated Ochako's wrist into a hyperextended state, making it hard to move her arm. Izuku looked up and smiled, then let go of Ochako's arm. "Do you know why police get tased and pepper sprayed as part of their training?" Izuku asked, and Ochako shook her head as she tried not to show her discomfort as she rotated her wrist a bit. "It's so they know how it feels when they do it to other people. So I won't be simply teaching you how to grapple people and take them down. I'm going to make sure you know how it feels to be on the receiving end. Do you still want to do this?" Ochako rotated her wrist a bit. It was a little numb, but that feeling quickly disappeared. Her trainer hadn't been that forceful with the lessons, nor was he as direct. "Yes." Izuku smiled and nodded as he stood back up. Over the coming evening, Izuku showed Ochako how to properly grip a person's wrist and not allow them to slip out of her hand. It began with how to force Izuku's hand up by bending his thumb and forcing his other fingers to follow. An hour before dinner was called, she began to get the muscle memory down. Then Izuku had her close her eyes and practiced the motion without sight. Once dinner was called and done, Izuku switched Ochako to locking her opponent's wrist and keeping them from the full range of motion, while limiting the strength they could call upon. Ochako struggled, in the beginning, to get the rotation of Izuku's wrist proper, without losing her own grip as Izuku's wrists were surprisingly flexible. However, as the night went on, she began to get a baseline of the technique. As the sun disappeared and night took over the sky, Izuku called it an evening and brought out the mochai. When Ochako first saw the mochai, she had to stop herself from greedily taking most of it. Training with Izuku had her working up an appetite, and having to restrain herself from showing her previous training was more mental work than physical. So as Ochako popped the first piece of the dessert into her mouth, she was able to relax and push all the stress out of her body. Once the small dessert was gone, Inko took Eri to bed, while Ochako and Izuku returned the living room to its normal state. As Izuku took the practice mats and disappeared into the garage, Ochako brought the coffee table back into the living room. Then Izuku came back and pushed the couch back into place, while Ochako pulled out her phone and looked at the time. It was at that moment she realized how late it was into the evening. She needed to get home if she wanted to get some decent sleep for school the next day. "Hey Midoriya, I need to get home," Ochako said as she turned to show the time on her phone. "Sure," Izuku said, letting go of the couch. He looked over at Ochako and nodded. He then walked to the kitchen and began through all his backpacks. He looked through all the pockets of his backpack but was unable to locate his keys. Letting go of his backpack, Izuku looked over at the stairs and asked, "Mom, do you know where my motorcycle keys are? I don't keep track of those. They're your responsibility. Besides, did you forget I was against you and Katsuki getting them early?" Inko said, as she walked into the living room, then looked between Ochako and Izuku. "Then can you drive your Araka home?" Izuku said as he walked back to the living room and leaned against the wall. "Sorry, I haven't seen my car keys all day. I remember having them in my hands this morning, but I must have put them down somewhere and then forgot about them," Inko said. Izuku looked over at his mother for any signs of lying, yet he didn't see any. Through Project Velocity, Izuku didn't have that normal of a childhood, so Bakugo was really the only close friend he had. Apparently, Inko had some plans in the works. "It's okay, I can walk home. It's not that far," Ochako said, shouldering her backpack. With spring coming around, the night won't be too cold and she had sweatpants on. No, we can't have that. You don't know what kind of people you can run into late at night. It's not safe," Inko said. Izuku wanted to groan at how thick she was laying it on, but then Izuku had a thought of what Inko was trying to achieve. But why did she have some kind of bet? With Mero, he was a gambling man. Maybe Aunt Mitsuki. Those two loved to gossip with each other. Izuku sighed as he looked at Ochako and said, "You remember my offer of you're welcome to come over anytime you want to. I think it might have to be extended to sleep over when you want to. Besides, it has to be lonely sleeping alone in your apartment." Izuku immediately went red at his word and turned away from Ochako and Inko. Ochako's face was a little red too, as she thought about the offer. After a deep breath, Ochako focused on Inko and asked, "What about my uniform? I can have that wash overnight," Inko said, walking over and grabbing Ochako's backpack. Ochako watched this and realized what was going on. Inko wanted her to stay over. Ochako looked over at Izuku. Maybe he noticed, but then he wouldn't say something about it, so maybe he hadn't. Ochako turned to Inko and accepted the offer, but then rubbed her knuckles, "Though I need a pair of gloves." That confused both Midoriya and Ochako quickly explained. "In the past, something I would wake up floating in midair and would be sick for the day from overuse of my quirk, or with bruises all over my body from falling in my sleep." Izuku clicked his tongue and said, "That makes sense. I can find a pair of gloves. Mom, can you grab a pillow and some blankets?" Ochako watched in surprise. Izuku and Inko worked in perfect sync to gather everything for her. Ochako was more surprised when Izuku returned with his own pillow and blanket. Izuku handed her a pair of artisan gloves. They're made out of thin, breathable material. They were a little tight on Ochako's hand, but it felt like her hands were receiving a small hug. Inko helped Ochako set up on the couch, while Izuku threw his pillow and blanket on the recliner. When questioned, Izuku said it didn't feel right to leave Ochako to sleep alone in the living room. Once everything was set up, Inko excused herself and retired for the night. Ochako settled down on the couch, while Izuku laid the recliner back. As he lay in it looking up at the ceiling, his phone went off. He turned it on and saw he had received a notification from Ilda. It said, "Call at the earliest convenience." Izuku tapped the call button, and as soon as the line connected, he said, "Hey Ilda, wasn't expecting you to be up so late on a school night." "Yes, normally I won't, but your concern over this little girl made me want to help as soon as possible," Ilda said, from the other side of the call. "So what news do you have for me?" Izuku asked as he shifted his head to hold the phone against his shoulder. "I talked to my brother and he said the underground contact is stationed in Wasukako Prefecture, the old ground of the Shai Hasekai. The rumor is one night there was a commotion at the main Shai Hasekai's hideout late one evening. After some gunfight, a person dressed in a black stealth suit broke out through the front gate carrying someone with white hair. The people on the streets couldn't get a good look as the person moved quickly and with the Shai Hasekai on their tail. Most people made themselves scarce, afraid to get caught in the crossfire. Some reports have the person engaging in some firefight on the freeway, then disappearing somewhere in Musutafu. The trail goes cold there," Ilda said. "So the rumors have a replaced in Musutafu. Does your brother's contact know how far these rumors have spread? How many people know about the rescue?" Izuku asked. There had been other cars on the freeway that night, besides just the truck, and he had seen a few people on the sidewalk. People who were bound to talk about what they saw. Yet Izuku was hoping most would chalk it up to some late-night hero activity. But it seems some wrong people heard the news. It seems most believe that it was a group of people that broke into the hideout. Seems you worked so efficiently that you did the work of a small team. That's what most people focus on, as that's what appeared on the news. As for the rescue, I have the name of the man that told my brother's contact about it. Want me to send his name over?" Ilda asked. "Yes," Izuku said, his voice going a little cold. A small ding went off and another text came through, a name and a photo. Izuku pulled his phone away from his ear to look at the photo. Jonah Koji. It's believed he works for a rival Yakuza family that's been fighting against the Shai Hasekai for some years now. Matsu Prefecture, Ilda said as Izuku looked over the information in the photo. Mugshot. He's got an arrest history? Izuku asked as he looked over Jonah Koji. He had short hair with a large scar over his right eye that went back and cut in his hair. He had a single ear piercing on his left ear and was missing some teeth. Some bad gang fights, but nothing that didn't result in more than a day or two in jail. Are you going to go talk with him? Ilda said, his voice taking on a hint of concern. I need to know if Eri is safe or not, Izuku said, then remembered who Ilda's family was. Most importantly, who Ilda was. Nothing outside the law, no quirks or anything of the sort. I promise no vigilant work. Thanks for the information, Ilda. I'd hate to see your name appear on the morning news, Ilda said. It won't promise, Izuku said, then ended the call. He looked up at the ceiling and began to rub the bridge of his nose. It wasn't as bad as it could be, but Izuku was still worried. It was silent until Ochako spoke up. You really care for Eri, don't you? That's why you aren't going to tip your trainer or someone in a position who can talk to the man. You want to hear Eri is safe by your own ears, Ochako asked. She had seen how protective he acted when it came to Eri. Sometimes it was as if he was a different person. Izuku looked at Ochako. Even with the moon missing from the night sky, with his enhanced eyesight he could see the worry on her face. She had sat up against the armrest and was looking over at him. I agree with Ilda, you might have a bodyguard license, but there is still a limit on that. I'd hate to see you take something too far. Yes, I've become protective of Eri and I won't stop stressing about these rumors until I hear them from Koji for myself. Call it my Achilles heels. But I don't want to see Eri hurt ever again. What if people know where Eri is because of the rumors? Are you going to kill Koji to stop him from spreading them? Ochako asked. Izuku paused for a second then chuckled. That would be irrational. If I killed him because he was spreading rumors of Eri's location, then I would have to kill everyone he's told. If we're lucky, he doesn't know Eri's location, and if he does, I'll hand him over to Hawks, who can use his hero statues to make Koji stay silent. You know Hawks? Ochako asked as that was the only thing she fully heard. Yet Izuku never brought up that he was friends with the number 3 pro hero, despite how much of a hero nerd Izuku was. Trained with him as a kid. He trained with my mentor, Izuku said. He tried not to grin as he saw Ochako's chin drop. It was a few moments before she spoke again. Once she found her voice she said, Midoriya, you've done a lot to protect Eri, you and your mom. And I know people aren't supposed to know about her, but there's only so much you two can do. She's recovered physically, but you keep bringing up that she hasn't smiled. I think you need to get some professional help for her. Izuku looked back at the ceiling, then said, You mean therapy? I agree, but there's still a lot we don't know about Eri or why she was abused by Overhaul. All we know is that her blood was used to create a new quirk drug. But that's it. We don't know how it works or how it deals with her quirk. We don't even know her quirk, and if Eri knows what her quirk is, she hasn't said anything about it, I know. So right now sitting down with a therapist isn't going to do much for either party involved. The only person that can tell us is locked up in prison, and I don't think he's willing to tell us. Maybe with time, but that time isn't right now. Izuku sighed. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.